Comrades. A Local History of the Black Panther Party. Edited by Judson L. Jeffries. This book is dedicated to all those Panthers and community workers who served on the ground and whose work and deeds have heretofore gone unnoticed by academics and laypersons alike. Regardless of their public image, the Black Panthers need to be understood. I have worked intensively with the Panthers for 3 years and have been amazed at how few people, black or white, have made any effort to understand why there is a Panther Party. In the few years I have worked with the Black Panthers, I have become convinced that there is a cathartic and therapeutic element in this revolutionary force. I have seen their anguish, frustrations and undying love in their attempts to make not only the masses whole, but themselves as well. I have observed that for those who became a part of the Panthers, life is no longer meaningless. They find purpose, and that purpose is restoring human dignity and pride to a decadent society and world. When one reaches this level of understanding, in most cases, it is an indication that one is not only in the process of dealing with himself but that he has become aware that he is a part of the whole of humanity / he has made progress in his search for identity. Rev. Julius Thomas. Contents. Introduction. Painting a more complete portrait of the Black Panther Party. Judson L. Jeffries and Ryan Nissim Sabat. 1. Revising Panther History in Baltimore. Judson L. Jeffries. 2. Picking up where Robert F. Williams left off. The Winston-Salem branch of the Black Panther Party. Benjamin R. Friedman. 3. Panthers set up shop in Cleveland. Ryan Nissim Sabat. 4. Naptown awakens to find a menacing panther. Okay, maybe not so menacing. Judson L. Jeffries and Ty M. Morris. 5. Picking up the hammer. The Milwaukee branch of the Black Panther Party. Andrew Witt. 6. Brotherly love can kill you. The Philadelphia branch of the Black Panther Party. Omari L. Dyson, Kevin L. Brooks, and Judson L. Jeffries. 7. To live and die in L.A. Judson L. Jeffries and Malcolm Foley. Conclusion. A way of remembering the Black Panther Party. In the post-Black Power era. Resentment, disaster, and disillusionment. Floyd W. Hayes 3. Comrades. Introduction. Painting a more complete portrait of the Black Panther Party. Judson L. Jeffries and Ryan Nissim Sabat. The Black Panther Party, BPP, was different than any other radical group of its era. The BPP was not merely an organization, it was a cultural happening. Panther posters donned the walls of left-wing activists and radical thinkers all over the world, and their buttons were worn by activists in France, Sweden, China, and Israel, among other places. Although whites were not allowed to join the BPP, white supporters, sympathizers, and hangers-on were substantial in number. When Huey P. Newton was arrested for the murder of a police officer, the party's legend appeared to grow exponentially. Released in 1970 after serving nearly 3 years in prison, Newton was greeted by hundreds of cheering and adoring onlookers, many of whom were white. The memoirs, newsletters, and interviews of activists around the world bear testimony to the party's transatlantic impact. The BPP was not a mere organization, but a movement the likes of which has not been witnessed since. The first glimpse the country got of the Panthers was in May 1967 when the group staged its dramatic protest at the State House in Sacramento, California, a spectacle that electrified the nation. Almost immediately people were transfixed by the Panthers' bold and public display of defiance. They had a swagger seldom seen before, as if they were saying to white America, "Look here, black people aren't gonna take this S__T anymore. No more of this turn the other cheek stuff. We, the Black Panther Party, are here and ready to deal with you, the oppressor, anytime, anywhere." America didn't just look, it stared. In Oakland, people stared as Panthers prowled the streets intent on making police officers think twice about manhandling Bay Area blacks, something to which they had become accustomed. People stared as Huey P. Newton, a baby-faced militant with a high-pitched voice, grew into a larger-than-life figure even before he figured out that in the minds of many he had become a savior of sorts, a cultural and political icon. People stared at and listened to Eldridge Cleaver's fiery, spellbinding indictment of the imperialist mother country and how her avaricious lapdogs oppressed and exploited people of color all over the world. To some whites, the Panthers were a bunch of Nat Turner reincarnates in berets and black leather jackets. Many whites erroneously thought that the Panthers wanted to do to them what whites had historically done to blacks. On the contrary, the Panthers were not black supremacists, nor were they interested in exacting revenge on the white race for slavery or Jim Crow, but unfortunately, these are the types of images that have come to symbolize the Black Panther Party and its history. Oftentimes what gets lost in the writings and discourse about the BPP is the mundane grunt work done by local Panther activists across America. The BPP's history is robust and nuanced. What's more, it has largely been untold. The Black Panther Party was arguably the only black international revolutionary organization that consistently challenged the conditions of blacks as well as poor people generally in the United States, a point too often unacknowledged. The government called the party subversive and un-American. Not so. A close and more objective look at the Panthers reveals many of them to be patriots. Many of the Panthers served in the United States military and several fought in the Vietnam War. Some served with distinction and earned Bronze Stars and Silver Stars as well as the Purple Heart. Like many Americans, some Panthers went to war because they thought America was worth fighting for. When they returned home, they fought against the practices of the U.S. government because they believed the country had lost its soul. But more importantly, they believed it could be redeemed. As Reginald Major pointed out, the Panthers were soldiers at war in the jungle, which is America, warriors moving to bring greatness to the American experience by completing the work begun by the Revolution of 1776-1. The Panthers were not interested in destroying the country as many have argued and as some have unwittingly accepted as truth. They were interested in transforming the country into a beacon of democratic socialism, and in the process they were demanding that America live up to its promises as outlined in the U.S. Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. When those in power refused to take black people's concerns seriously, then the only alternative, as the Panthers saw it, was for blacks to take what was rightfully theirs. The Panthers believed, as did Aldous Huxley, that liberties are not given, they are taken, and they argued that doing so was well within black people's constitutional rights as American citizens. After all, according to the Declaration of Independence, governments are created to serve people, and whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. The Panthers began their struggle in October 1966 on the heels of the shooting death of 16-year-old Matthew Johnson by a San Francisco police officer. As one commentator put it, the murder of young Matthew over the alleged theft of a car triggered a rage in the black community that exploded as if out of the barrel of a 12-gauge shotgun. Over the next 4 days, stores were looted and warehouses burned, and sniper fire was traded with police officers in Hunters Point and in the Fillmore district. It did not bring the teenager back, but it did bring into being, in the Bay Area at least, a new revolutionary breed of black cat. 2 Newton and Bobby Seale capitalized on this seemingly new consciousness and established the Black Panther Party for self-defense. In the process, they drafted the 10-point program that expressed the desires and needs of the black community. Among these demands was Point 7, which read, "We want an immediate end to the police brutality and murder of black people. Furthermore, we believe we can end police brutality in our black community by organizing black self-defense groups that are dedicated to defending our black community from racist police oppression and brutality. which Newton and Seal immediately put into action with police patrols in Oakland. As Point 7 suggested, the 10-point program signified a taking up of arms both literally and metaphorically that rejuvenated the struggle for black liberation in the United States. Unlike many organizations that came before it, the BPP would be characterized by a national commitment to militancy that was informed by an eclectic revolutionary ideology. Writers of various backgrounds and disciplines have probed these aspects of the BPP-3, but despite the scholarship, the existing literature is mostly repetitive. Indeed, over the past 40 years, little scholarly interrogation has been done on this internationally known radical group, even though less than 4 years after the BPP was founded, the organization swept across the country like wildfire, establishing chapters in more than 30 cities. Yet work on the Panthers, scholarly and otherwise, has almost exclusively concentrated on the activities around the group's central headquarters in Oakland. Even more problematic is that many writers have reduced the entire organization to the Oakland headquarters, and reduced the headquarters to the person of Huey P. Newton and perhaps a few others. Because Newton was the unquestioned leader of the Black Panther Party, he was for many the face of the organization, but it should be understood that while Newton may have been the face of the BPP, he was not the architect of the party. In fact, Newton was in jail during the organization's proliferation in the late 1960s. Bobby Seale, the party's chairman, and David Hilliard, the chief of staff, were arguably more responsible for building the organization than anyone else during this period. Despite the rich history of a number of Panther branches and chapters, few scholars have attempted to excavate this unexplored territory. Opened in 1968, the Los Angeles branch of the Black Panther Party, for example, was one of the first branches established outside the Bay Area, yet it has received no scholarly attention. The Illinois and New York chapters have been the subject of inquiry, but few of these pieces provide the kind of in-depth analysis that enables one to come away with a grounded sense of local Panther history. Few branches of any organization have been overemphasized the way the Oakland headquarters of the BPP has been over the years. The preoccupation with the national headquarters is both unoriginal and historically negligent. It gives the impression, intentional or not, that little of significance was accomplished or occurred outside of the Bay Area, and implies further that Panther chapters and branches in other parts of the country were peripheral and unworthy of scholarly attention. Moreover, this limited Panther literature has focused almost exclusively on the often bloody confrontations between the Panthers and law enforcement officials, including local police departments and the FBI. 5 This narrow focus has in turn subliminally reinforced the dominant perception of the party as a violence-prone organization, when in fact the party was anything but violent. The party's posture was defensive in nature. The Panthers did not advocate violence, but instead dared to say openly that we will defend ourselves by arms if driven to that point. At any rate, the emphasis on the Panthers' clashes with law enforcement has resulted in a missed opportunity to showcase the important and substantial community programs offered by the Panthers at the local level. This unfortunate reality has had discernible consequences. Given that the average American relies on the media and hearsay for information, it is likely that many people have an inaccurate and warped perception of the Black Panther Party. As Judson L. Jeffries remarked in an earlier work, the media framing of a group can influence the amount of attention it is given in textbooks as well as how it is presented in the annals of history. 6 Simply put, how the media have portrayed the Black Panther Party has affected how people remember the organization, which in turn has undoubtedly had a far-reaching impact on the group's legacy. Consequently, while many are familiar with the guns and the made-for-TV Hollywood confrontations with local police departments, most are unaware of the extensive array of community survival programs that the Panthers provided poor inner-city residents throughout the country. This lack of awareness is quite evident whenever I show a Panther documentary in my upper-level African American politics class. The overwhelming consensus among the students, regardless of race, is that they had no idea that the Panthers were so community-oriented. Said one very bright white upperclassman in 2001 after viewing the video Power to the People, I had them the Panthers pegged all wrong. A slightly younger white student said, "I had always thought that they were the black version of the KKK." Many African American students are equally uninformed. After listening to a talk I gave to a group of elementary school kids and their parents, an African American PhD candidate studying at Purdue University approached me afterward and exclaimed, "None of my teachers ever told me about the free clothing giveaways or the free sickle cell anemia testing. All I knew about was the free breakfast program." The lack of scholarly work on this dimension of the Black Panther Party has undoubtedly contributed to this unawareness. Former Panther Jonah Abram is one of the few writers who have examined the Panthers' survival programs. Although Abram's work is useful in broadening the focus on the Panthers, it is again limited by its focus on the Bay Area. The experience of local Panthers and their particular conditions are not thoroughly analyzed. She recognizes the potential of the subject, however, as she states, party affiliates throughout the country possess distinct organizing styles and programs based on the qualities of the local membership and the particular needs of their respective communities. 7. Thus, in building on Abram's work, this book explores the community programs, as alternative institutions, organized and implemented by local Panthers offices to confront the state's disproportionate allocation of resources. The critique proffered here is not intended to minimize the significance of the Panthers' struggles with law enforcement. Much of the Panthers' time was spent dealing with the state's agents of law and order in one way or another. A cursory review of Panther history bears this out. In fact, were it not for the initial skirmishes between the Panthers and the police, the party might have gone unnoticed by much of America, which would have impacted recruiting and the ability of the Panthers to raise people's level of consciousness, directly or indirectly. It is important to note that this critique is intended to highlight the consequences of limited historical analysis. The current literature's almost exclusive focus on the Black Panther Party's troubles with law enforcement has nearly rendered inconsequential the very essence of the Panthers' 10-point program, which addressed the political, economic, and social circumstances of black people in America. Furthermore, any study of the BPP is inadequate without some discussion of the activities and influence of the Panthers at the local level. Perhaps one of the most important reasons for studying the goings-on and inner workings of local chapters and branches is that it is vital to examine the work of the rank-and-file Panthers throughout the country in order to gain a better understanding and fuller appreciation of the organization's history. A look at various local offices gives the reader a wider and more substantive knowledge base than does rehashing the activities of the Bay Area Panthers. Note, however, that the limitations of the existing research on the Black Panthers are not surprising. First, to some, stories about social service initiatives like free breakfast programs and tuberculosis testing are not as sexy as stories about standoffs between the Panthers and the police. Second, academics, like reporters, often write about what they believe will elicit widespread reader interest. Stories that feature drama and suspense as well as those that involve a villain and a good guy tend to attract a wide audience no matter how superficial the stories, and dramatic stories about the Panthers are in no short supply. Furthermore, it is easier to hone in on the Panthers' clashes with law enforcement because materials on the subject matter are more readily available. Materials on the Panthers' survival programs are more difficult to come by. One has to comb through hundreds of issues of the Black Panther newspaper, for which there is no index. One has to track down Panthers and hope they are willing to share their stories, and finally one has to speak with those who lived in the communities in which the Panthers served. Consequently, given the labor involved, it is not surprising that most writers choose the path of least resistance and elect to highlight the unusual and sensational aspects of the organization's history. Third, historical representations are primarily byproducts of the governing codes of the hegemonic elite, and thus the foundation of the social order. Historical records cannot be separated from the intellectual framework of the recorder. Historical documentation is primarily funded through capital which has a vested interest in the dominant value system. The practical effect of this is that the results often leave out those involved in liberation struggles and confrontations with the power structure. Those that are not ignored are usually depicted pejoratively and are symbolically representative of society's other, or enemy. the depictions of the BPP fit squarely within this framework. With most of the emphasis placed on its more histrionic tendencies, the BPP has to a large extent been relegated to the status of an outlaw fringe group. Some of the more journalistic writings on the Panthers reflect this representation. In an attempt to address this unevenness in the existing literature, this book will present a local history of the Black Panther Party by studying offices in Baltimore, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Winston-Salem, North Carolina. This book is not laden with academic jargon, but instead is written in layperson's terms. However, both scholars and the general reader will find the work informative and illuminating. Obviously, these essays do not cover every single event that happened during the lifespan of each branch, but they do provide an in-depth look at the experiences of those who served on the ground as well as the work done by these unsung grassroots activists. To a large degree, the above branches operated in the shadows of their more ballyhooed regional counterparts New York, Chicago, New Orleans, and Oakland, respectively, and as a result they have for the most part gone unnoticed or been given short shrift in the literature about the BPP. Yet a lot of good was done by Panthers throughout the United States, and their story deserves a broad hearing. This is not to imply that the branches examined in this book were more important than those chapters and branches in New York, Chicago, New Orleans, Oakland, or elsewhere. But we contend that the work of the rank and file in Baltimore, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Winston-Salem was as important to the success enjoyed by the organization more generally as any of the more widely known branches situated in the same geographical region. After all, not all the West Coast Panthers were in Oakland, not all the East Coast Panthers were New Yorkers, not all the Midwest Panthers were in Chicago, and not all the Southern Panthers were in New Orleans. That said, this project analyzes the particular social forces that contributed to the creation, development, and demise of the 7 branches studied in this book. The direction of this study has been greatly influenced by Charles E. Jones, who has long maintained that very little is known about the organization's rank and file. 8 Much of the more substantive and insightful work on the BPP can be divided into 2 categories: exposés and memoirs. Exposés were typically written on the larger chapters and branches shortly after some dramatic or unfortunate turn of events. Panther memoirs are primarily based on the lives and experiences of National Party leaders. Few of the writings on the BPP were penned by rank-and-file Panthers. Flores Forbes's Will You Die With Me, Evan Hopkins's Life After Life, and William Brent's Long Time Gone are the exceptions. 9 No one can deny that the stories told by Panther leaders offer an insightful look inside the organization's dynamics, but the day-to-day activities and the trials and tribulations experienced by those who were on the ground have for the most part been understudied and undervalued. The idea for this book was born out of the hope that it would inspire future rigorous examinations of less celebrated Panther branches like the ones discussed in this text. This volume recognizes the necessity for a plethora of individual studies within a larger critical analysis of the Black Panther Party as an organization. The hope is that future scholars can extrapolate the findings documented here and use them in a much broader comparative study. Only with detailed comparative studies of Panther branches and chapters in all their human variety can we expect to understand any one of them. Through the use of archival materials, personal interviews, primary government documentation, materials from the Department of Justice, and a plethora of secondary sources, this book seeks to obtain an in-depth assessment of Panther branches in Baltimore, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Winston-Salem, North Carolina, as well as the specific peculiarities that influenced their development. Interview data has been collected through discussions with former Panthers, key leaders of various Black nationalist organizations in these cities during the late 1960s, and prominent members of each city's Black community, including church and organizational leaders. Additional perspectives have been gathered through newspaper accounts of Panther activities and other important incidents. Whereas studies with a narrow focus encounter inhibiting generalizations, this book will seek to question the stigma imposed on all members of the BPP through an intensive analysis of the specific conditions and circumstances found within these 7 branches. 10. To fully grasp the significance of the BPP, it is essential to situate the organization within the general landscape of the ongoing Black freedom struggle during the second half of the 1960s. Thus, before launching into a meaty discussion of each local branch, each author will discuss the forces that gave rise to the Panthers in each of the cities studied in this book. In chronicling the history of each branch, considerable attention will be given to the Panthers' implementation of community programs to meet the daily needs of the poor and working class Black community. 11 We also seek to emphasize the importance of the Panthers' mobilization of the brothers and sisters on the block, who were central to the expansion of the party. 12. This book will demonstrate that there are some aspects about the BPP that can be generalized, but many that cannot be. The Black Panther Party was an international phenomenon that spanned many communities, but each branch was unique, with its own history. Each branch had its own set of circumstances and should be evaluated on its own merit. As such, the development of local chapters and branches was dependent upon the specific social forces and conditions within their particular communities. Hence, it is important to discuss Black people's situation in each of the cities studied in this book in the years leading up to the opening of Panther branches there, and this work provides a social history that includes an account of matters such as housing, education, and employment conditions, to name a few. Dynamics such as these are highlighted as we set the stage for the emergence of the Panthers in these 7 cities. Building on this socio-historical context, the authors document the genesis and growth of these local offices and their relationship to the national headquarters in Oakland. As alluded to earlier, we will also look at the composition of each branch, as it drew from Black radical circles, college campuses, high schools, and various other sectors. To be sure, one of the most important aspects of the history of the BPP is the harassment to which the Panthers were subjected by local, state, and federal law enforcement. In Political Repression in Modern America, Robert Goldstein defines political repression as government action which grossly discriminates against persons or organizations viewed as presenting a fundamental challenge to existing power relationships or key government policies, because of their perceived political beliefs. 13. Each chapter will underscore the FBI harassment and police repression of the BPP. Whereas the existing literature might give the impression that FBI disruption was confined to the larger Panther chapters such as New York and Chicago, as well as the national figureheads, we will document the equally insidious campaign to expose, disrupt, discredit, or otherwise neutralize 14 Panthers at the local level. Specifically, this discussion will uncover the extent to which the FBI, along with local law enforcement, collaborated to intimidate the Panther rank and file, cause dissension between local Panther branches and chapters and the national headquarters in Oakland, and instigate conflict with other groups. Again, the literature on the BPP has often been preoccupied with the violent skirmishes between Panthers and law enforcement, and consequently the Panthers' community programs have not been assigned the significance they deserve. This work will give due consideration to the importance of these programs and their role in fostering strong community alliances and heightening the consciousness of those they served. We devote attention to the evolution of the Panthers' community survival programs and their impact on the material conditions of Black and poor people in general. This book is not interested in exalting the Black Panther Party to a place beyond reproach. Rather, the book's objective is to paint a more complete portrait of the BPP than has been done up to this point. Consequently, following an in-depth discussion of each local office, most of the authors will conclude by highlighting the external as well as internal circumstances that led to the demise of each branch and the impact each closure had on the larger community. Moreover, a few of the authors will touch on the influence that the party had on both the Black community and the individual members of each branch. Finally, this project will recapitulate the implications that come from the narrow representation and selective documentation of the party. It is necessary to understand the manifestations of the negative categorization of groups such as the Panthers in order to seriously confront the system of knowledge that produces these erroneous representations within Western society. Thus, the dominant social order or the triadic interplay between the political establishment, the economic arrangement, and the cultural belief system continues to reproduce its foundational ideas through the historicity of oppositional movements. The Panthers were vilified in the 1960s through their categorization as a primary enemy of the state. The documentation of these particular branches serves to challenge this image of the BPP and moderate the reproduction of the dominant order's categories. But in the end, this book is about the rank and file and the often mundane but invaluable work they perform to improve black communities throughout America. The history of the BPP is rich with stories of unsung heroes and heroines without whom there would have been no Black Panther Party. I hope that this book is the first installment of that story. 1. Revising Panther History in Baltimore. Judson L. Jeffries. In 1860, the state of Maryland accounted for nearly one-fifth of the free blacks in the United States, and 26,000 of them resided in Baltimore. Throughout the 1870s and 1880s, race relations were relatively fluid, with a fair amount of intermingling between blacks and whites in public gathering places. The African American community grew steadily over the next several decades, so much so that many whites began to feel threatened by this proliferation. Consequently, by the early 1900s, segregation was more pronounced in Maryland than in any other border state. By 1922 the city had established a zoning commission that effectively confined row houses, and by extension Baltimore's poorer residents, to poorer neighborhoods. Segregation was prominent, but there seemed to be peculiar variations of it. For example, in the 1930s, when legendary jazzman Chick Webb performed at the Hippodrome Theater, his mother and wife stood on stage to see him perform, yet blacks were not allowed in the audience. The city's most popular spot for stage plays in the early 1950s, Ford's Theater in West Baltimore, required blacks to sit in the second balcony, although blacks could perform on stage. The Lyric at 128 West Mount Royal Avenue, Baltimore's main concert venue, did not allow blacks to perform there, yet oddly had no seating restrictions for black patrons. As the number of black residents in Baltimore increased, so did whites' determination to keep blacks marginalized. Between World War II and 1960, the black population of Baltimore increased from 194,000 to 326,000 as waves of Southern blacks were drawn by the industrial opportunities associated with the war. 2 While the number of black residents increased, blacks' influence remained negligible to a large extent. Schemes by whites to keep blacks politically, economically, and socially subjugated were largely successful. An early study commissioned by the Baltimore Urban League commented on the powerlessness of blacks in the political process. If ever the Negro population of Baltimore became aware of its political power, the governmental, economic, and racial setup of the community would undergo a profound change. The political seers have long been aware of the presence of the sleeping giant and have handled him successfully from time to time. 3. To those familiar with the city, it is not difficult to understand how the Urban League arrived at the conclusion it did. Baltimore is strangely unique. In many ways it is both a northern city and a southern city. Its winters can be as brutal as any city in the Northeast Corridor, and its summers are often as humid and muggy as any in the Deep South. This peculiar characteristic of being a northern and southern city has no doubt impacted the role of civil rights there. Baltimore maintained legalized segregation until the passage of the 1964 Public Accommodations Act and was at times extremely resistant to changes in the power structure. Opponents of segregation often claimed that wholesale racism prevented integration in Baltimore, a typical Southern argument. Curiously, Baltimore exhibited little in the way of a highly dramatic response to this oppression, perhaps because its political leadership and the general attitude of whites were arguably less hostile than those of a typical Southern city. Like northern cities, though, Baltimore experienced an influx of black immigrants who fled Southern poverty and Jim Crow, seeking jobs and a better place to raise their children. Such interesting dynamics yielded a different local movement than that witnessed in the South generally, and the impact of these dynamics would prove to be far-reaching. For example, in 1970, blacks constituted 46% of Baltimore's population, yet they were not able to convert these numbers into policy outcomes that redistributed services and goods more equitably to the black community. In fact, it was not until 1987 that black Baltimoreans were able to elect one of their own to the mayor's office, despite the early efforts of the Register and Vote campaign initiated by the Black Ministers Network that by 1957 was registering black voters at the rate of 1,000 per month. Cities like Chicago, Cleveland, Los Angeles, Oakland, and Philadelphia were able to vote blacks into the mayor's office long before Baltimore, even though blacks did not constitute a majority in any of those cities. In truth, the lack of empowerment of Baltimore's blacks was in part self-induced. For a time Baltimore's black community was sharply divided between middle-class West Side blacks and lower-class East Side blacks, a fissure that had been widening since the end of World War II. This socio-economic division was accompanied by deep political differences. In the early 1960s, a number of middle-class blacks were conservative, especially with regard to civil rights protests. One reverend commented that middle-class black folk were just as conservative as middle-class white folks when it came to civil rights, for some middle-class blacks on the West Side were not so quick to challenge the status quo that had been, from an economic standpoint, relatively good to them. These conservative elements notwithstanding, Baltimore has a long and storied history of black grassroots political activism that has gone largely unnoticed by many historians and students of politics. This history dates back to as early as the late 1800s, when the African American community mobilized around labor disputes with immigrants who were competing for jobs. Also at that time Rev. Dr. Harvey Johnson of Union Baptist Church and some of his closest Baptist colleagues were focused on the erosion of Reconstruction-era progress and what they could do about it. The result was the founding of the Mutual United Brotherhood of Liberty of the United States of America, MUBL. The MUBL pledged to use all legal means within our power to procure and maintain our rights as citizens of this our common country. Others like John Locke, Dr. H. J. Brown, George Lane, and Councilman Harry S. Cummings, elected in 1890, and Warner T. McGinn worked tirelessly to bring about better educational and housing opportunities for blacks. Fast forward to the early 1930s, when religious leaders and secular luminaries organized the Buy Where You Can Work boycotts and protests. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, the second oldest chapter in the country, played an especially prominent role in this enterprise, earning itself a reputation as one of the most powerful branches in the country. The Buy Where You Can Work campaign encouraged a boycott of all white-owned stores that would not employ black people, even though most of their patrons were black. 5 In the end, the boycott brought about significant changes in the hiring practices of white-owned businesses in black neighborhoods, ranging from small mom-and-pop stores to national chains such as A&P. The 1940s saw more of the same kind of activism. Civil rights leaders and labor activists saw World War II as an opportunity to bring about political and social change. In 1942, Dr. J.E.T. Camper, a well-respected NAACP official, led a march in Annapolis to pressure the state to enforce equal opportunity in employment and housing. That same year, more than 500 people attended a rally at the YMCA on Druid Hill Avenue to protest discrimination in defense industries. Also during this time, the less confrontational Urban League worked effectively behind the scenes to open up job opportunities and training programs to African Americans. 6 In the early 1950s, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, made its presence felt by leading a number of sit-ins at downtown Baltimore restaurants. These sorts of activities laid the foundation for the rambunctious student protests of the mid-1950s and early 1960s. In fact, by 1960, the local civil rights movement took on a new and more decisive approach to racial equality. As early as 1955, years before the Greensboro sit-in, black students at Morgan State College began protesting and demonstrating in large numbers, targeting stores in the Northwood Shopping Plaza in Northeast Baltimore. 4 years later, students from Morgan State College teamed with white students from Johns Hopkins University and other area colleges to form the Civic Interest Group, CIG. The SIGs simultaneously protested Arundel ice cream while they demonstrated at the rooftop dining room at the Heckmay Company department store in Northwood Shopping Plaza. Starting in March of 1959, students converged on Arundel ice cream, picketing and conducting sit-ins to pressure the store's owner to end its practice of racial discrimination against blacks. The Afro-American, Baltimore's Black newspaper, reported that more than 400 students participated in the demonstration. 5 days after the sit-in began, the restaurant's manager announced to the students that they had as much right to be served here as anyone else. Whenever you come here, you will be treated like any other customer. 7. Because of SIG's successes by the early 1960s, it had become a well-known entity, and by 1963 the student movement had forced the then suburban Northwood Movie Theater to integrate, but only after 1,500 people picketed the theater and scores of Morgan State student body had been arrested. Despite these successes, whites continued to resist changes in the city's power structure. The limited success of these civil rights demonstrations raised both expectations and growing dissatisfaction, and many less patient activists demanded more and faster change. They in turn reduced their commitment to nonviolent change and adopted a more militant stance. Consequently, in 1968, when insurgents across the country took to the streets en masse in response to the assassination of Dr. Martin L. King Jr., Baltimore too exploded. 6 persons were killed, more than 700 others were injured, and numerous businesses were destroyed over a 6-day period, 8 with damages totaling more than $14 million. Many of the burned-out stores and businesses were white-owned. Some were places that had refused to serve blacks in the past. A day after Baltimore erupted, Governor Spiro Agnew declared martial law and sent in 5,500 National Guardsmen to assist 1,200 city police. Nearly 6,000 arrests were made before order was restored. 9. Several days later, Governor Agnew summoned leaders of the moderate black community, who were exhausted from walking the streets trying to calm the insurgents, to the state capitol. Instead of thanking them, as many of the leaders had expected, the governor berated them as cowards who were secretly allied with the criminals and who shared responsibility for what had occurred. Many of those in attendance walked out, and Agnew refused to allow those who remained to explain themselves. 10. According to one of the attendees, city and state officials sat before this group of black leaders like a white jury sitting in judgment on the slave folk. 11. Mayor Thomas D. Alessandro issued a public statement condemning Agnew's remarks. African Americans and white liberals despised the speech, but some working-class whites throughout Maryland and indeed the country hailed it. Possessing an obvious penchant for hyperbole, the Baltimore Labor Herald went so far as to call Agnew's comments one of the outstanding speeches of the century. 12. Agnew had grown increasingly impatient with black dissidents ever since a ruckus had broken out in Cambridge, Maryland, the previous summer. That July, violence erupted after H. Rap Brown of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, delivered an incendiary speech that renounced nonviolence in favor of black power. When Agnew was given a copy of Brown's speech months later, he was appalled by the rhetoric and even more dismayed that Maryland's moderate black leadership did not share his sentiments. 13. Without any evidence, Agnew believed that Stokely Carmichael 14 was the prime instigator behind the 1968 Baltimore uprising, and he accused Baltimore's black leaders of lacking the courage to condemn him and his destructive agenda. Blaming the upheaval on outside agitators, Agnew ignored the festering social, economic, and political ills behind the violence. His handling of the situation was indicative of the way the white establishment had historically dealt with Baltimore's black political leadership in particular and black concerns in general. Moreover, by 1968 Agnew was fed up with black protesters. Case in point, when 450 black students from historically black Bowie State College marched on the State House to see the governor, demanding improved dormitories and classrooms, Agnew refused to see them and called for the state police. More than 200 students were arrested. To make matters worse, Agnew ordered the troops to proceed immediately to Bowie State, where they arrived at 7 in the evening to shut down the college, giving the remaining students 5 minutes to vacate their dormitories and leave the campus. 15. Despite the presence of the NAACP, Corps, and the Urban League, for the most part black leaders were not taken seriously and black socio-economic conditions lagged significantly behind those of whites. For example, while the poverty rate for whites in Baltimore was about 10% in 1960, it was roughly 3 times that for blacks. In 1960, 5,218 families with nearly 18,000 children were on welfare. 10 years later, 26,666 families with 77,000 children, 5 times as many were on the dole. During the 1960s, Baltimore was a city in disrepair. Sergeant Roger Nolan, a veteran of the Baltimore Police Department since 1967, explained that when he returned to Baltimore in 1964 after serving 4 years in the Marine Corps, he saw a city that had been taken over by heroin. Unemployment in the black community was high, and it was the first time that I saw abandoned buildings and homes all over the place. 16. A survey conducted in 1965 found several disturbing patterns concerning the poor and working class in Baltimore. 17. The survey found that the poor belonged to families in which undereducation was a generational pattern, as members dropped out soon after completing elementary school. They felt more oppressed by and suspicious of civilian authorities than helped by them, and they felt underserved in terms of schools, fire protection, sanitation, recreation, healthcare, and police protection. The point about police protection is especially noteworthy, because from March 1969 to March 1970, violent crime in Baltimore rose 7.3%, a development that was not lost on the rest of the country. The Federal Law Enforcement Assistance Administration ranked Baltimore highest in the nation in violent crime. In 1970, 3/4 of the crimes perpetrated in the state of Maryland took place in Baltimore. 18. Dr. King's assassination, the inferior status to which Baltimore's black leadership had been consigned by the white elite, and the deteriorating quality of life for the city's black residents signaled the decline of the traditional civil rights movement and ushered in an era of greater urgency. Out of this era sprang groups such as the Republic of New Africa, the Soul School, the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS, the Baltimore Defense Committee 19, and of course the Baltimore Black Panthers. Panthers in Baltimore. Warren Hart, a man considerably older than the typical Panther recruit, founded the Baltimore branch of the Black Panther Party in the fall of 1968, with the branch's first office located in a row house on Eager Street in East Baltimore. Less than a year after Hart opened the office, he was accused of operating the Baltimore branch as a social club. The branch was experiencing financial troubles, money was disappearing from the group's coffers, and records were sloppily kept. Eddie Conway recalls being concerned about how the office was being run and reporting this to national headquarters. Conway said, "The office was not being run in a professional manner. People were entering and roaming about the office without any supervision, people were having parties, playing loud music. All of this was taking place on Hart's watch. When I informed national headquarters about these issues, Donald Cox, Henry Mitchell, and a white lawyer named Arthur Turco came to inspect the office in the summer of 1969.20. Cox, Mitchell, officer of the day of the Harlem branch, and Turco showed up unexpectedly on the 4th of July. Mitch, as Mitchell was affectionately called, recalls the day Cox informed him that he was to accompany Cox and Arthur Turco to Baltimore. Mitch had been helping set up the Brooklyn office when he got a call and was told to return to the Harlem office. Mitch didn't know what to think, but he kept quiet and followed orders. Mitch remembers that no one spoke for what seemed like an hour as the three drove to Baltimore. He began wondering if he had done something wrong. Halfway there, DC Cox told me that we were going to Baltimore to make sure the office was running properly and that people were doing what they were supposed to be doing. 21. Hart had given everyone in the office the day off. Suffice to say the Baltimore Panthers were caught slightly off guard when the three men arrived. Steve McCutcheon recalls being surprised to see Cox, Mitchell, and Turco at the front door. Nervous, McCutcheon frisked all three men for weapons. I patted them down. Every one of them was packing and I missed all their pieces. In the course of inspecting the office, Cox dressed down Hart for his lack of leadership and busted him down to Panther, and that evening Hart left the office and never returned. Days later, Donald Vaughan, a Hart loyalist, submitted a petition, supposedly given to him by Hart, to have Hart reinstated as defense captain. McCutcheon then contacted the regional headquarters in New York and was told if Hart was allowed back into the office the entire branch would be expelled. Years later some members claimed that Hart worked for the National Security Agency and that his plan was to start a branch in Baltimore with the intention of infiltrating the Central Committee in Oakland. After Hart's exit, Mahoney Keybe served as interim defense captain until August 1969, when John Clark, who had been active in the organization in Los Angeles, but was on assignment in New York at the time, was ordered to Baltimore to head up the office. 22. The Baltimore Black Panthers brought a sense of militancy that resonated with many blacks. According to one black resident, "The Panthers are the only brothers who can deal with the white man on any terms necessary, they're not scared to stand up and tell the honkies where to go." 23 Paul Coates, who joined the party after 3 years of military service including 19 months in Vietnam, said, "I began thinking about the Panthers in 1969. I set out to join the Republic of New Africa in Washington, D.C., but discovered that the group had moved out of the district. I also considered SNCC, but I was never able to find their office. Ultimately I decided to become a Panther. I felt that the party was doing things that would have an impact on the lives of the people." 24 Nana Njinga, Conway, Niamakai, who had been associated with the Soul School, explained her attraction to the Black Panthers in these terms. "I felt the need to help my people, be involved with people who had the ability to teach me about myself and the plight of black people, find some group dedicated to moving the black community forward." 25. The attraction most aspiring members felt toward the Panthers in Baltimore was for the most part genuine and substantive. Connie Felder, a graduate of Edmondson High School in West Baltimore, joined the party at 19 because I believed in the cause. 26 Where some in California may have joined the party because of a fascination with the gun, this was probably not the case in Baltimore. This is not to say that there weren't those who were infatuated with the gun. McCutcheon acknowledged that when he initially joined the Panthers he was naive and did not fully understand what the Black Panther Party was about. He remembers reading an issue of the Black Panther newspaper and seeing the 10-point program, but he also readily admits that seeing the illustrations of black men with guns appealed to him. 27 The Baltimore Panthers did possess weapons, but only for the purpose of protecting the black community. Defense Captain Clark maintained that the Panthers would use their guns if and when confronted by the police. "We will never initiate an attack against a police officer." 28. Where the Baltimore Panthers obviously mirrored the national headquarters was in organizational layout. The Baltimore Panthers followed the hierarchical structure set forth by the Central Committee in Oakland. The hierarchy included Defense Captain, Lieutenant of Information, Lieutenant of Education, Lieutenant of Finance, Communications Secretary, and Officer of the Day. 29 Below them were the rank and file. By midsummer 1969, Steve McCutcheon, Lil Masai, was the Lieutenant of Information, Chaka Zulu was Lieutenant of Education, Sherry Brown was Lieutenant of Finance, Reva White was Communications Secretary, and Larry Wallace was the Officer of the Day. By late spring/summer 1970 Bellotti had replaced McCutcheon, who was at that time performing party functions in another state. Connie Felder replaced Reva White as Communications Secretary and Paul Coates took over as Defense Captain, replacing John Clark, who had been abducted by bounty hunters with the assistance of the Baltimore Police Department, and taken to Los Angeles where he supposedly was wanted on a weapons charge. Education was highly valued within the Black Panther Party, and political education classes were held regularly. Nana Njinga, Conway, Niamakai explains that there were political education classes Panthers offered to the community from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. and political education classes strictly for members of the branch that started at 8:00. Special emphasis was placed on reading. Mao Zedong's Red Book and the autobiography of Malcolm X were used to heighten the political consciousness of the organization's members. Mao Zedong had been our inspiration, said Paul Coates. He was the symbol of achievement. Huey and Bobby read his works and used some of Mao's ideas as the basis for the Panthers. 31 The works of Frantz Fanon, Che Guevara, and Karl Marx were also required reading for new recruits. In keeping with the party line espoused by the Central Committee, the Baltimore Panthers called for the eradication of capitalism. One Panther was quoted in the News American as saying that the capitalistic system must be replaced, it must be destroyed. The present American economic system is the main factor in causing millions of blacks to suffer. 32. The majority of the Baltimore Panthers were primarily in their late teens and early 20s, whereas members at the national level were more varied in age. 33 Nearly all the Baltimore Panthers were products of working-class families. A few were college students, but most were high school students, some of whom worked in the service, retail, and industrial sectors of the city. Several of them attended some of Baltimore's most highly regarded public high schools. At least 2 Panthers had been students at Polytechnic High School in East Baltimore, an institution known for science, math, and technology, while several others attended Forest Park High School in West Baltimore. The Baltimore Panthers were secretive about their actual membership. "We don't speak in numbers," said Clark. "We think all black people are potentially Black Panthers." 34. Some argued that the reason the Panthers would not disclose details about the membership is because the figures were not as impressive as they would have had outsiders believe. In the late 1960s, the Justice Department estimated that there were only 1,000 Panthers in the entire country. 35 If true, this finding is interesting in light of J. Edgar Hoover's claim that the Black Panther Party represented the greatest internal threat to the security of the United States. 36. In keeping with the objectives of the organization, the Baltimore branch immersed itself in community service projects, but the Baltimore Panthers did not patrol or monitor the police like their comrades on the West Coast did. This may be in part because, unlike California, Maryland law prohibited the carrying of guns openly. Moreover, police patrols were discouraged after Huey Newton was charged with shooting Officer Donald Frey in 1967. The Baltimore branch did provide the community with an array of services. Among them was a clothing giveaway. The Panthers also served as an ombudsman for many of the community's residents. 37 For example, when one lady fell ill and was unable to work, the Panthers took her to the Department of Social Services and acted as her spokesperson, and as a result she received the necessary funds. On another occasion, when an elderly woman was on the verge of being evicted from her apartment for falling behind on her rent, the Panthers provided the money. Out of this developed an initiative whereby the Panthers supplied welfare mothers and other poor residents with monies to help with rent and other subsidies. Sherry Brown remembers that sometime between late 1971 and early 1972, one of the Comrades decided that residents who were short on cash or were unable to pay their bills should be able to walk into the Panthers office and get help. 38 The Panthers also had plans to start a free health clinic, but for a variety of reasons, the project never got off the ground. However, the Panthers did provide a local coalition with medical equipment in order to help launch the founding of the People's Health Clinic, which till this day is still located at Greenmount Avenue and 33rd Street in East Baltimore. It is also important to mention that the Baltimore branch operated a free breakfast program, which was mandated by the national headquarters. Instituted in 1969, the program was carried out with the help of local grocers who were amenable to the Panthers' request for foodstuffs. Bobby Seale made it clear that each and every branch was to have a breakfast program, and Baltimore's program operated in at least 3 different locations at various times from 1969 through 1971. The program briefly operated at a church on Edmondson Ave, out of Sharp Street Memorial United Methodist Church on Edding Street, and at St. Martin de Porres Recreation Hall at 901 Eager Street, where the program hit its stride. On a given day at Martin de Porres one might find more men than women cooking and serving children their meals. At about 7:30 a.m. children trickled in to eat a balanced breakfast before making their way to school. Community worker Glenda Conway has fond memories of the breakfast program. Said Conway, "After Eddie and I got off work we would pick kids up at their home, drive them to the breakfast program where we would serve the kids cold cereal on some days and sausage, eggs, grits, fruit, milk and juice on other days. After the kids had eaten we would take them to school. We served a balanced breakfast." 39. The Panthers claim to have fed as many as 200 children a day. 40 FBI documents show the number to be significantly lower than that. About the breakfast program, Clark said, "The local merchants don't really want to do this, but we feel that since they make their living off of the poor people it shouldn't be too much to ask that they put a few dollars back into the community to feed hungry children. If they refuse to donate, we throw up a picket line and urge black people not to patronize them. They know that if blacks don't buy from them they'll have to close their doors. Eventually, they do participate in the program." 41. The idea of picketing as a way of getting merchants to support the Panthers' breakfast program was encouraged by the national headquarters in Oakland. 42. Most of the supplies given to the Panthers were done so voluntarily without the threat of a picket. Donations of various kinds were given, including supplements and the like. On at least one occasion the Carroll Chemical Company, as reported in the Baltimore Sun, purportedly gave the Panthers a shipment of vitamins. 43. Picketing was not only used to pressure merchants into supporting the Panthers' survival program, but it was done to get store owners to change store policy. J.J. Brill's, a store located on Pennsylvania Ave, was once the subject of a boycott when the Panthers learned that not only were customers being mistreated, but the store was selling bad meat. 44. Soon after the breakfast program was started in Baltimore, the Panthers implemented a free lunch program during the summer months for children of grammar school age through preteen. 45. When the Panthers started the lunch program, they served lunch and then attempted to give the children liberation lessons. They soon learned that the children would not sit still for lectures or films after they had eaten, so the Panthers subsequently reversed the schedule so that the lessons came before lunch. According to Eddie Conway, one of the Panthers' more ambitious enterprises was the establishment of a food coop on Biddle Street in East Baltimore. Given the state of some of the city's black communities and the exorbitant prices charged by some of Baltimore's corner stores, the short-lived food co-op was a welcome addition. The Panthers were always looking to lend a helping hand. Sherry Brown remembers that sometime during the summer of 1969 the Panthers received a large donation from a company that manufactured baby formula. According to Brown, there were cases of it stacked up all over our Eden Street office. We had so much of it that it took us months to distribute it throughout the community. Among the established programs that the Panthers sponsored was the free legal clinic, which was a great way to familiarize members in the community with the law. Panthers would instruct people on how to interact with the police when pulled over or what to do when faced with an arrest. Sometimes when residents found themselves in a rent dispute with their landlord they would call on the Panthers for assistance. The breakfast and lunch programs came under intense scrutiny. J. Edgar Hoover in nearby Washington, D.C., and officials from the Baltimore Police Department accused the Panthers of using the breakfast and lunch programs as a front for indoctrinating children with Panther propaganda. Clark maintained that nothing could be further from the truth. They think we teach the kids to kill whitey. We try to educate the children as to what our 10-point platform is all about. It's true that we have told them that in order for the black people to survive we have to take up guns for self-defense. We see nothing wrong in that. Their minds must be prepared now so that they will understand the struggle. 46. Like other branches, the primary source of income for the Baltimore office came from selling its newspaper, the Black Panther, at 25 cents a copy. Indeed, pressure to sell the Black Panther was extremely high since it was the organization's lifeblood. Once Clark took over as defense captain, the Panthers claimed to have sold 5,000 to 7,000 copies a week. 47 Nana Njinga, Conway, Nyamakai recalls hawking the paper back in the day. I would spend nearly 6 hours a day on the street selling the paper. The corner of Howard and Lexington Streets was a good spot for selling the paper because of the high volume of foot traffic. 48. Before Clark arrived in Baltimore, some members were not as vigilant about hawking the newspaper. According to McCutcheon, some Panthers would take maybe 20 to 30 papers from the office and return 4 to 5 days later not having sold all the papers. All of this changed when Clark arrived. 49. The Black Panther was not the only source of funding, but it was the most dependable. The Panthers also received donations from local businesses from time to time. The Baltimore branch also received requests to fill speaking engagements. Some within the Baltimore leadership did not view speaking engagements as a practical endeavor, especially engagements outside the metropolitan area. We've got to get the message across to the brothers and sisters right here in the colony. It's not worth it to us to spend a lot of time traveling around to give talks. We found that 4 or 5 of our top people were killing entire days talking with people on the outside, said Clark. 50 Given the shoestring budget the Panthers had to work with, Clark's logic seems ill-founded. On occasion, when the branch was in serious need of money, Professor Fred Pincus recalls that Friends of the Panthers, a group he helped create, would help arrange speaking engagements for the Panthers at major colleges such as West Virginia University. 51 The majority of the invitations, however, were from schools within Maryland including Frostburg State College, Morgan State College, Johns Hopkins University, Coppin State College, and the Community College of Baltimore as well as Catonsville Community College and the University of Maryland, College Park. High school students would try to secure Panthers as speakers, but once school officials got wind of the invitations, many were rescinded. The Panthers did have enough wherewithal to use radio to communicate with the people of Baltimore. Russ Johnson at web and radio station WSID were especially receptive to having the Panthers as guests. The appearance of a Panther on a radio show often elicited tremendous caller response. On occasion the exchange would become heated and in no time at all the program would be inaudible because the guest and caller would refuse to allow the other to speak, which made for good theater but did not provide a great deal of educational enrichment. As mentioned earlier, unlike some other groups, the Baltimore branch did not get consistent or substantial financial support from philanthropists. There were a few exceptions to this rule. In 1969, when the chapter was experiencing financial hardship, a group of professors at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, UMBC, provided donations of various amounts. On another occasion the Panthers received $8,000 from the Catholic Archdiocese of Baltimore earmarked specifically for the breakfast program. 52 For the most part, the Baltimore Panthers relied on the sale of its newspaper, books, and other Panther literature. Political harassment in Baltimore. Like many other dissident left-wing organizations in America, the Black Panther Party was not permitted to enjoy a peaceful existence free from government harassment. In 1967, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover established COINTELPRO, a counterintelligence program designed to neutralize leftist organizations and those Hoover considered subversive. According to an internal agency memo from Hoover, the purpose of this program is to expose, disrupt, and otherwise neutralize the New Left, their leadership and adherents. Among the program's objectives was the destruction of the Black nationalist movement in the United States. Said Hoover, agents are instructed to prevent coalitions from forming, to prevent the rise of a messiah, to neutralize potential troublemakers, and to prevent Black nationalist groups from gaining respectability by discrediting them with unfavorable publicity, ridicule, and whatever other means imaginative agents could think up. 53 As a result of Hoover's directive, the Panthers became the victims of manhunts, political trials, and unprovoked shootings, a search and destroy mission. Probably unprecedented in America for its scope and systematic ferocity. To give an idea of how intent the FBI was on destroying the Panthers, 79% of COINTELPRO's actions between 1968 and 1971 were directed against the Black Panther Party. 54. Although Panthers in Baltimore did not walk the streets brandishing weapons like the West Coast Panthers did, they were still subjected to many of the same kinds of politically motivated scare tactics. Glenda Conway submits that she did not see any police harassment until the Panthers got serious about selling the Black Panther newspaper. 55. In 1969, a group of concerned citizens, both black and white, formed the Baltimore Committee for Political Freedom, BCPF, because they feared that the Baltimore Police Department was planning to assassinate Panther leaders in their city, as Fred Hampton and Mark Clark had been in Chicago. The Committee of 40 included William Zinman, an attorney for the Maryland American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, Dr. Peter Rossi of the Department of Social Relations at Johns Hopkins University, Dr. John Mann of the School of Education, the Reverend Chester Viskvire, a chaplain for Johns Hopkins University, and others. According to Viskvire, the committee believed that Police Commissioner Donald Pomerlaw, who considered J. Edgar Hoover a mentor, was engaged in a vendetta against the Panthers. 56. Admittedly, Dean Pappas, a professor at UMBC, at the time remembers thinking that he didn't really believe the police would go after the Panthers in Baltimore like the police had in Chicago, but as a member of the BCPF he thought it prudent to hold a vigil outside Panther offices just in case. In retrospect, the vigil was actually a stupid thing to do on our part because we had not decided what we would do if indeed the police had come crashing down on the Panthers. We had no contingency plan. 57. In a special report on the Panthers in the now defunct News American, reporter John Robinson quotes policeman James K. Wells, the public information officer for the Baltimore Police Department, as saying that there may be individual police officers who hate the Panthers, but the department itself has no vendetta against them. 58. Pomerlaw was a strict law and order man whose background would give some indication as to the type of reception the Panthers could expect. Pomerlaw had been a U.S. Marine lieutenant colonel, a combat commander during the Korean War, and an instructor at the Marine Corps School in Quantico, Virginia, before assuming the post of Baltimore Police Commissioner in 1966. Incidentally, Baltimore's Red Squad, formerly known as the Intelligence Section of the Inspectional Services Division, ISD, was launched on July 1, 1966, coinciding with the date of Pomerlaw's appointment as commissioner. In addition to an organized crime unit, the Intelligence Section housed an anti-subversive squad responsible for gathering information regarding the activities of subversive, extremist, and militant groups. 59. In 1974, 2 years after the Baltimore branch shut down, it was revealed that Pomerlaw had compiled dossiers on the Panthers and anyone else he considered subversive. 60. These dossiers were disseminated locally to intelligence agencies of the U.S. Army, Air Force, and Navy, the Secret Service, and the United States Attorney. Copies of these reports were also shared with the FBI and the mayor of Baltimore. For 16 years, 1966 to 1982, Commissioner Pomerlaw presided over and directed a huge counter-subversive operation, which he also used to intimidate his critics and repress any challenge to the political and social order in Baltimore. Harassment laws, see Appendix, were employed throughout the branch's existence. The typical harassment violations were assault, loitering, and weapons charges. For example, on February 25, 1969, 6 Panthers were arrested for allegedly assaulting police who were arresting a 7th Panther. The 6 Panthers, Gregory Yvonne Fergus, Robert Ford, Charles Butler, Zeke Boyd, Charles Williams Jr., and Alan Salisbury, were accused of obstructing the arrest of Jimmy Foxworth. After witnessing the arrest of Foxworth, for trespassing on a schoolyard and possession of a .38 revolver, the other Panthers went to call a lawyer, and in a matter of seconds squadrons of police pulled up and hauled in the 6. Under orders from the state's attorney's office, several policemen served as sworn witnesses to a list of 8 charges against the Panthers, most notably trespassing, in an attempt to link them with arsonists who were responsible for setting a rash of school fires in Baltimore around that time. A reporter for the Baltimore Sun later discovered that Foxworth had been working for the police department, and at the trial 18 months later, state prosecutors admitted that the Panthers were not guilty and dropped all charges. In the spring of 1969, A Panther rally for which a permit had been obtained was being held in a city park when suddenly there appeared on the scene 10 buses loaded with 400 policemen. 61 Fortunately, the officers were persuaded to leave the scene and position themselves where they would not be visible. Such a show of force may have been an attempt to intimidate Panthers and their supporters. This type of psychological warfare on the part of the police was not an uncommon occurrence at Panther rallies around the country. 62. Psychological games were a common tactic of the Baltimore Police Department. 63 A similar event occurred on October 13, 1970, when several Panthers participated in a rally protesting the conditions and the substandard medical treatment received by political prisoners in Baltimore and the Maryland State Penitentiary. During the rally, the police again stood by in an apparent attempt to intimidate those in attendance, and, recognizing what the police were trying to do, the people held the rally in an orderly and peaceful manner. When the rally began to attract large numbers of passers-by, the police became infuriated and began snatching signs away from people. When this did not provoke anyone, the police singled out one participant and demanded that he stop the rally. When the gentleman explained that it was not his rally to stop, the police started clubbing him with nightsticks. Upon seeing this, the crowd began to disperse. By the end of the night 19 persons were arrested, 3 of whom were Panthers. The following day 3 more Panthers were arrested and charged with disorderly conduct and inciting a riot, and held on $25,000 bond. 64. There is some evidence that the police tried to stunt the development of the Baltimore branch by arresting and incarcerating its members. Early on, a few members of the Panthers wore the signature uniform of the organization, which included a black leather jacket and beret, but they discontinued the practice because the police could easily identify them. John L. Clark was arrested 5 times between September 1969 and July 1970. Paul Coates says he was arrested at least 15 times for everything you can imagine from parking tickets to attempted murder. 65 On other occasions, the FBI would arrange for police to release one of a group of Panthers that had been arrested together or single out one Panther for special treatment, then spread the rumor that the beneficiary had cooperated. One of the most noteworthy arrests of a Panther occurred in August of 1970 when Clark was taken to Los Angeles and charged with illegal possession of a deadly weapon. 66 Sherry Brown remembers the day Clark was picked up. Although I did not witness the actual event, I learned shortly thereafter that bounty hunters walked up to Clark while he was in the courthouse and snatched him up in the presence of some other Panthers. When I heard this, I was angry at my comrades for allowing this to happen. I think and have always thought that bounty hunters are the scum of the earth. 67 Will Joyner, who was present when Clark was picked up, can appreciate Brown's position, but maintains that there was nothing that he and his comrades could do. Recounting that day's events, Joyner explains, Clark got called down to the courthouse for something minor. Myself and a few other comrades accompanied him along with attorney William Kunstler. Out of nowhere came 3 bounty hunters who grabbed Clark as we were passing through the lobby. Just as we were coming to Clark's defense, police officers intervened on behalf of the bounty hunters. Kunstler looked at me and said, "Don't let this go down." But there was nothing we could do. 68 According to one former Panther, the arrest of the Panther leader left a leadership vacuum that proved to have a far-reaching impact on the branch during the remainder of its existence. All of the Panthers with whom I spoke thought Clark was a strong leader. Connie Felder believes that the chapter was never the same after Clark was shipped back to California. The police went to great lengths to put the Panthers out of business. No tactic was too underhanded and no infraction was too minor. 70 On one occasion, as a party member walked toward his car, several police cruisers converged on him, arrested him, and charged him with failure to have a driver's license and registration card in his possession, a questionable charge since he was not driving. In addition, in the winter of 1969, as several police officers looked on, the Baltimore Gas and Electric Company turned off gas service to a Panther house by digging up the street and shutting off the main valve. 69 It turned out that the dwelling was not a Panther residence but the home of Malika Agraz, a private citizen and mother of a 7-month-old child. Agros maintained that her service was cut off as part of a plan to neutralize the Black Panthers. A company spokesperson said her electricity was disconnected after it was learned that her home was being used for Panther activity and not exclusively as a private home, a direct violation of the terms specified in her agreement with the company. The same spokesperson admitted that information on the use of Agros's house was gathered from newspaper reports, a Black Panther free breakfast poster affixed to her door, and information from company employees. Another company official claimed it had no problems with the Panthers per se, the issue was the breach of contract. Agros acknowledged that she was not a Black Panther but did allow members of the group to use her house, which was in the same block as the party's headquarters. 70. When Baltimore Sun reporters suggested that there might be an ulterior motive on the part of the gas company, a spokesman for Baltimore Gas and Electric commented that there might be some feeling that we are picking on the Black Panthers, but this is not correct. We are not engaged in an effort to put the Black Panthers out of business. 71. The fact that 4 days earlier service had also been disconnected at an apartment where several Panthers were known to frequent casts serious doubt on that claim. The second type of law employed extensively to repress the Baltimore branch was the public order law that, simply put, prohibits disturbing the peace. Numerous Panthers were arrested for allegedly violating public order laws, which was relatively easy because police possess an enormous amount of discretion in enforcing these laws. 72. A perfect example was the arrest of a Panther charged with disorderly conduct, assault, and resisting arrest when he refused a policeman's order to stop selling the Panthers newspaper in front of the Baltimore Civic Center. On another occasion, several Panthers were arrested on suspicion of killing a police officer after patrolman Donald Sager was killed and his partner Stanley Sierakowski was wounded in a deadly sniper attack. No gunman was identified at the scene, but Baltimore police officials suspected the Panthers on general principle. 73. The police commissioner admitted that although he had no evidence, the persons who would commit this crime must belong to some sort of radical group. 74. One important incident of repression by a political law was the securing of a 10-day injunction on May 1, 1970, against the distribution of the Panthers newspaper. The state attorney general and the police department's legal advisor, Bernard L. Silbert, argued that the newspaper advocated the killing of police officers. In an accompanying affidavit, the two state officials claimed that the Panther newspaper played an important part in the ambush of 2 policemen and will continue to present an immediate danger to the lives, health, and well-being of members of the department. Refusal to comply with the order, Attorney General Francis Birch said, can result in imprisonment for contempt of court. 75. 45 high-echelon officers of the police department were deputized to enforce the injunction, a number which Sheriff Frank J. Pelz admitted was a bit unusual. I don't know of any time previously that this has been the case in Baltimore, he noted. 76. David L. Glenn, executive director of the city's Community Relations Commission, criticized Commissioner Pomerlaw for seeking the injunction. Said Glenn, "There are plenty of right-wing groups in the city whose literature tells people to kill niggers and I don't see the police going after them. We have been bothered by hate literature for years and years. I don't see any difference between literature that urges people to kill policemen and literature that wants Negroes killed." 77. In response to the assertion that the Panthers represented a threat and an immediate danger to the well-being of the police department, National Corps leader Roy Innes submitted, "Black Panthers are no threat in Baltimore. You have never heard of them burning police stations or threatening the police. Law enforcement agents all over the country consistently have involved themselves in a massive conspiracy. At present they are using the Panthers as a foil to increase their power to suppress." 78. Sergeant Nolan, a veteran of the Baltimore Police Department for nearly 40 years, remembers that the Panthers were nonviolent. They were more interested in community service programs, not in committing crimes or provoking the police like some Panthers in other parts of the country. 79. On the issue of covert intelligence, a number of incidents were uncovered in which political intelligence mechanisms were employed to neutralize the Baltimore branch. In December 1969, Investigative reporting by the Baltimore Sun and the News American revealed that the police had installed a movie camera in a building across the street from Panther headquarters and had engaged in round-the-clock surveillance. 80 When this discovery was made, police admitted photographing Panthers and placing their pictures on bulletin boards in precinct stations, but they denied any use of videotape. Chester Viskvire says that when the Panthers learned of this surveillance, it put many of them on guard and fostered paranoia within the Chapter 81. McCutcheon disagrees with Viskvire's assessment and states that we were not necessarily paranoid. Rather, police activities simply made us more aware of our external circumstances. 82. The role of government surveillance of leftist groups is well documented. Sociologists Doug McAdam and Kelly Moore 83 submit that it is difficult to overestimate the divisive internal effect that government surveillance had on insurgents. Oftentimes, suspicion reduced morale and led to unfounded accusations. Over the course of the branch's existence, as far as this author could ascertain, local, state, and federal law enforcement infiltrated the branch by strategically placing at least 4 informants/agents provocateurs within Panther offices in Baltimore. 84 The use of informants and infiltrators by law enforcement has proved to be an effective way to neutralize radical groups. Police infiltrators are afforded the luxury of behaving extremely militantly and even engaging in illegal activity because they know that for the most part they will be protected from prosecution. Basing their actions on this assumption and hoping to please their superiors, agents/informants often concoct outrageous schemes, foment dissension, provoke others to commit crimes, or commit crimes themselves in order to disrupt an organization or provide testimony in court. 85 The job of one informant was to disrupt what was already a tenuous alliance between the Baltimore Panthers and the Students for a Democratic Society, SDS. This informant was instructed to portray SDS as an elite corps of chauvinistic whites who wanted to exploit the BPP. These efforts must have succeeded. An August 26, 1969, memo reported that BPP members have been instructed not to associate with SDS members or attend any SDS affairs. Another memo reported that an officer of the Baltimore chapter name deleted was expelled from the chapter for his association with an SDS member. 86. Because the business of espionage is a clandestine one, it is difficult to determine exactly how many informants infiltrated the local branch. A study by Frank J. Donner would seem to suggest that this work has conservatively estimated the number of informants used to foil Panther activities. Donner notes that of the police departments he studied, no department placed so heavy an emphasis on informers as a way of neutralizing dissident groups as did Baltimore's Inspectional Services Division. 87 The extent to which large sections of FBI documents on the Baltimore branch have been redacted suggests that the office may have been infested with agents provocateurs, adding further weight to Donner's findings. According to Gary Marks, the use of agents can be seen as a device whereby police may take action consistent with their own sense of justice and morality, independent of the substantive or procedural requirements of the law. 88 Because intelligence operations are by nature secret, considerable damage can be done to an unpopular yet legal group without necessarily evoking legal sanctions. While the Baltimore branch may not have been infiltrated to the degree other branches were, the infiltration that did occur was made possible by 2 factors. Because new recruits are the lifeblood of most organizations and because Panthers were constantly being jailed, the branch was forced to accept new members as a way of replenishing membership. Second, because being a Panther was an extremely dangerous undertaking, few individuals were overly zealous to join an organization where they would be risking their lives on a daily basis. Indeed, Michael Newton notes that coming out of the civil rights movement many blacks were still too conservative or too afraid to adopt the Panther Party as a vehicle for reform. 89 Hence, in some ways the Panthers could not be as selective and discerning when it came to reviewing applications as other left-wing or civil rights organizations could be, for the applicant pool was never an abundant one. In 1969, Panther leaders began to purge members who were thought to be working against the interests of the party. This purge was apparently in part related to infiltration of the organization. The names of purged members were subsequently printed in the party's newspaper with the admonition that they are not to be associated with or let into any Black Panther office anywhere. 90 later, the organization took a more serious approach to curtail infiltration. It placed a moratorium on new members. While this tactic undoubtedly prevented agents provocateurs from gaining entry into the party, it did little to thwart the efforts of those informants already in the organization. Infiltration proved valuable in creating mistrust and dissension within the branch. Fear of informers was sufficient, in many cases, to generate a climate of mistrust needed to precipitate serious internal problems. Sociologist Gary Marks cites a 1970 memo in which FBI agents were instructed to plant in the hands of Panthers phony documents, on FBI stationery, that would lead them to suspect one another of being police informers. Subsequently, several Panthers were expelled, justly or unjustly, because they were suspected to be police informants. 91. Despite the small size of the Baltimore branch, it was subjected to an excessive amount of violent repression, and not even children were spared harassment by the police. One morning breakfast was interrupted at the Martin de Porres Hall by police officers who entered with guns drawn. They walked around with their guns drawn and looked real mean. The children felt terrorized by the police. They were like gangsters and thugs, said a Panther spokesman. 92. Raids, which are the primary method of violent repression, seldom occurred, but when they did they were carried out en masse. Most notably, on May 1, 1970, police staged numerous raids on known Panther offices and homes. According to the Baltimore Police Department's own newsletter, 17 Baltimore homes, offices, and night spots were raided, with approximately 150 heavily armed policemen wearing bulletproof vests participating. By comparison, according to one study, only 5 raids were carried out against the Oakland office from 1966 to 1971. The Baltimore May 1 raids resulted in 4 party members being arrested on weapons charges and 6 members arrested for the murder of Panther Eugene Lee Anderson, a suspected informant. 93 who, according to reports, had been tortured by having boiling water poured on him before he was driven to Leakin Park in West Baltimore and shot to death. Fortunately, the 1248 North Gay Street office went unscathed. During this time groups of local youths, both black and white, as well as members of the ACLU held a vigil in front of the Panthers' Gay Street office as a show of support and with the hopes that their presence might discourage additional police repression. Paul Coates recalls that during this period when we were under siege there were groups of people who slept on the sidewalk for 2 weeks, creating a barrier between the police and our house. Whether or not the presence of these Panther sympathizers is the reason the Gay Street dwelling went unharmed is difficult to say for certain, but their actions didn't hurt. Several days later in a bail hearing, police detectives indicated that all evidence in the Panther murder case had been assembled 3 months prior to the arrests. Curiously, detectives refused to give reasons for the delay in conducting the raids. The presiding judge inexplicably refused to entertain any argument that the police may have been seeking to avenge the recent death of a fellow police officer for which Panthers Marshal Eddie Conway, James Powell, and Jack Johnson were eventually convicted. 94 Donald Vaughn, Arnold Loney, and Mahoney Keeby were alleged participants in Anderson's slaying, and all 3 were produced by the FBI as witnesses to the crime and turned over to the Baltimore's Red Squad. 95 The police named Arthur Turco as the mastermind behind Anderson's execution. The main discrepancy in the case concerned the identity of the body suspected to be that of Anderson. After a skeleton was discovered buried in a park, a local examiner determined it was that of a white man, aged 25 to 30, 96, who had died of a drug overdose. But when the remains made their way to the FBI laboratory in Washington, the body became that of Eugene Lee Anderson, a black man, aged 20, killed by a shotgun blast. 97 The final indictments, delayed for half a year after the discovery of the disputed skeleton, came after U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell huddled with ranking Baltimore officials. Prosecutors sought federal advice on how to deal with Panther cases, but what they learned from Mitchell was that the FBI had done more harm than good for the state's case. When finally hauled into court, witness Mahoney Kebe lied so outrageously that the trial judge ordered him removed from the stand and his testimony stricken from the record. The Panther named as Anderson's executioner was promptly acquitted, whereupon the state offered compromise deals to the remaining defendants. All refused, forcing the district attorney to admit in open court that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute 7 of those accused. Paul Coates remembers that attorney Larry Gibson demolished the state's case by exposing it as a conspiracy. All charges were dismissed against the 7 and drastically reduced charges were substituted for the remaining defendants. Not everyone escaped the government's wrath, though. Irving Young, a community worker, was eventually convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to jail, where he served 5 years. 98. That a small branch like Baltimore was subjected to such excessive acts of violent repression is interesting for 3 reasons. 1. While relations between the police and the black community in Baltimore were by no means amicable, the relationship was not as volatile as it was in places like Los Angeles, Chicago, and Oakland. Unlike the police departments in those cities, Baltimore did not have a long-standing history of corruption or a reputation for excessive force and brutality against blacks, although these things did occur. 2. Repression in the United States is primarily legalistic. Given the relatively small size of the branch, the use of massive amounts of violent repression against the Baltimore Panthers was probably unnecessary, as other tactics could have proved just as effective. Third, as Isaac Balbus argues, in the United States, elites are constrained by certain norms and procedures, 99 one of which is that repression is typically implemented when there is massive intolerance of the minority group on the part of the majority. When intolerance becomes widespread, there are demands for repression, demands to which policymakers usually accede. For example, during the 1950s, the Communist Party and its suspected sympathizers were subjected to significant repression, and there seemed to be a great deal of support among the general public for such actions. 100. Another norm is that repression is usually employed only when there is a clear and present danger to that society's way of life. Even then, conventional wisdom holds that repression is meted out in proportion to the perceived or actual threat. In other words, the amount of repression should not exceed the level of threat posed by the minority group. When government officials fail to adhere to these norms and procedures, unwanted attention is drawn to their efforts to squash dissent, which in turn increases the number of sympathizers for the subjects under attack. 101 Such was the case in the raid and shootout in Los Angeles and the raid in Illinois that resulted in the deaths of Chicago Panther Fred Hampton and Mark Clark of the Peoria branch. A major segment of the public became outraged at these overt acts of political repression and began to question government actions against the Panthers. The same held true in Baltimore. When the community heard about the May 1 raids, blacks and whites alike were furious at the indiscriminate manner in which those raids were carried out. As a result, a group of concerned citizens under the auspices of the Interdenominational Ministers' Alliance issued the following statements. 1. Persons who are to be apprehended should be approached and arrested without fanfare. 2. There should be no attempt to attribute the actions of a few to the total black community. 3. There should be an end to the harassment and intimidation of whole neighborhoods in searching for alleged law violators, and 4. The mayor and the governor should impress upon the commissioner the fact that the black community is to be treated equally and fairly in matters related to police activities. 102. There are perhaps 4 reasons that could account for the excessively violent tactics levied against the Baltimore branch. First, there is the possibility that raids were launched because the purge and moratorium put in place by Panther leadership proved to be an effective countermeasure against government infiltration, leaving law enforcement without any clue as to what the Panthers were doing or planning. Second, law enforcement may have feared that the Baltimore Panthers, with their program for creating public awareness and heightening people's level of consciousness, were politicizing those who for many years accepted the status quo and remained docile. There is some evidence that support for the Black Panther Party was transcending racial, class, gender, and to some extent ideological lines. Said one white businessman, White people must stop evading the fact that we are to blame for the conditions that produced the Panthers. 103. It should also be noted that the Panthers often held colloquia and workshops with members of the community to discuss problems with the police and other matters. On December 20, for example, the open meeting to help stop political repression of the Panthers convened at a local venue, where attorney William Zinman, Nancy Henley, a psychologist from UMBC, and Steve McCutcheon were the featured panelists. When Henley, now a retired professor, was asked why she participated in this forum, she responded, "I saw what the police were doing to Panthers in other cities. I wanted to make others aware so that it wouldn't happen in Baltimore." 104. Students of repression argue that governments are more likely to repress those groups that give the impression of making inroads into other communities as opposed to groups whose support is confined to those that consider themselves outside the mainstream. 105. Third, at the very least there may have been some concern on the part of the powers that be that with Baltimore's black population steadily increasing, the number of Panthers, as well as their allies, supporters, and sympathizers, might also increase. Indeed, a 1970 poll of African Americans living in New York, San Francisco, Detroit, Baltimore, and Birmingham revealed that 62% of blacks polled admired what the Black Panthers were doing. 106 Clearly black attitudes about the Panthers were not monolithic, though. Some were leery of the Panthers. Said one black schoolteacher when asked her opinion of the group, "I think the Panthers are jiving and I'll tell you why. They have too many white women following them around. I went to one of their trials and every one of them seemed to have a white woman on his arm and even their lawyer was white. If they rap about black, then live black. Soon as they get in trouble they yell for Mr. Charlie." 107. Fourth, unlike California, Maryland did not have a state law that permitted individuals to carry guns openly. Hence, some police officers may, strangely enough, have assumed that because Panthers in Baltimore did not carry weapons openly also meant that they did not have weapons, thereby viewing raids of Panther offices in Baltimore to be considerably less risky than in California. An analysis of political repression against the Baltimore Panthers. Legal harassment helped to stymie the Baltimore branch in several different ways. One major result of the abuse of the law was to cause the dissipation of organizational funds and the disruption of its day-to-day activities. When Panthers were arrested, the organization was forced to meet the cost of bail and legal assistance. Anthony Oberschall perceptively notes that the government's strategy appeared to be to tie down movement leaders of the 1960s in costly and time-consuming legal battles which would impede their activities and put a tremendous drain on financial resources regardless of whether the government was successful in court. Between 1967 and 1969, total bail for all those arrested across the country was $4,890,580.108. The Baltimore Panthers incurred at least $350,000 in bail alone in 1970. These funds could have otherwise been used for community service programs and organizational expansion. A second way in which law enforcement neutralized the Panthers was by repressing the ideology of the Black Panther Party. Here, the government attempts to manipulate the public's consciousness so that they accept the ruling ideology and distrust and refuse to be moved by competing ideologies. If the government can convince the overwhelming majority of the people in the United States that left-wing ideologies are evil and un-American, then dissident groups will gain few adherents and eventually die out. The idea that a form of repression could be ideological has its major expositor in the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci. According to Gramsci, those in power keep themselves there not only forcibly, but also by developing a certain set of ideas that become part of the culture, thereby making their rule seem just and inevitable. 109. In the case of the Baltimore Panthers, law enforcement achieved this by engaging in character assassination, which created adverse publicity for the branch. On at least one occasion a Panther was fired from his job as a parking attendant after an FBI agent spoke to his employer. 110 In The Police and the Ghetto, J.C. Cooper notes that undercover police officers acting as informants were responsible for feeding the news media discoloring information about the Black Panther Party, with the result that to this day, most white and black Americans do not know the message that the Panthers were trying to deliver. 111 Moreover, when news reports told of Panthers being arrested for assaulting police officers or torturing and murdering suspected informants, a segment of the public understandably began to view the Panthers as little more than small-time thugs. The alleged torture and murder of a suspected informant months earlier by Panthers in Connecticut did little to make Baltimore residents less suspicious of Panthers in their city. But the public was often not aware of how government officials used negative media campaigns and criminal laws as a pretext to arrest Panthers and suppress organizational activities. The consequence of these practices was that the branch lost support from some segments of the community, both black and white. The Black Panthers are nothing but a bunch of misfits, murderers, and rapists, one white Baltimorean said. The Panthers act too much like a black Ku Klux Klan. I cannot support them, said one longtime African American veteran of the civil rights movement. 112 To convince the public that the Panthers were the victims of malicious governmental repression, the branch was forced to devote a lot of time and energy to finding ways of garnering sympathy and support. The Panthers believed they had to expose the injustices and atrocities of the system by educating black people. 113 Consequently, weekly meetings were held where party members discussed Panther objectives with residents of the local community, like the one on March 20, 1970, where attorney Joseph Forer gave a talk titled "A Lawyer Looks at the New Repression." Speakers from the legal community undoubtedly gave the Panthers some credibility in the eyes of the public. From what this author can ascertain, the extent to which the local police and other law enforcement agencies employed covert tactics against the Baltimore branch paled in comparison to what other Black Panther Party chapters and branches across the country experienced, but it was still disproportionate to the threat posed by the Baltimore Panthers. The national headquarters was the target of a smear campaign whereby government officials would send letters to merchants discouraging them from donating goods and services to the Panthers' breakfast program. The FBI also sent anonymous letters to members in the Bay Area with the purpose of exacerbating existing problems or creating new ones. Communications Secretary Kathleen Cleaver recalled that "We did not know who to believe about what. It was a very bizarre feeling." 114 It is well known that the FBI fueled tensions between the Panthers and other black organizations like the Blackstone Rangers in Chicago and US in Los Angeles. In one memo, Hoover wrote, "The BPP and US, two black extremists groups, are currently feuding. It is important that black extremist groups be kept divided so that their strength is not increased through united action." 115 The police shot at us and pretended the Panthers did it, then shot at the Panthers and pretended it was us. Before the FBI launched its counterintelligence program, the Black Panther Party and us had an amicable relationship and were allies on a number of projects. Dr. Maulana Karenga, leader of us, recalls that we used to do community patrols together. 116. As far as this author can tell, the Baltimore branch was spared this kind of assault, although on November 25, 1968, J. Edgar Hoover sent a letter to an FBI field office in Baltimore stating the following: "In order to fully capitalize upon BPP and US differences as well as to exploit all avenues of creating further dissension in the ranks of the BPP, recipient offices are instructed to submit imaginative and hard-hitting counterintelligence measures aimed at crippling the BPP. Commencing December 2, 1968, and every 2-week period thereafter, each office is instructed to submit a letter under this caption containing counterintelligence measures aimed against the BPP. The bi-weekly letter should also contain accomplishments obtained during the previous 2-week under-captioned program." 117. The letter to the Baltimore field office is interesting because it is not clear that the US organization had a chapter in Baltimore. Nevertheless, almost all the covert activity that the Baltimore branch encountered was surveillance. This involved monitoring Panther activities, tracking the whereabouts of certain members, and staking out Panther headquarters. This may have put some Panthers on guard and made for some tense moments, but it did not disrupt the Panthers' everyday activities in any meaningful way. Although the Baltimore branch may have experienced fewer incidents of repression than other branches, they may have proved to be more crippling given the size of the branch. The countless and frequent arrests of party members served to intimidate potential members as well as current ones. 118 Unlike some other cities like Oakland, San Francisco, Detroit, and Cleveland, Baltimore was not the most radical of urban enclaves. Therefore, it is possible that the list of potential Panther recruits was never as long in Baltimore as it was in some other cities. Because of the government's abuse of power, the Baltimore branch was unable to devote the time and resources needed to build a long-lasting vehicle for social change. Political repression as containment policy. What the Baltimore Panthers were subjected to by local, state, and federal law enforcement jibes with what Fred D. Homer calls containment, which often means intrusion by the government to protect the majority from real or perceived violence and anarchy. Containment does not mean that all people of minority or outgroups will be repressed and harassed at all times. Supposedly, the government is intrusive only when minorities pose a threat, real or imagined, to the social peace of the majority. To a newly recruited Panther stopped for the first time, strip-searched and detained, government intrusion is an instrument of harassment. An activist's 10th trip to the police station and release without charges filed is an act of repression by the government. Thus, from the dissident's perspective, harassment becomes repression when such incidents become more frequent. Constant detention, threats, physical violence, and false accusations may all constitute tactics of repression used to reinforce containment. Whether performed on the innocent or guilty, on an individual for the first time or for the 10th time, the government practices selective random harassment by singling out members of certain minorities and outgroups for mistreatment to prevent contamination of the masses by a subversive anti-establishment minority. Police Commissioner Palmer Law's words and actions represented the epitome of containment policy. Palmer Law saw himself as the savior of Baltimore, the embodiment of righteousness. In addition to black militants, he also targeted anti-war activists, the ACLU, and journalists who were critical of police department procedure. Indeed, radio and television broadcasts were selectively screened for comments or criticisms of the commissioner or the department. Palmer Law viewed his office as a pulpit, and from it he denounced such evils as black militancy, judicial laxity, communism, and lack of patriotism, such as in February 1971 when the commissioner lashed out against participants in a broad-based anti-war demonstration, denouncing them in a hastily called press conference as part of a revolutionary movement which is communist-oriented. Palmer Law viewed the world through Manichean lenses, the good Americans, under his leadership, doing endless battle with evil and unpatriotic subversives like the Black Panthers. In January 1975, in response to a stream of press disclosures of widespread surveillance practices and abuse of power by Palmer Law's unit, the Maryland Senate Committee on Constitutional and Public Law conducted a series of preliminary public hearings to determine whether an investigation was warranted. On February 18, the scheduled date of Palmer Law's appearance before the committee, the panel received a letter announcing his refusal to appear on the grounds that the Senate is being used as an instrument to disrupt the last bastion of order in Baltimore. Ironically, the letter further charged that the entire investigation was not only illegal but immoral, amounting to a daily rehashing of past activity solely based on the statements of those who would like to change our system of government other than by the lawful process of the law. Discussion and conclusion. This chapter has discussed the history and inner workings of the Black Panther Party in Baltimore and how the government sought to render it ineffective. Along the way, the study has helped to both undermine and give strength to a number of long-standing arguments surrounding the Black Panther Party in general. First, as in other cities across the country, factors such as high black unemployment, a poor school system, inferior health care, lack of effective black representation, and a desire for black empowerment helped give rise to the emergence of the Black Panther Party in Baltimore. Second, this study weakens the argument made by some that the Black Panther Party was a loosely run outfit that lacked a solid infrastructure. 119 The Black Panther Party was equipped with a firm infrastructure, starting with its Central Committee, and the organization of the Black Panther Party displayed many of the characteristics of the classic Cotter Party. Third, the support given to the Baltimore branch by segments of the community, both black and white, further undermines the misguided perception that the Black Panther Party was an organization that did not enjoy even moderate support from either the black or white community. 120 The various anti-repression committees formed to assist and protect the Baltimore branch from police harassment and the donations of various kinds given to keep the branch afloat belie that notion. Some of the support the Panthers engendered seemed to have been based on the belief that the Panthers could not be bought off. Law professor Harold A. McDougall writes that the Panthers were seen by many as the only black leaders who had not in some way been co-opted by Baltimore's white city fathers. 121 The socio-economic makeup of the Baltimore Panthers contradicts the notion that the Black Panther Party consisted mainly of thugs and criminals as opposed to high school, college-educated, and working-class individuals engaged in a legitimate search for solutions to the ills that plagued Black America in particular and America in general. The major sources of political violence in America have arisen out of government attempts to suppress left-wing groups. There is little doubt that because of law enforcement's abuse of authority, the Black Panther Party was unable to devote the time, resources, and manpower needed to build a long-lasting political organization. Robert J. Goldstein submits that the fact that the Panthers were black unquestionably added to the repression they faced. Perhaps the most lasting impact of state repression of the Black Panther Party was the effort of the FBI, in conjunction with state and local law enforcement, not only to disrupt the organization but to kill and imprison many of its key members. Between 1968 and 1971, 40 Panthers were supposedly killed by local police around the country. Moreover, there are more Black Panthers in prison than there are from any other left-wing group. Michael Parenti argues that many activists remain in prison not for what they did but for the political beliefs they still hold. 122 Baltimore Panther Marshal Eddie Conway, who continues to maintain his innocence, remains in prison 37 years after he was convicted of killing Patrolman Donald Sager. When the author interviewed the son of the other officer shot that day, Stanley Sierakowski, he remarked, "Even if Conway is indeed guilty of murdering Officer Sager, it would seem that he has more than paid his debt to society." 123. Although repression took its toll on the Black Panther Party, it was not the sole reason for the organization's demise. Other factors include the recruiting of individuals with criminal records and a history of violent behavior, attrition at both the leadership and rank-and-file level, infighting, and waning community support. 124 Individuals with criminal records were especially susceptible to government coercion. For instance, some individuals who happened to be on parole would be pressured by law enforcement to divulge inside information about Panther activities, and in turn law enforcement would agree not to sabotage their parole status. Admittedly, this issue was more problematic for the national office where a number, but certainly not all, of the members were ex-cons, former gang members, and petty criminals. Still other factors include depleted resources and inexperienced leadership. Clearly, political repression played an instrumental role in undermining the activities of the Baltimore branch of the Black Panther Party. The harassment of the Baltimore branch reflected the irrational fear of those in positions of political and economic power that their way of life would end if black rage resulted in the realization of black advancement. In 1972 the organization's Central Committee in Oakland decided to close most of its branches around the country, including the Baltimore office. This decision was made in large part to marshal support for the political candidacies of Bobby Seale for mayor of Oakland and Elaine Brown for city council. Consequently, members of the closed branches were ordered to relocate to Oakland, where they were expected to assist in this effort. Some went to Oakland, but many did not, choosing instead to resign from the party. Sherry Brown remembers going to Oakland hoping to convince the Central Committee to allow the Baltimore office to remain open. His pleas fell on deaf ears, as he was told in no uncertain terms to close down operations in Baltimore and report to duty in Oakland. Brown followed orders, and after all these years he still believes that the decision to consolidate the ranks had more of a crippling effect on the party than did government repression. 125 years later, when Baltimore Panther Paul Coates was interviewed about his experiences as a Panther in Baltimore and the repression that he and his colleagues were subjected to, he offered a reflective response. "Pomerleau was a soldier, like me," he observed. We were in a war. The people he represented felt threatened by me and people like me. He had the advantage because he had more men, who were better trained. We were young, didn't have a large arsenal, and didn't have a lot of combat experience. The outcome was predictable. In the Panthers, we understood that going in. And we did it anyway. 126. 2. Picking up where Robert F. Williams left off, the Winston-Salem branch of the Black Panther Party. Benjamin R. Friedman. Precursors, Greensboro and Charlotte. The history of white resistance to black advancement in North Carolina made the state ripe for a Black Panther unit in the late 1960s. The Ku Klux Klan was active in Tar Heel country, and strict segregation mores were firmly entrenched in the state's culture. When blacks initially began to act in North Carolina, their targets were almost always specific stores or restaurants. While Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had attacked specific businesses in Birmingham and Selma, the goal of his struggle was to attain equal rights for blacks throughout the South. Undoubtedly, North Carolinians also desired black liberation, but their protests were often spontaneous, whereas King-led demonstrations had always been planned. King's goal was to gain the attention of white Northerners through the use of the media and mass action. The goal of black North Carolinians was constant local progress. The civil rights movement in North Carolina began, according to many scholars, in Greensboro on February 1, 1960, when 4 North Carolina A&T students sat down at the local Woolworth's whites-only lunch counter and asked for service. Within 2 months the sit-in protest had spread to 54 cities in 9 states. Later that year in Raleigh, students from across the region created the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, which secured varying levels of desegregation in 100 cities by the end of 1960. Greensboro had always been considered a progressive city. It had been one of the first Southern cities to announce plans to comply with the Brown v. Board of Education decision in 1954. But in reality Greensboro failed to live up to its progressive image, and, along with the rest of the state, had by 1967 instituted policies to circumvent the Brown decision. With the election of Luther Hodges as governor in 1955, North Carolinians had opted for resistance to desegregation. Hodges, although widely considered a moderate at the time, ferociously attacked the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and instituted the Pearsall Plan, which would close public schools if integration was mandated by the federal government. 1 By 1960 tensions in the state were at an all-time high. Greensboro, with its rich black educational tradition, it had perhaps one of the best all-black high schools in the country and several acclaimed black colleges, became a focal point for protest. The sit-in protests revolved around the legality of segregation in privately owned public accommodations, restaurants, hotels, stores, etc. The next governor of North Carolina, Terry Sanford, was widely regarded as more moderate than Governor Hodges, but like Hodges, Sanford viewed the protest movement and its aims with disdain. A report initiated by Sanford in 1964 stated, "It is impossible for the Negro to do his full part to control delinquency and crime while obsessed with a sense of unjust treatment." The report, titled North Carolina and the Negro, documented the progress on desegregation city by city and showed that most cities had become less segregated, but that nearly all these cases were the result of black protest. Clearly, Sanford's conclusion that protest and civil disobedience were not necessary for blacks to gain equal access was dubious. On the contrary, an outsider might deduce that if blacks would engage in further protest they would make further gains. By the mid-1960s, North Carolina A&T College, later University, in Greensboro became the focal point of the radicalization of the civil rights movement in the state. Massive demonstrations became nightly occurrences in the summer of 1963, as A&T and high school students became frustrated with the slow pace of reform. Between May 11 and June 7, 1964, more than 2,000 black youths marched in the evenings through downtown Greensboro. The marches had a new militancy that had been conspicuously absent before, and many were arrested. At one point there were nearly 1,400 protesters in jail. It was during these marches that a young A&T football player and student government president named Jesse L. Jackson emerged and became the leader of the Greensboro movement. Although the protests in Greensboro were always well attended, there was a lack of adult participation, which was problematic for two reasons. First, it gave the protest an air of illegitimacy. Because the leaders were students, regardless of where they came from, most were native North Carolinians, they were dismissed as outside agitators by the media and the local government. The second problem was the lack of assistance and support from institutions such as the church or the YMCA that would make their struggle more effective. By the end of May 1964, adults had seen their children suffer enough abuse and were forced to act because of police neglect and violence. The stories recounted by black youths who had been imprisoned were appalling. The students reported that they were provided little food and water and had been housed in substandard buildings with little or no plumbing. Parents were also moved to act by James Farmer of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, who spoke to black audiences in Greensboro over a 4-day period from May 19 to 22, 1964. On May 22, parents acted en masse. Nearly 2,000 black adults, including every black principal, most of the city's black teachers, and nearly all the black ministers, marched silently through downtown Greensboro in a demonstration of support for the protesting youths. The impact was overwhelming, but the results can only be described as mixed. While most of Greensboro's businesses desegregated within a year of the 1964 protests, Greensboro remained a segregated city full of racial animosity. The protests had changed Greensboro's business practices, but not its racial attitudes, and the bitterness that lingered among whites in Greensboro resulted in a sharp increase in Ku Klux Klan membership. 4. The KKK had a long history of intimidating blacks in North Carolina. Cross burnings, acts of vandalism, and lynchings were not uncommon in the Tar Heel state. But not all the Klan's terrorist acts went unanswered. In the mid-1950s, Robert F. Williams, a former U.S. Marine and the head of the Monroe chapter of the NAACP, became fed up with the violence against him and other blacks and began speaking out publicly about Klan activities as well as urging blacks to stand up for themselves. In 1957, after Williams led a demonstration to desegregate the local public swimming pool, the KKK began threatening him and other black protesters. Since the KKK had hundreds of members and perhaps even more supporters in the city, Williams took the threat seriously and responded by arming himself and training other local NAACP members in self-defense. The small group of armed NAACP members began acquiring military equipment, helmets, gas masks, sandbags, etc., joined the National Rifle Association, NRA, and began drilling. The KKK, confronted with the real possibility of a black militia, curtailed its nightly motorcades through the black part of town and sought to avoid confrontations with blacks. 5. Williams's act of defiance was a bold statement for 1957, and it raised many of the issues that the Black Panthers would later bring up. In 1959, Williams made a statement in reference to a case in which a pregnant black woman was savagely raped. The statement could easily be mistaken for a comment by a Black Panther 10 years later. Williams stated, "We cannot take these people who do us injustice to the court. In the future we are going to have to try and convict them on the spot. We cannot rely on the law. We can get no justice under the present system. If we feel that injustice is done, we must right then and there, on the spot, be prepared to inflict punishment on these people. Since the federal government will not bring a halt to the lynching in the South, and since the so-called courts lynch our people legally, if it's necessary to stop the lynching with lynching, then we must resort to that method. We must meet violence with violence." 6. Williams's rhetoric was not well received by many people, black or white. Dr. King denounced Williams, and Williams was subsequently suspended by the national office as head of the Monroe chapter of the NAACP. Williams would later flee the United States in 1961 for Cuba after being indicted on trumped-up kidnapping charges 7, but his act of picking up the gun made a difference in the day-to-day lives of black people in Monroe County. He had upped the ante on the KKK and other racists in the city so high that the Klan was willing to curb its provocative activities. This lesson was surely not lost on the next generation of radicals in the state. By 1968, blacks at North Carolina A&T, perhaps the most radical black campus in the state during the 1960s, saw that their civil rights predecessors had not substantially altered the reality of black life in North Carolina or the country. In February 1968, 3 students were killed at a protest in Orangeburg, South Carolina, and in April, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated. Shocked by these events, a small group of A&T students began organizing around a Black Power agenda. For all intents and purposes, King's murder signaled the end of direct nonviolent action in North Carolina. On the evening of King's assassination, Greensboro turned into a war zone. Widespread violence rocked downtown Greensboro, as blacks took their frustrations to the streets. On the A&T campus, students threw rocks and bottles at police officers, and the violence escalated as a sniper began shooting at passing police cars. 8 curfew was declared and the National Guard was called out. The violence subsided quickly, but simmering tensions remained. It was about this time that groups of blacks began to seek affiliation with the Black Panther Party. Blacks radicalized in the Greensboro protests and revolts were the first to seek affiliation, but these individuals were never officially sanctioned by the National Panther Organization. Led by A&T student Eric Brown, they were mostly college students or overachieving high school students who were already deeply involved with local issues and had developed their own leaders and causes. The local police and the FBI resorted to labeling these individuals Panthers because of Brown's supposed connection to the party and because their rhetoric and actions mimicked the Oakland-based group. The FBI and local police used this label as a tool in suppressing the group, much as they had used the communist label to attack activists in the past. Eric Brown claimed to have been associated with the Panthers in his home state of New York during Christmas break in 1968. There he met Harold Avant IX, who according to the FBI was a full-fledged Panther either with the New York or New Jersey Chapter 10, and he convinced Avant to accompany him back to A&T in early 1969. With Avant's assistance, Brown and a small group of individuals began organizing. While the FBI portrayed Avant as the outside agitator responsible for the turmoil in Greensboro during 1969, the trouble had begun on campus before Avant arrived. On December 9, 1968, an already radicalized A&T student body gathered to listen to the impassioned Stokely Carmichael, who spoke to the crowd of more than 4,000 about radicalizing the struggle for freedom. According to William Chafe, Carmichael exhorted blacks not only to be willing to die for freedom but to be willing to kill for it as well. Asked who he had voted for in the recent election, Carmichael replied, "I didn't vote, I stayed home and cleaned my guns." 11. Later that evening, Calvin C. Matthews, A&T Student Government Association president, called for a boycott of classes on December 11. 12. The next day, an incident involving a small skirmish occurred in one of the campus dining halls. As with so many events involving Panthers, suspected Panthers, and the police, there are 2 distinctly different versions of what happened. The Black Panther Party, in a document titled Fact Sheet on the Case of Brother Eric Brown, claimed that Brown had only been a witness, not a participant in the disturbance. The A&T administration and the FBI saw things differently. The administration claimed that Brown had instigated the whole incident, and shortly before the Christmas break, he was suspended for his role in the incident. 13. Once school resumed, events began to move quickly. On February 5, 1969, A&T students, led by Nelson Johnson, head of the Greensboro Association of Poor People, GAPP, occupied the administration building on the A&T campus. The students' demands ranged from the ridiculous to the impractical, from the elimination of pop quizzes to the dismissal of certain professors. The event symbolized a turning point in the A&T movement. The students were now significantly organized to close the college, and their demands would only get more outlandish. As students became more rambunctious, local authorities braced themselves for a confrontation. While jail conditions during the 1964 protest had led blacks to question the local police, the Greensboro police had shown restraint in their handling of protesters. City officials did not want to have their city associated with the violent repression of Birmingham or Selma. This restraint had worn thin by 1969. The image of the new revolutionary protester gave authorities not just in North Carolina but across the country a pretext to go after protesters, calling them communists and insurrectionists. Police in Greensboro were no different. GAPP had its first standoff with police during a Malcolm X memorial service in late February, during which the police harassed the protesters and fired tear gas. 14 While only a minor incident, the standoff increased tension between A&T students and the police. A few weeks later these tensions were tested. On March 13, 1969, A&T campus cafeteria workers walked off their jobs to protest unfair labor practices. The strikers, mostly black, were upset because they worked for below minimum wages and received no compensation for overtime. Nelson Johnson organized the A&T students to respect the picket line and boycott the cafeterias, and, energized by their success, 2,500 students marched on the residence of the school's president to further display support for the strikers. The scene turned ugly as the students were attacked by the police. Stone throwing and gunfire erupted as police sought to disperse the crowd, resulting in the wounding of one protester. 15. Some of the protesters, including Eric Brown, took out their frustrations on Sid's Curb Market, a store that had refused to assist students during their protest. According to a leaflet from the Ministry of Information Greensboro chapter Black Panther Party obtained by the FBI. Stemming from the March 13 incident when the people dealt with an enemy of the community, Sid's Curb Market, in a revolutionary manner, the pig power structure has tried to exterminate the leadership of the Greensboro chapter of the Black Panther Party. Eric Brown is a victim of this attempt to stop the movement for allegedly stealing 3 cartons of cigarettes. We would like to inform the masses that a bootlicking Uncle Tom, pork chop lackey of the power structure by the name of Charles Atchison, 1130 Scott Hall MT State University campus, testified against Eric Brown. 16. Brown was later arrested and convicted on a larceny charge stemming from the incident, but Avant, who according to FBI files was the most dangerous individual involved with the protests, managed to avoid trouble with the police. The FBI identified everyone involved in the local black militant movement as a Black Panther because of chains of association leading back through Brown to Avant. Because of this FBI misconception, nearly every protest, rally, or meeting by blacks in Greensboro after 1968 came under heavy surveillance. It is apparent from files obtained from the Department of Justice that the FBI kept close tabs on the whereabouts of Brown, Johnson, and Avant, and any information obtained by the FBI was embellished and forwarded to the local Greensboro police. This forwarding of information, and the FBI's conception of the breadth of Panther activity in the city, increased the already high tensions between the police and the students. Tempers again flared into violence in early May 1968. The disruption initially broke out at all-black Dudley High School, where Claude Barnes, a junior at the school, was barred from running for student government president by the school's administration. Barnes was an honor roll student and highly regarded in the community, but he was also a member of GAPP, which the school's administration, like much of the city, considered to be a Black Panther Front organization. Barnes's support in the school was so strong that he received more than 600 write-in votes in the SGA election on May 2, enough to win the election. Barnes, along with several hundred students, walked out of school in protest of the decision on May 9. Violence erupted 2 weeks later on May 21, as more than 700 student protesters began tossing bottles and rocks at the school building and police. Officers used tear gas and billy clubs to restore order. 17 Students at A&T saw the struggle at Dudley High School as their struggle as well, and not long after the police were able to disperse the students at Dudley, students at A&T began to act. Rioting began as the sun set at A&T that night. White motorists were attacked as the students lashed out in rage. The police were unable to handle the escalating situation, so at 10 p.m. a state of emergency was declared, and National Guard troops were mobilized to clear the campus. Shooting broke out soon after this declaration, and one student, Willie Graves, was killed. The next day the campus was closed while National Guard and police swept through the campus looking to weed out snipers and confiscate weapons. Finding an already empty campus, the National Guard and police proceeded to shoot holes in the walls and doors in frustration. 18 Shortly after the event, Brown was convicted of the Sid's Curb Market incident, Nelson Johnson was convicted of misdemeanors relating to the Dudley incident, and Harold Avant, according to FBI reports, disappeared. Soon after, radicalism dwindled in Greensboro. The incidents of 1968 and 1969 in Greensboro exemplify the problems of North Carolina, which even Greensboro, with its tradition of excellent black education, was unable to change. Greensboro, the first city to announce school desegregation plans in 1954, was ironically one of the last to integrate. It was not until 1972, and then only under court order, that Greensboro desegregated its public schools. 19 Black civil rights workers and radicals learned from the Greensboro events that North Carolina would not radically change without being forced. Blacks in Greensboro had raised the stakes in the protest movement, but they were still unable to secure real change. It seemed that interference in the day-to-day lives of whites, whether through sit-ins, boycotts, or violence, was the only technique that worked. Blacks throughout North Carolina were captivated by the events in Greensboro. Some of those who began organizing in other cities in the state had witnessed the events firsthand. Larry Little of Winston-Salem credited A&T students with piquing his interest in the Black Panther Party. And Ben Chavis of Charlotte had actually participated in some of the Greensboro meetings and rallies. These two cities, Charlotte and Winston-Salem, would become the two major centers of Black Panther-related activity in the state. Radical activity in Charlotte took off and burned out quickly. In late 1968, Ben Chavis and Jerome Johnson of Charlotte set up the Afro-American Unity Organization, AAUO, which was organized along the lines of the Black Panther Party and hoped to become the North Carolina branch of the BPP. In December 1968, Chavis contacted the national headquarters of the Black Panther Party and asked what was required to become a branch. Chavis was informed that a sum of $300 would have to be forwarded to the national office so a representative could come out and indoctrinate the new members. 21 The Charlotte group immediately began organizing to raise this money. The FBI began watching the Charlotte group almost from the day it organized and again created a Panther hysteria in Charlotte. On May 19, 1969, the planning of a small protest rally by the group became a top priority. The FBI sent information regarding the planned rally to local and state police, the Secret Service, military intelligence, the Attorney General, and the President. Even the FBI field offices were overcome by what one author referred to as Panthermania 22. Despite these efforts, the Charlotte group continued organizing in hopes of obtaining a charter. The group was able to raise the necessary money, but by that time the Black Panther Party was undergoing a purge and had instituted a moratorium on membership. The group continued its activities and began collecting weapons and making public appearances claiming to be Panthers. Members began selling the Black Panther newspaper and holding organizational rallies in and around the campus of the University of North Carolina. On March 4, 1969, Chavis led a rally on campus at which the American and North Carolina flags were removed from a centrally located flagpole on campus and replaced by a black flag. 23. A few weeks later, Johnson and Chavis were arrested for the first time for their involvement in radical protest. Chavis and Johnson led a rally at all-black Second Ward Senior High School protesting the unequal distribution of the city's school construction money, an issue that had been a source of anguish for blacks across the United States, especially in the South. Chavez and Johnson were arrested and charged with several misdemeanors, including trespassing and disrupting classes. 24. In May of 1969, the would-be Panthers of Charlotte sought to strike back against law enforcement agents. The FBI had been closely monitoring the group's activities, and on May 27, 1969, this surveillance led to a raid on the AAUO's office. The raid, which occurred in the early evening, was carried out to search for illegal weapons on the premises. According to the FBI, the raid was conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, and local police officers, not the FBI. 25. During the course of the raid, two AAUO members, Michael Laney and Grant Covington, were arrested for firearms violations. The AAUO saw the May 27 incident differently. The AAUO accused FBI Special Agent Dean Parman of organizing and participating in the raid. Assisted by American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, lawyer George Daly, the group filed a complaint, calling the raid an illegal search. Daly also filed restraining orders against specific and unknown FBI, ATF, IRS, and local police officers on behalf of the AAUO. Parman claimed that he was not at the raid and had only interviewed the two arrested AAUO members after the fact. In addition, the local police and FBI claimed that the raid was legal because the police were serving a warrant against an individual believed to be in the house for involvement in an armed robbery. Parman was served with a summons relating to the legal action on June 6, 1969, and Chavez, Jerome Johnson, and the remaining members of the group were named as plaintiffs in the civil case. J. Edgar Hoover's office became personally involved in the matter in June 1969-26 when Hoover's office sent an official memo to the Assistant Attorney General denying that Parman had been involved in the raid or in conducting surveillance on the members of the group. However, the FBI files show that surveillance had been conducted by the FBI on the AAUO since late 1968, but the names of the agents involved in this surveillance were withheld. The civil case lingered in court for some time, but was eventually dismissed in late 1970. The Charlotte group may have been overly concerned with the FBI surveillance and not concerned enough about their own actions. The AAUO eventually found itself in deep trouble with both the law and the Black Panther Party leadership in Oakland. On August 3, 1969, 9 AAUO members were arrested and charged with going armed to the terror of the people after a shooting incident involving 4 white teenagers. AAUO members were accused of chasing and shooting at some youths who had apparently yelled a racial slur at the AAUO members. 27 While the exact events of the shooting are somewhat murky, it is clear that the AAUO overreacted. A group that desired affiliation with the Black Panther Party should have exercised more discretion in its handling of the situation. The AAUO's next violent confrontation came 2 weeks later when the group got involved in a personal conflict with the owners of a drive-in restaurant in Charlotte. Otis Blackman and his son Otis James Blackman, both black, caught 2 AAUO members, James Black and James Prather, prowling around their delivery truck at 3 o'clock in the morning on August 16, 1969. When Otis James asked the two to leave, an argument and scuffle ensued, and Prather was stabbed. A few hours later Prather and Black returned with about 5 other AAUO members, all of whom were dressed in the Panther uniform and some armed with shotguns. The Blackmans were also armed. Otis James still had the knife he had used earlier and the elder Blackman had gotten his shotgun. The elder Blackman shot Black in the hand, and Otis James was shot in the arm. Veronica Hoggins, an AAUO member, was stabbed by Otis James as she tried to enter the restaurant, and a bystander was grazed by an errant bullet. Black was arrested and charged with assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. 28. The Black Panther Party's Central Command in Oakland, concerned about being blamed for the actions of the Charlotte group, publicly chastised the Charlotte outfit and disavowed itself from the group's actions. On September 13, the Black Panther Party's newspaper, The Black Panther, denounced the Charlotte group in an article titled "Panthers, Pigs, and Fools." The article stated that the Charlotte group was not connected to the national group, and it warned the AAUO to stop calling themselves Panthers. 5 days later, Chicago Black Panther Party Field Secretary Robert Bobby Lee spoke at Counter-Orientation Week at the University of North Carolina, Charlotte. During his speech, Lee publicly attacked the Charlotte group, stating, "There is no Panther charter in North Carolina or South Carolina." And in August 16, 1969, a shootout at Chick-N Ribs restaurant was unnecessary, and see, this will cause Panthers to be killed nationwide. They're not Panthers, period. Point 29. The group got the message and disbanded within days of this rebuke by the National Party. The Charlotte group had moved too quickly and without direction, something the National Black Panther Party would not tolerate. Larry Little said of Ben Chavis and the Charlotte group, "Early on Ben Chavis was trying to get some stuff started in Charlotte. And the way they went about it, the party did not care for that. It looked like it wasn't quite organized the way the national organization wanted it. And so he sort of got off on the wrong foot. They were trying to do the best they could." Point 30. Ironically, the Charlotte group exemplified the internal problems of the national organization at that time. The party grew too fast, and the central leadership had difficulty managing the direction of individual branches. The purge of 1968 and 1969 was designed, among other things, to slow this growth so that the organization could more easily manage its activities. The rising tensions in Greensboro and Charlotte demonstrated the growing anxiety among blacks in North Carolina. There was a sense of frustration among those who participated in the disorders, rallies, and protests. Life for blacks in North Carolina had only superficially changed. Blacks could eat at lunch counters and in restaurants, but they were still relegated to second-class citizenship. Police and FBI activities also led to widespread frustration. Local police forces could be more brutal in their tactics against protesters because the new protesters were not nonviolent middle-class adults. The new protester claimed to be more radical than reformist, and in Winston-Salem, young activists calling themselves militants were in no short supply. This changing mindset did not occur overnight, but had its origins in the layoffs, walkouts, and pickets of the tobacco companies in the 1940s. Black labor, white management issues were not atypical in Winston-Salem during the 1940s. Until 1947, blacks had for the most part kept their gripes to themselves. That spring, negotiations between R.J. Reynolds and Local 22 were underway for a new contract to start on May 1, 1947. The union asked for a wage increase of 24 cents an hour. The powers at Reynolds suggested an hourly increase of 5.5 cents. The union responded with a counter-offer of 15 cents across the board, a 10-cent night hourly wage differential instead of 5, changes in labor grades, adequate health and group insurance paid by the company, union security via a check-off system, release of liability for breached contracts and wildcat strikes, and overtime for all work over 40 hours for leaf-house workers and seasonal employees. Seasonal workers were not included under the federal laws, which regulated the hourly workweek. Seasonal employment was from August to December for the handling and storing of tobacco in warehouses or for summer work involving canning vegetables and fruits for the company cafeterias. At Reynolds, there were 10,308 regular employees and 1,056 seasonal workers. Of the regular employees, 4,999 were white while 5,309 were black. Of the seasonal workers, 29 were white and 1,027 were black. 31. Winston-Salem and its potential for black radicalism. On April 27, 1947, thousands of blacks decided they would no longer subscribe to the notion that blacks should just go along in order to get along. On that day, thousands of blacks converged on the grounds of Woodland Avenue School and voted to strike at midnight April 30 if Reynolds did not accept union proposals. Until that time, blacks had been virtually invisible to whites. Blacks had helped build the city, but most of them were prohibited from voting, and as a result, blacks had virtually no representation. Without the use of the vote, many blacks felt powerless. Glenn Jones would change that mindset forever. Like nearly everyone else at Woodland that day, Jones was a member of Local 22 of the Tobacco Workers International Union. Organized in 1944, the union had been haggling with the company over a new contract for more than 2 months. It was high time that the company was put on notice, Jones told the crowd. The time to strike had come. The motion was seconded and applause erupted. On May 1 the strike started, and it lasted a little more than a month. Few can deny that the strike unified Winston-Salem's black community, perhaps for the first time in recent memory. Those in power were surprised that blacks could be so organized. Rallies were held on Sundays at Shiloh Baptist Church, where the Reverend Robert Pitts, considered the most electrifying pulpit orator in the city, inspired the audience. Over the next few years, black voter registration increased from 300 to 3,000 due to vigorous voter registration drives initiated by Local 22.32 by 1950. Allegations that communists had infiltrated the union's leadership had been published in the city's newspaper. That there was no evidence of this was beside the point. These charges rang out at a time when Senator Joseph McCarthy's Red Scare tactics had reached a fever pitch. Any charge of communist influence was enough to bring unwarranted and intense harassment by local police departments as well as state and federal law enforcement agencies. Over the next 3 years, the Union, hounded by federal investigations and eventually discredited, lost its power and was decertified in 1951. Nonetheless, the Union served its purpose. Because of its aggressive voter education and registration efforts, Reverend Kenneth R. Williams was elected alderman the year of the strike, making him the city's first black elected official in the 20th century. Soon afterward, blacks were elected to the school board and were appointed to various other positions. This black politicization resulted in the integration of public schools and the dismantling of Jim Crow. While life for blacks in Winston-Salem was no crystal stair, blacks there fared far better than did blacks in many other southern cities. The R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company was not a champion of black causes, but it did provide steady employment to thousands of black residents, which provided them a relatively decent standard of living and a good black public school system. The city also had a few semi-progressive politicians who were not afraid to adopt black causes. The tone was set by Mayor Marshall Kerfees, who made several black appointments and encouraged slum clearance to make way for affordable housing for low-income residents. By the end of the 1940s, attitudes appeared to be changing, which may explain why there were some tense moments but no violence when young Gwendolyn Y. Bailey integrated Reynolds High School in 1957, becoming the first black in a white public school in Winston-Salem. Integration of schools continued slowly through the 1960s, and by 1969, 45 of the 66 schools in the city had integrated to some degree. By 1960, Winston-Salem was in some ways very different from the city that had emerged from World War II. First, it was larger, with a population of more than 100,000. Second, it was also younger, thanks to the baby boom that dropped the median age to under 28 years of age. Third, North Carolinians had always made up more than 90% of Winston-Salem's population, but their percentage fell nearly 10 points by 1960.33. For the first time since the city's early days, outsiders were moving to town. Fourth, whites would see blacks exert themselves in a way they had not witnessed before. Only a week after the famous Woolworth sit-ins in nearby Greensboro, demonstrators filled Winston-Salem's segregated lunch counters, and the voices of black protest reverberated through the city's streets. As the decade grew old, racial violence would flare up in Winston-Salem on 3 separate occasions. However, the only one that could be considered a noteworthy disorder occurred between November 2 and November 5, 1967. On Sunday morning, October 15, 32-year-old James Eller was approached by 2 white police officers who believed he was drunk. Mace was used to subdue him and place him in the police car. Once at the station, Eller was struck about the head by Patrolman W.E. Owens with a blackjack and lost his speech, forcing him to use sign language to communicate. After Eller was released, his wife took him to the Baptist Hospital and to Forsyth Memorial Hospital, a predominantly black facility, where it was discovered, after a lumbar puncture, that he had sustained a fractured skull. Eller underwent surgery on October 20 but died on October 28. The coroner's office reported that Eller had died of brain damage and a fractured skull. On the day of Eller's death, Patrolman Owens was arrested on a murder warrant signed by Eller's mother. He went before the municipal court on Monday, October 30, and the charge was dismissed. The situation grew tense as black leaders protested that too much was unknown for the court to have made such a swift decision. Within minutes after Eller was interred, violence erupted and buildings were set ablaze and looted. The insurgents set approximately 100 fires and did roughly $750,000 in damage. The diplomacy of Mayor M.C. Red Benton and the force of 1,000 National Guardsmen eventually restored order. Eller's death, coupled with the developments of the preceding years, albeit in different ways, helped foment a climate that would give rise to what one writer calls a burst of nationalist-tinged radicalism. Brace yourself, Winston-Salem, the Panthers are coming. It's the center of Black Panther activity gonna be the South. 34 Many blacks in North Carolina were convinced of the validity of this statement. They were younger than the protesters of the previous generation, and much more determined and committed. Many of them were typical Panther material. Some were college students, and many had grown up in the mostly black, government-sponsored housing projects. They knew exactly how racism and police brutality had affected the lives of blacks with whom they had grown up, and they had seen the frustration of the A&T and Dudley High students explode into violent outbursts. Larry Little, among others in the group, had become politically aware during the A&T uprising. In 1968, a group of black youths began to meet and talk seriously about the goings-on in the local community and what needed be done to meet black people's needs. Led by Nelson Malloy and Robert Greer, they called themselves the Organization of Black Liberation, hoping to eventually become affiliated with the Black Panther Party. The actions of the hopeful members were more deliberate and restrained than those of their Charlotte and Greensboro counterparts. They did not get involved in counterproductive activities such as shootouts that created bad press for the national organization. It took a year of meticulous work before a National Committee to Combat Fascism, NCCF, charter was granted to the group. The Winston-Salem contingent's success in gaining an official charter led to intense police and FBI scrutiny during its early existence, which largely prevented the type of community service that had endeared the Black Panthers to so many blacks in cities across America. Donations and money raised through the sale of the Black Panther newspaper, instead of being used for community service, had to be used for bail and legal fees. Little said of the community service programs, "We wanted to do it earlier, but hell, we were standing in court all the time." 35. Although the Winston-Salem group began organizing in late 1968, it was not officially sanctioned by the National Office as a full-fledged BPP branch until April 1971. Still, the group, with its roughly 20 members and more than 50 regular volunteers, was under surveillance by the FBI. The outfit's original membership included Robert Greer, head of the organization, William Rice, Julius Cornell, Thurman Dubois, Jesse Stitt, Nathaniel Shelf, Harry Tyson, Nelson Malloy, and Larry Little. 36 The group began by organizing to raise $300 to pay the transportation costs of an official from BPP Central Headquarters to travel to North Carolina to indoctrinate the group. On October 10, 1969, the FBI Special Agent in Charge, SAC, at the San Francisco field office provided information from a taped phone call regarding the status of the Winston-Salem group. The memo, delivered to the SAC Charlotte and FBI headquarters, stated that the Winston-Salem cell was officially recognized as a branch of the National Committee to Combat Fascism, NCCF, by the National Black Panther Organization, an event subsequently reported in the November 22, 1969, edition of the Black Panther. 37. The group's activities were limited during its first year, and at first it appeared as though their antics would result in their being rebuffed by the national office in the same way the Panther wannabes in Greensboro were. They defied the city's establishment by openly carrying weapons while parading around in Panther regalia. Picking up where the militant NAACP leader Robert F. Williams had left off, the group implored the black community to organize for self-defense in the face of persistent police brutality. On a few occasions members of the group picked up the gun to prevent the evictions of black tenants. At first the group mainly sold the Black Panther newspaper and provided breakfast for school kids, with the bulk of the food donated by local businesses. The breakfast program was a simple but popular program that fed children from poor families every morning during the school year. Because of its success across the country, it also became a target for the FBI. Little remembers. With the breakfast program, the police would follow our van as we picked up kids to bring them to the office. And we would blow the horn, bu-wump bu-wump wump wump wump, and the police would arrest the party members for unnecessary use of the horn. 38. The other main activity, the selling of the paper, spread the message of the Black Panthers and provided the branch with its main source of income. The branch would buy papers from central headquarters and sell them for a small profit. This venture became a major endeavor as the group regularly sold several thousand papers per week, as reported by the FBI. 39 Through these efforts the branch sought strong ties with people in the community and became involved with local issues, but this early success with community service work proved short-lived. By the middle of 1970, legal problems and constant harassment by law enforcement agencies forced the branch to curtail its activism. Community support of the party was not monolithic. The poor who were the beneficiaries of the chapter's community survival programs could relate to what the Panthers were doing. A sector of the black middle class, on the other hand, while appreciating the assistance given to the indigent, feared that the Panthers' rhetoric and style would make things worse for the black community as a whole. Before legal problems became a central concern, the branch was able to address local issues such as housing. The Panthers used the case of Polygram to display their displeasure with unfair housing practices within the city. Graham was evicted from her home on March 4, 1970, for non-payment of rent. She immediately went to the NCCF office and requested assistance. Two armed NCCF members went with Ms. Graham to her home and proceeded to move her belongings back into the house, and her rent was paid by a third party seeking to prevent violence between the police and the NCCF. 40 The incident was a small one, but it brought the group a substantial amount of press. Articles appeared in all the local daily newspapers, and several opinion pieces appeared regarding the incident. One such piece was a letter to the Twin City Sentinel, from Jerry Newton Jr., a Republican candidate for mayor and local landlord. The letter stated, "It will be a darker day in Winston-Salem than a total eclipse of the sun and a most mournful time if a small group of seeming insurgents start shooting. This type of conflict between people would be more horrible than international war, as there are rules of war that nations abide by when they are in conflict." 41. In his letter, Newton went on to speak about a woman named Minnie Bellamy whose family had been evicted by Newton's real estate company and had, like Graham, sought NCCF assistance in the matter. Newton said of the Bellamy family, "I will see that the local public agencies get on the move and teach such people as the Bellamy family to learn to budget their money, prepare proper nutritional meals for themselves, do better housekeeping, and make themselves better citizens." 42 Clearly the idea of the white man's burden had not died in Winston-Salem. The publicity, however, was good for the branch. The branch used this community activism to build excitement around the NCCF, holding a large rally on May 3, 1970, in support of Bobby Seale, who was then facing murder charges in New Haven, Connecticut. The NCCF requested that a member from the national headquarters speak at the rally. A member of the New York chapter was sent instead. Held at Tower Auditorium, the rally was a big success, and it provided Little with a forum to position himself as the leader of the group. At the rally, Little stated, "You don't know how long we're going to be on the set because this American government is moving into open fascism. You got to understand they aren't just attacking Chairman Bobby Seale in Connecticut. They're attacking black people, period. And see, that's what you got to understand. Ralph Abernathy, head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, said that the government is now dealing with the Black Panther Party and pretty soon they'll be dealing with the SCLC and the NAACP. 43. New York Panther Doroba, Richard Moore, spoke at the rally as well, but his speech was overly violent and lacked the subtlety and sophistication of Little's oratory. Doroba made extremist statements such as, "We have to get out here in these communities and we have to exterminate these faggots, police, local authorities, FBI, etc." 44 Robert Greer, the titular head of the branch, did not speak at the rally. It was Little's show, and it helped to introduce him to the black community and in turn establish him as the eventual head of the local branch. Greer's failure to devote himself fully to the work of the branch led to Little's rise as leader of the group. It was Little, not Greer, who had by mid-1970 traveled to the Panthers' central headquarters in Oakland several times. Little confronted Greer and demanded that he quit his job and devote himself full-time to the branch. When Greer refused, Little, with the backing of most of the other members of the group, purged Greer and his close supporters from the group. 45. Little, only 20 years old when he took over the branch, had moved quickly from complacency to social activism. Little had been a high school basketball star who grew up in the Kimberly Park housing project in Winston-Salem. Prior to graduation he had listened to a group of self-proclaimed Panthers from A&T speak at a rally in Winston-Salem and knew he wanted to be a part of that. 46 Little had read Black history and felt frustrated with the condition of blacks both in the nation and in Winston-Salem. His determination to act made him an extremely effective leader and assured the group a certain amount of success. Under Little's leadership, the group became more thoroughly involved in local issues. While maintaining a small arsenal, in its first year of activity the branch acted as a nonviolent organization mainly concerned with access issues. The NCCF, for instance, received much media attention for its participation in a boycott of an A&P store located in the predominantly black Carver community. The protest revolved around the mistreatment of Sarah Alford, a black shopper, by the store's management. Alford was injured in the store by a broken jar and sought medical attention. She was told by doctors that she would need an operation that would cost approximately $300, and she insisted that the manager of the A&P store pay her medical bills. The manager refused. The NCCF responded with a boycott and picket of the store. The boycott gave the NCCF and the Carver community the opportunity to speak out about other store policies that concerned them. The NCCF demanded that the store hire more blacks and contribute to the NCCF breakfast program. In an article appearing in the June 20 issue of the Black Panther, Larry Little summed up the feelings of many blacks in the community when he said, "Either you make the A&P relevant to the needs of the black community or get out." 47. In response to the NCCF's growing community influence, the FBI stepped up its harassment and monitoring of the group. In October 1970, under Hoover's direction, Robert M. Murphy, the divisional director of the FBI in Charlotte, concocted a counterintelligence plan that would be the envy of his FBI colleagues across the country. He authorized letters to be sent to more than 200 Panther sympathizers and supporters, financial and otherwise, in Winston-Salem with the intent of defaming the local office. Letters were mailed under the heading the Committee of 25, a fictitious group made up of religious-oriented and respectable blacks that was formed anonymously, it stated, to avoid retribution from the NCCF. The committee labeled the NCCF as Chinese-styled communist-inspired thieves, homosexuals, and snake oil salesmen adept at preying on unsuspecting bleeding heart liberals. 48 indicating that there were no depths to which the FBI would not stoop. In a perverted and desperate move to discredit the Panthers, the FBI sent follow-up letters suggesting that inappropriate behavior was taking place between the male Panthers and young girls in the breakfast program. The FBI smear campaign was buttressed with a similar effort to foment dissension among the Winston-Salem activists themselves. The FBI's objective was to manufacture a beef between Winston-Salem and the national headquarters in Oakland by pitting so-called supporters of Huey Newton, who stressed the importance of the community survival programs, against those of Eldridge Cleaver, who favored escalating the struggle by waging urban guerrilla warfare against the state. In the spring of 1971, at the height of the Newton-Cleaver feud, the Winston-Salem office supposedly sent a letter to the national office indicating it was time for Newton's cheap, meaningless talk and lavish lifestyle to end. It called for his ouster to be replaced by Cleaver. The Winston-Salem office wanted action, the correspondence implied. "Come home, comrade. Come home, Comrade Cleaver," the NCCF pleaded. To support Cleaver and his position on the direction the BPP ought to be headed was in direct ideological conflict with the national office. The FBI had hoped that such an outward display of insubordination on the part of the Winston-Salem cohort would result in internecine warfare that would bring about the swift annihilation of the Winston-Salem group. The office of the NCCF was staked out by agents at all hours of the day and night. Members were followed, and the finances of the group were closely monitored. Little remembers the FBI's tactics well. They would shine lights in my girlfriend's house at 2 or 3 in the morning to let me know that they knew where I was. 49 The FBI also meticulously tracked the newspaper, noting who sold copies and where they were sold. In addition, the San Francisco FBI field office dispatched information to the Charlotte SAC concerning the delivery schedule of the paper, recording the number of copies, the airline, the flight number, and the airway bill number of the shipment. Little also accused the FBI of trying to incite gang violence against the NCCF. As stated earlier, one of COINTELPRO's favorite schemes was to drive a wedge between the Black Panther Party and other groups in order to foster violence. In fact, Little claims that one of his friends was offered money by the FBI to shoot him. 50. This FBI scrutiny led to problems for the chapter. Any activity, even remotely illegal, was transformed into a major problem for the group, and, like the national group, the branch was unprepared for the severity of the attack by the FBI. The assumption of most of the Panthers was that their activities would lead to confrontations with law enforcement agencies, but that these confrontations would be overt in nature. The Panthers had prepared themselves to combat the open hostility that had been experienced by civil rights activists in the South during the 1950s and 1960s. But they were simply not fully aware or ready for the covert tactics that were employed against them by the FBI. The FBI seized every opportunity to investigate the branch. When party members were evicted from a residence, this occurred often. See below. The FBI was presented with an occasion to search the premises. On one such occasion the FBI found an alleged Marine Corps deserter. An FBI document states, "A deserter from the Marine Corps was apprehended July 8, 70, by agents of the FBI at Winston-Salem, NC, where he was observed in the company of 2 members of the Winston-Salem National Committee to Combat Fascism, a Black Panther Party affiliated group." This occurred as agents were observing officers of the Forsyth County evicting a group of former members of the Winston-Salem NCCF from an apartment on Cleveland Avenue for non-payment of rent. 51. On other occasions weapons and office equipment were confiscated. Quite naturally, this type of constant harassment disrupted the group's daily activities. One of the actions the branch was able to maintain was the selling of the Black Panther newspaper. The group regularly submitted articles for publication in the newspaper, giving themselves an outlet for their passion about local politics. The articles also served to publicize the group's activities. Many of these pieces documented police harassment of blacks in Winston-Salem. The purpose was to show that all blacks, not just party members, were victims of brutality and that the most effective way of fighting back was by supporting or joining the NCCF. Ernest Scales was clubbed viciously for being black. An article written by Nelson Malloy appearing in the August 29, 1970, edition of the Black Panther, was an example. The article documented the police attack on a middle-aged, handicapped black man. Malloy writes, the police clubbed Ernest Scales, age 42, across the arm and head, inflicting a wound that required 14 stitches to close. 52. Other articles written by Winston-Salem NCCF staff members dealt with public policy issues that affected blacks. One article, Racist Winston-Salem School Board Plan for School Desegregation Means Terror for Black Children, is an excellent example. The article attacked the local school board's desegregation plan, which included the closing of 2 of the 3 black high schools and the busing of those students to several all-white schools. The article reads, "We think you the school board should know black people do not want Carver and Anderson the black high schools closed, and we are not going to place our kids' lives in jeopardy as we did last year for those mad KKKs to try to intimidate and murder. If you persist in your mad scheme, we will make you see the folly of your stupid plan." 53. The article's focus on a local issue served both the national and local group well. The national group could show, with articles similar to this one from branches across the country, that it was first and foremost concerned with the lives of black people. The local group could also show that the power of the national Black Panther Party was fully behind the projects of the local branch. It was for this reason that the FBI saw the paper as such a danger and worked hard to destroy it. Again, the FBI and local law enforcement agencies' determination to destroy the NCCF resulted in harassment, arrests, and legal problems for the group. Little had his first run-in with the police on July 28, 1970, when he got into an argument with a group of police officers after they ripped down some posters bearing the slogan "I'm Black and I'm Proud" he had put up around the city. Little was arrested for disorderly conduct and attempting to incite a riot. According to Little, at his trial the judge gave him a choice: quit the Black Panther Party or go to jail. Little went to jail and served 30 days. 54. The NCCF began to take defensive actions to prevent future arrests and problems with these law enforcement organizations, fortifying its headquarters with sandbags and collecting a cache of arms. 55. The group also began lashing out in frustration. The police and FBI effectively drained the NCCF's resources, and the group became discouraged at the prospect of making real change. When interviewed, Little talked about the FBI incessantly. He recounted that when Nancy Smith said, "Why you all the FBI taking my picture?" the FBI replied, "So we can more clearly identify your body later on." 56. The anger felt by the NCCF members culminated in adventurism by a small group of Panther associates who were trying to establish a NCCF branch in nearby Lumberton, North Carolina. This clique, according to FBI records, disrupted a meeting of the Lumberton Urban Redevelopment Commission, and one member of the group, Sam Williamson, was accused of threatening to chop off the head of the speaker at the meeting. Later that night gunfire erupted outside the commission building. 57. Williamson, according to an article in the Black Panther, was later arrested for public drunkenness. Upon his arrest it was determined that he was insane, and he was sent without trial to Dorothy Dix, a public mental institution, for 60 days. 58. The arrests of Little and Williamson were only the beginning of the legal problems the group would experience. Anthony Kane, a prominent party member who had written articles for the newspaper, was charged with trespassing on July 28, 1970. Kane failed to appear for his trial, and a bench warrant was issued for his arrest. Though Kane was expelled by the NCCF for his counter-revolutionary antics, the NCCF headquarters was raided at 5:30 a.m. on August 18 in an attempt to locate him. Another member, James Cato, was arrested in August 1970 on a larceny charge, and in December, Forrest White was charged with failure to return rented property after failing to return a rented truck. Finally, Joe Waddell, a member from High Point, North Carolina, was charged in January 1971 with armed robbery. 59. The NCCF's problems were further magnified by the actions of blacks claiming to be members of the group. This had been a problem for other chapters around the country, and it proved to be for the Winston-Salem group as well. Richard Carter and Ronald Carnes from High Point, who claimed affiliation with the NCCF, were arrested for armed robbery on September 11, 1970. An anonymous phone caller, believed to be the sister of one of the two arrested, advised that if the two Negroes held on armed robbery charges were not released by October 14, 7 unidentified plants in High Point would be bombed. 60 No bombs were ever placed, but the damage to the Panthers had been done. The group tried to maintain its normal operations, but even normal operations sometimes led to trouble. By late 1970, the Black Panther Party had arguably become the most preeminent radical group in the country. The party decided to unite other radical groups under its leadership by organizing the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, RPCC. The convention was scheduled to take place from November 27 through the 29th in Washington, D.C., close enough to Winston-Salem that most of the chapter's members as well as a large group of supporters were able to attend. For some time, the chapter organized and planned their attendance at the convention, and they rented a small truck, the same truck Forrest White later failed to return, to accommodate all the people making the trip. 61 Everyone was anticipating a history-making event. But these high hopes were dashed as the convention was a complete failure. Poorly planned and lacking any real purpose or mission, the convention was barred from Howard University, and many of the speeches and discussions were held outside in Malcolm X, Meridian, Park. The convention broke up into small workshops designed to tackle specific issues, women's rights, gay rights, police brutality, etc. The documents produced by these workshops were hastily prepared. The Students' Rights Workshop came up with the novel idea that student government should be controlled by the students. 62. The RPCC proved to be a double disaster for the Winston-Salem NCCF. The departing members left Winston-Salem at about noon. Mysteriously, less than an hour later the NCCF headquarters was ablaze. The fire burned out of control for nearly an hour and completely destroyed the headquarters. The FBI was quick to appear on the scene, searching the debris for weapons and noting the serial numbers of several pieces of printing equipment. 63 In an article appearing in the Black Panther, the NCCF said that eyewitnesses' reports state that something had been thrown into the fire. In addition to the office being understaffed, there were only 3 NCCF members left behind. The rest of the membership ran into mechanical problems on their way to Washington. Before the conventioneers could even cross the state line into Virginia, the truck broke down. According to the NCCF, soon after they pulled to the side of the road, the FBI, state, and local pigs converged on the truck and proceeded to search the truck for weapons. 64 After spending hours repairing the truck, the group continued on to Washington for the convention. A few months later, in January 1971, the Panthers experienced another incident, this one involving the theft of a meat truck. As with so many incidents involving the Panthers, the stories vary. According to the FBI and local police, the meat truck was stolen by unknown thieves from the Chatham Meat Company on January 12. About 10 minutes after the theft, the owner located the truck in front of the new NCCF headquarters, and within the hour a search warrant had been issued. The house was immediately surrounded, and the police gave the occupants 3 minutes to exit. 65 When no one exited the house, the police fired tear gas canisters at the lower level windows, but the canisters were stopped by sandbags fortifying the house. The police then shot tear gas into the upper level windows. Shooting between the police and those in the house ensued, which sparked a fire in the house. Fortunately, no one was injured, but 2 NCCF members, Willie Coe and Grady Fuller, were charged on the scene with larceny and several other felonies. 66 Little and Julius Cornell, although not inside the house, were also charged with larceny of the truck. A week later, on January 19, the police apprehended Little and Cornell during another eviction. The police arrested the two after Coe, a 15-year-old high school student, identified Cornell and Little as being the 2 people who brought the truckload of meat to the Panther house. Little and Cornell were charged with accessory after the fact, a felony. Their bail was set at $2,000 each. 67. The NCCF had a different version of what happened on January 12, 1970. According to Larry Little, The FBI set up a meat truck robbery. They used an informer to bring a meat truck to our office. The black informer said this company, Chatham Meat Company, was contributing food to the breakfast program. Within 2 minutes of that meat truck coming to our office was surrounded by the FBI and police department, probably about 100 people. They set the whole thing up to destroy the breakfast program. 68. Regardless of what happened, Little was not at the house during the raid and probably had little knowledge of the robbery, if in fact it was a robbery, or shootout, until after the events had transpired. The case lingered in court and became quite a controversial issue a year later. The NCCF experienced a series of financial setbacks as a result of the fire and the meat truck incident. As stated earlier, the chapter members devoted all of their time to the party. They did not hold jobs and had to rely on donations and sales of the newspaper to pay their expenses. The arrests not only depleted much of the group's financial resources, but they also removed members from the streets who would normally be selling the Black Panther or soliciting donations. In October 1970, the FBI estimated the NCCF's monthly income at $937.50 and their expenses as $1,027.50, this latter figure excluded food and clothing. 69. The branch was also expected to call Oakland regularly to keep the national headquarters abreast of the goings-on in Winston-Salem. While the branch had shown surpluses in income at various times, it rarely had extra money to operate community programs. Although the branch did receive donations, they were erratic and for the most part meager. In fact, things got so bad that for a period during late 1970 and early 1971, the branch was unable to secure telephone service at their headquarters. 70. The branch's financial trouble led to evictions of party members from rented houses and apartments. These evictions were done with dispatch. Most of the time the eviction took place within a few days of the eviction court hearing and only a few weeks after the rent had been due. On some occasions NCCF members were evicted even though they had in fact paid their rent. The FBI and local police in one instance advised a landlord renting to the NCCF of the fact that the Panthers are now located in his building. The landlord immediately sought to evict them. 71. In a 4-day stretch between February 12 and 16, 2 groups of members were evicted and eviction hearings were held on a third group. In one instance, when a landlord was asked in court to explain the reason for eviction, his attorney exclaimed, "What's the reason? We don't have to have a reason." Various city agencies appeared to be in collusion against the Panthers. More than one insurance company informed property owners that their insurance would be cancelled if any of their tenants were Panthers. Other times Southern Bell Telephone and Telegraph Company abruptly disconnected service to Panthers' dwellings or the residences of people believed to be associated with the Panthers. All told, there were at least 5 evictions between November 1970 and March 1971. 72. The Winston-Salem NCCF was forced to move 5 times in the span of 6 months. One of these evictions led to a shootout with police. On February 10, 1971, police served an eviction notice on a group of NCCF members in High Point, North Carolina. The eviction was ordered by Mendenhall Moore Realtors as the house had been rented under false pretense with the claim it was to be occupied by a family. 73. The Guilford County Sheriff's Office, led by Lori Pritchett, notorious as police chief in Albany, Georgia, surrounded the house and gave the inhabitants 10 minutes to exit. One woman, Diane Mock, exited the house. After 10 minutes had elapsed and no one else had exited, the police fired tear gas into the house, and the occupants returned the fire. 3 officers and 1 NCCF member were wounded before those inside were forced to exit because of the tear gas. 4 members, Larry Medley, Randolph Jennings, George DeWitt, and Bradford Lilly, all of whom were in their teens, were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder, with bonds set at $50,000 each. 74. The raid in High Point was a typical example of the type of misunderstanding and fear local police had of the Black Panther Party. The police, imbued with FBI-created hysteria, overreacted out of fear of the Panthers. The Panthers had been evicted perhaps a dozen times before and had not created any serious trouble, but the police, by surrounding the house with armed officers and giving the group only 10 minutes to leave the premises, was provoking the NCCF, and the shootout was inevitable given the circumstances. The eviction itself was based on flimsy grounds. The group had paid their rent. Medley, Lilly, and Jennings were found guilty of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill and in February 1972 were sentenced to 7 to 10 years in prison. 75. The branch's problems worsened in March 1971. Little had been charged on February 5, 1971, with carrying a concealed weapon. On March 8 he was found guilty and sentenced to 4 to 6 months in prison. His attorney gave notice of appeal, and Little was released on $2,000 bond. As Little was exiting the courtroom he let his temper get the best of him and yelled an obscenity at the judge. The judge immediately slapped Little with a 30-day contempt of court sentence. 76 The concealed weapon conviction was later reversed. It is a testament to the members' courage and fortitude that the group survived past 1971. The violence and legal problems experienced with the police and the FBI had largely prevented the branch from undertaking massive community service programs. Only the breakfast program could be maintained during the branch's first 2 tumultuous years. Forced to re-evaluate its tactics, the Winston-Salem office altered its image by avoiding armed confrontations and focusing its attention on community service, and during the next 4 years the branch was able to accomplish things that it had only dreamed of earlier. Changes in the FBI also enabled the NCCF to become increasingly involved with community service and less involved in conflicts with law enforcement agencies. In 1971, COINTELPRO ostensibly officially came to an end after it was discovered by the media. 77 The discovery of COINTELPRO, coupled with the death of J. Edgar Hoover in May 1972, led to a less politicized FBI. Under new media scrutiny, the FBI toned down its public contempt toward the Panthers, investigations for Smith Act violations ceased, and the FBI began to employ less intrusive measures to undercut the Black Panther Party's influence. This relaxation by the FBI allowed the Winston-Salem branch to pursue its endeavors without the harassment and scrutiny of the FBI, but this did not mean that the FBI ceased its surveillance of the group. The FBI continued to watch the Winston-Salem office until it disbanded. Revolution or Bust, 1971 to 1976. In April 1970 the Winston-Salem NCCF was officially recognized as a full-fledged branch of the Black Panther Party, a change in status that was an important turning point for the Winston-Salem group. The branch, having endured FBI and local police repression, was able to begin rebuilding strong community service programs that led to a new respectability for the group. The group's finances also stabilized. The amount and frequency of donations dramatically increased and the group's membership had fewer legal problems, which meant that the branch's legal expenses decreased. But the vitality of the Winston-Salem group was not mirrored by the National Black Panther Party, which was thrown into turmoil by internal problems. By 1971 the party was no longer fashionable and had ceased to be considered the vanguard by many leftists. Drug abuse, criminal activity, and ongoing petty feuds among the remaining party leaders tore the party apart. The problems with the national group eventually affected the Winston-Salem chapter and caused disenchantment among the members. This disillusionment brought about the end of the Winston-Salem group just as its members were moving into positions of authority within the city. The legal problems of the High Point Four, Medley, Jennings, DeWitt, and Lilly, and those accused of the meat truck robbery, Little, Cornell, and Fuller, gave the branch issues around which to rally. In particular, the meat truck case focused community attention on the ills of the justice system. Little, Cornell, and Fuller were tried twice on the charges, with the first trial proving to be a resounding victory for the branch. During pretrial motions, the members were given an opportunity to publicize FBI harassment. A subpoena obtained by the group's attorney, Jerry Paul of the ACLU, against Special Agent David Martin, the FBI agent heading the investigation into the Winston-Salem branch 78, sent the FBI into turmoil. A flurry of teletypes and memos was sent between the director's office and the sack of the Charlotte field office. 79 Martin was called to testify on September 20, 1971. When asked if he had participated in surveillance of the Panthers, he declined to answer, citing FBI Departmental Order 38L67, an order that instructed agents not to testify in court regarding FBI operations without instruction from the U.S. Attorney General. 80. On September 22, 1971, Martin was given a list of questions that Paul intended to ask. The list was immediately furnished to the director's office. The questions were: 1. Have you, in your capacity as an FBI agent, done any electronic surveillance regarding defendant Larry Little? 2. Have you, in your capacity as an FBI agent, done any electronic surveillance regarding defendant Julius White Cornell? 3. Have you conducted any electronic surveillance regarding defendant Grady Fuller? 4. Mr. Martin, has any information come into your possession by means of electronic surveillance that any of these defendants might have committed any of these crimes upon which they stand? 5. Prior to today, a few minutes ago, when you went out with the United States Attorney and the state prosecutors, had you discussed electronic surveillance with any person involved in the investigation and/or prosecution in this case? 81. Martin was instructed to answer no to the first 4 questions and no, not with regard to this particular case, to the last question, answers which were only partly true. From the FBI files it is clear that the group's most important phone calls, namely those to the party's headquarters in Oakland, were recorded by the San Francisco field office. Martin had not himself placed or made the decision to place the phone taps in Oakland. Therefore he was technically telling the truth. However, Martin had access to all the transcripts of phone calls made to Panther headquarters and was using these transcripts to build his Smith Act case. While the subpoena of Martin during pretrial hearings had put the FBI on the defensive, it was another pretrial motion that led to victory in the first trial. Paul argued that Little could not receive a fair trial in the district in which he was being tried because black representation on potential juror lists was disproportionate to the percentage of black citizens in the district. James N. Long, Superior Court Judge for Forsyth County, agreed and quashed the indictment. 82 While the charges were not dismissed, the fact that a Superior Court judge agreed that Little could not receive justice bolstered the case made by the Panthers against law enforcement agencies. When the criminal charges were reinstated in 1973, Fuller, Cornell, and Little pled no contest to misdemeanor larceny charges. Fuller was sentenced to 90 days in prison and was fined an amount equal to 1/3 the price of the stolen meat. Little and Cornell were sentenced to 6 months in prison, suspended for 2 years, and were fined for the remaining 2/3 of the price of the meat. Little and Cornell never served any time under the conviction. 83. In early 1972, the Winston-Salem branch and the National Black Panther Party began instituting policies to alter the public image of the party. The National Party leadership suggested that Black Panther Party members join churches and build coalitions with parishioners. 84 The Winston-Salem branch was instructed to become active with traditional black community leaders, small business owners and ministers, and they began courting groups like the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and Ben Chavis's North Carolina, Virginia Council for Racial Justice, NCVCRJ. Both the SCLC and the NCVCRJ spoke at Panther rallies in support of Panther projects. 85 The coalition with these less radical, religiously oriented groups represented a fundamental shift in Panther policy. While Chavis had always been radical and the SCLC under Ralph Abernathy had moved leftward, the Panther coalitions with these groups displayed a new outlook. The Panthers still advocated revolution, but they conceded that this might be more effectively accomplished by working through traditional legal institutions. The branch's first endeavor to alter its image involved an old discontent. Blacks in Winston-Salem had known for some time that city services were often distributed on a racial basis rather than on the basis of need. When this service meant the life or death of a black citizen, it was particularly galling. As early as October 1970 the branch had raised the issue of emergency health services, especially ambulance services, which was a sore point among blacks. On October 17, 1970, the Black Panther ran an article titled "Pig Responsible for Death of 15-Year-Old Brother," which recounted the events after the shooting of Alan "Snake" Dendy. According to eyewitnesses, the ambulance arrived on the scene half an hour after being called and the technicians found Dendy still alive but seriously injured. The article stated that the ambulance technicians refused to give the brother Dendy medical attention and refused to take him to a hospital. The police, instead of trying to help Dendy, began questioning people who had gathered at the scene. Dendy died within 2 hours. When asked why they had not helped Dendy, the ambulance technicians stated, "We didn't have permission to move him." 86. According to Little, this incident was not out of the ordinary. He stated, "We had people who died because these ambulance employees, who were county employees, determined these people were not in an emergency situation." 87. The Panthers felt compelled to act, and by 1972 it was financially able to do so. In June 1971, the group obtained an old hearse and began outfitting it for use as an ambulance. 88 members also began attending first aid and emergency medical technician, EMT, classes at Surrey Community College. 89 The FBI, which still perceived the branch as a threat, continued harassing the group. Little remembers. "We sent our members to Surrey Community College to be trained to become emergency medical technicians. The president of that college told me that when we enrolled there they were visited by David Martin of the FBI and that the FBI were trying to get them the school not to let us enroll in the emergency medical technician program because they wanted to stop our ambulance program from getting started. The members were able to attend the college and were certified by the end of summer 1971. The ambulance service was begun by the end of the year, and it proved to be one of the branch's most effective endeavors. It offered a service that the community had long wanted. In May 1973 the success of the program led the National Episcopal Church to give the Panthers $35,700 so that the program could be continued and expanded. The branch bought a new ambulance and several other vehicles with the money. 90 The program transformed Little into a major political player in the city. He frequently appeared on television and was the subject of numerous newspaper articles. The chapter instituted several other inexpensive yet highly effective community programs designed to help the city's poor residents. Among these programs was a free pest control service. Pest control was beyond the financial means of some blacks in Winston-Salem, and the program offered a much-needed service to the poor of Winston-Salem while costing a relatively small amount of money. A similar effort was a program to bus people to visit their loved ones in prison, who were often incarcerated a considerable distance from Winston-Salem. 91 The chapter also collected clothes and shoes for the poor and set up a sickle cell anemia testing program that was also relatively inexpensive. According to Larry Little, you could train people to do that test. 92. While the North Carolina branch had altered its image, many members and former members of the organization had not. The members loyal to the Cleaver faction of the party were especially dangerous and problematic for the more respectable chapters and branches, and their actions reflected poorly on the rest of the organization. Robert Brown and Daniel Johnson, New York Party members, were the first of these so-called renegades. 93 To cause problems in North Carolina. On November 11, 1971, Brown and Johnson, wanted for bank robbery in New York, were stopped on Highway 64 in Catawba County, North Carolina, by Deputy Sheriff Ted Elmore. Brown shot Elmore 3 times, and the two drove off. They later fled the car after having been spotted by another police officer, but they were apprehended shortly thereafter. Inside the stolen car were 8 guns, 2 walkie-talkies, rope, guerrilla warfare books, several knives, and a large quantity of ammunition. 94 The incident, along with information from an FBI informer in Detroit 95 led to speculation that the radical Cleaver faction was contemplating relocating to North Carolina to set up an underground organization. While no further evidence of an underground faction in North Carolina was ever observed, the possibility that such a group might exist was supposedly seen as a serious threat by the FBI. In early 1972, Little returned to Oakland for nearly 6 months of training, and in his absence Nelson Malloy served as acting head of the branch. Upon Little's return the branch was rejuvenated. The group embarked upon several new community service ventures, and members became increasingly involved in local politics. But the success was short-lived. The National Party was in decline, and its emphasis on community service was an attempt to save the party from completely dissolving. The events of late 1972 and 1973 represented a last-ditch attempt by the branch to make the Black Panther Party a force in Winston-Salem, but what the group discovered was that their personal ambitions were outgrowing the decaying party. The successes of the final years of the charter's existence led directly to the branch's end. Shortly after Little's return from Oakland in June of 1972, Panther Joe Waddell, who had been convicted of armed robbery, died in prison. On June 13, Waddell complained of a stomachache shortly after lunch and died soon thereafter. An autopsy determined that the cause of death was a heart attack brought on by coronary heart disease, even though Waddell was only 22 years old and did not have a history of medical problems. Medical records and a routine physical examination taken days before his death showed that Waddell was in excellent health. According to Paige Hudson, the state medical examiner, he was very muscular and his low body fat suggested that he exercised regularly. Suffice to say his death was a shock to many in the community, and, given the inconsistencies in the various reports, some suspected that Waddell had been murdered. On June 21, 1972, Waddell was buried in full Panther regalia before a large crowd of Panther supporters and members. The eulogy was given by Bobby Seale, who had taped his message a few days earlier. 96 If he had been murdered for being a Panther, Waddell got posthumous revenge. He had bought a sizable life insurance policy that named the Winston-Salem branch as the beneficiary. The branch received $7,000, which it used for the ambulance program. 97 The group acknowledged its debt of gratitude to Waddell for his service by renaming the ambulance program the Joseph Waddell People's Free Ambulance Service. 98. Waddell's name was again commemorated on July 30, 1972, with the Joseph Waddell Free Food Program. The event, attended by 2,000 people, was a huge success. The branch donated 1,000 grocery bags of food to the residents of the Kimberly Housing Project, and in addition to free food, people in the housing project were given free sickle cell anemia tests as well as free shoes for their children. The branch also launched a voter registration drive that, according to the FBI, registered 500 people to vote. The branch used the event as a forum to display its new outlook. Little spoke at length about working within the system and announced that he would run for local office in the future. 99 The FBI conceded that the rally was the most ambitious project undertaken by the NC chapter to date. 2 more free food rallies, smaller but still successful, were held in August and December. 100. Members of the Winston-Salem branch were always aware of FBI surveillance of them, but they had not known the extent of that surveillance. In August 1973, Wilbert Allen, an FBI and police informer, became displeased with the police's treatment of local black nightclubs and came forward publicly to reveal the investigation into the branch. The FBI and local police had been investigating the clubs for some time, supposedly as centers for drug distribution. In July 1973, tensions between police and the patrons of the nightclub snapped and the police used tear gas and billy clubs to clear the street after several people refused to disperse. The Panthers claimed that the police had provoked the whole incident. The black community, upset by the police action, demanded a public hearing at the Public Safety Committee of the city's Board of Aldermen regarding the event. At the hearing, Allen, apparently no longer able to bear the guilt and shame of his working for the police, publicly confessed that he had been a police informer. 101. Allen's revelation did not surprise the Panthers. They had always assumed that informers existed but never really knew who they were. According to Allen, the police had been trying to link Little to narcotics distribution at the clubs. 102. Allen further stated, "In my undercover dealings with the Winston-Salem Police Department, I found that, a lot of information they received was misinterpreted through other informers. This led to a lot of harassment of individuals whom the police had under surveillance and were spying on. Anything that was loose talk was taken to be fact. Information I gave was often misused through their own department. 103. Allen's decision to come forward helped improve the image of the Panthers at a critical time. Little parlayed the issues of police brutality and surveillance into an opportunity to enter the political arena. Buoyed by Bobby Seale's campaign for mayor of Oakland and the election of Panthers to various boards and offices in Oakland in 1972 and 1973, Little decided to run for alderman. The Democratic primary for alderman was held on May 7, 1974, when Little squared off against incumbent Richard N. Davis, also an African American. 104. Little's foray into politics coincided with the organization's shift from revolutionary politics to a more palatable approach to activism. Said Little in an interview with the left-wing publication Anvil, "Our goal to transform the system is still there, but our methods have changed." Little said the black community needed streetlights for the neighborhood, a hospital accessible to blacks, a police review board and other citizen participation programs. The election was marred by controversy. The original results showed that Little had lost the election by a vote of 646 to 566.105. Little was highly disappointed since the Panthers had registered more than 500 voters to ensure victory. But the chairman of the County Board of Elections challenged 400 of these newly registered voters, and nearly 300 were removed from the registration rolls. This purge may have cost Little the election, as many of those who were disfranchised had been registered during a Panther voter registration drive. When Little challenged the results, the election board chairman updated the number of votes received by the Panther leader. The new results had Little losing by a mere 8 votes. 106. Although many in the community, including the Winston-Salem Journal, called for a new vote, the State Board of Elections refused to hold a new election. The Republican-controlled board found no irregularities during the election. 107. To many, the election was clearly fraudulent. Irregularities that should have nullified the results existed in numerous areas. According to Little, the Republican chairman of the election committee said he came in and saw these stacks of cards that people had been registering. He picked them up, saw that they were Democrats, and he checked to see if he thought these people had been registered properly. He called up some of them on the phone. Some of them didn't remember putting their hand on the Bible, so he purged 546 people, just like that, off the books. He just threw the cards out. Then they had just refused to give us credit for 72 votes out of one machine, and proved that in court. Then they said I lost by 8 votes. And the state law says you can't purge people off the books registration rolls within 10 days of an election. They purged them, the voters registered by Little 2 days before the election. 108. It was clear that even though the Panthers had toned down their rhetoric and shown a willingness to work within the system, they were still perceived as a threat by many people. The branch was poised on the brink of political legitimacy. Little had narrowly been defeated in his bid for alderman. The Panthers' rallies were regularly drawing sizable crowds, and the ambulance program was a big success. But the National Black Panther Party was moving in the opposite direction. Newton had expelled or driven out many capable comrades in the party before he fled to Cuba. The Winston-Salem branch had simply outgrown the national organization, and Little realized that the national organization was no longer an effective vehicle for his personal goals. When the national leadership began recalling entire branches and chapters to Oakland, Little knew the party was dead. He stated, "They moved everybody out of Baltimore, Washington, D.C., New Jersey, New York, Atlanta, Connecticut. And we had these programs, and ultimately, you know, David Hilliard would never have depleted these chapters like that. Quite frankly, that's my real disillusion with the whole thing." And Elaine Brown, as conniving as she was, played a major role. She gets the party off track. And then the negative things that evolved with the drug usage and things of this sort. That was just shocking to me. 109. Little resigned from the Black Panther Party in early 1976. His resignation, for all intents and purposes, represented the end of the Winston-Salem Black Panthers. The remaining members interested in continuing their affiliation with the Panthers moved to Oakland. 110. Legacy. The death of the Black Panther Party did not end the activism of the people who made up that organization. While some of the most notable Panthers faded away into obscurity, many others continued their public service work. Those who some consider perhaps most responsible for the demise of the organization, Newton and Cleaver, continued the socially deviant activities that had caused the group's descent. Others continued the evolution to respectability that the party had experienced in the 1970s. Some members of the Winston-Salem branch became quite substantial figures in the city. These Panthers, like Little, continued in public life and demonstrated a determination to keep some of the Panther ideas alive. For many members of the Winston-Salem branch, life brought tremendous success. Little again ran for the Board of Aldermen, and this time he won. He also began attending Winston-Salem State College, now Winston-Salem State University. At 26 he was a freshman in college and alderman of Winston-Salem's North Ward. Little was re-elected to the board in the early 1980s, and during his second term he began doing graduate work in public administration at the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. Upon completion of his second term as alderman, Little decided not seek re-election. Instead he enrolled in Wake Forest University Law School. When Little stepped down from his political position to practice law, Patrick Harrison, a member of the NAACP, became the North Ward alderman. After Harrison's term was completed, former Panther Nelson Malloy assumed the position. According to Little, people in Winston-Salem started calling the North Ward alderman position the permanent Black Panther seat. When Malloy was elected alderman, it marked 16 out of 20 years a Panther had held that seat. 111. By the early 1980s the Panthers' legacy was firmly cemented in the annals of Black North Carolina history. Winston-Salem's daily newspaper referred to Larry Little as the area's most influential African American citizen, and the Winston-Salem Chronicle, the city's black newspaper, tabbed him for its first ever Man of the Year award. The legacy of the Winston-Salem branch of the Black Panther Party is more than simply the effect it had on its members. The branch gave a voice to the rage of a dispossessed community, the Black poor. Even Winston-Salem Police Chief Tom Surratt begrudgingly acknowledged the BPP's impact, commenting that the Panthers were a good source of conflict management and their programs were a good public service. 112 The nonviolent direct action movement led by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. rarely addressed the economic and social concerns of this segment of society. Bobby Seale remembers his attitude toward the civil rights movement. Before I went to college, when I was in the service the early 1960s, I wasn't aware of civil rights. I'd been hearing about civil rights through the papers but not focusing on it that much. I was personally more concerned with getting some kind of education. I was trying to get some clothes, and I bought a set of encyclopedias. I'd gotten myself a $600 set of drums, which I was also making payments on. 113. Seale was more interested in his drums than in civil rights. This lack of interest succinctly displays the indifferent attitude of many blacks who later joined the Panthers. The civil rights struggle was not their struggle. Some blacks felt that the movement was not working to solve the economic problems many blacks were experiencing. David Hilliard, who grew up in extreme poverty, often fantasized about white life. Like Seale, Hilliard was indifferent toward the civil rights movement. Hilliard remembers discussing the Freedom Riders with a group of whites at a Youth for Jobs party, run by the Communist Party. I don't share everyone's admiration for the demonstration. Me and my buddies think these people are crazy to let themselves be brutalized. But I keep my opinions to myself. I enjoy the talk, and, besides, I'm here for a job, not a debate. 114. Again, economic concerns overrode political interests. Hilliard's comment about the nonviolent tactics of civil rights protesters is also very telling. Nonviolence simply did not make sense to many inner-city poor black youth. The Black Panther Party acted as the voice of the poor and oppressed, regardless of race, and it addressed the needs of the poor inner-city black. Like the Nation of Islam, the Black Panther Party sought to use the rage of the criminal and street tough to further political demands, but with a greater sense of urgency and more aggressively. Members of the Winston-Salem branch also found fault with the traditional civil rights movement. Fighting back was a natural reaction to the violence they had experienced. When Little was asked what the most important accomplishments of the branch were, he did not talk about the ambulance program or the free food program. Instead, he talked about the new attitude the Panthers instilled in people. Little stated, "The major accomplishment, I think, though, is the attitude we instilled." Dr. H. Malloy, who is a well-known black surgeon who has been written up a lot for some of the surgery he has done, said that it used to be that the Ku Klux Klan he would hear would ride down his street. And his wife and kids, he would put them on the floor and they would hide. And they would lay down on the floor under the bed because he did not want to be a victim. He said that when he saw what we did with the Panthers and picked up weapons, he said he immediately went to a sporting goods store and bought him a rifle. He told the man there, "I'm going to buy me a rifle because the Klan is supposed to ride down my street." He said he went from putting his family on the floor to be willing to stand up and fight. I think that's a major accomplishment because often people in the South just accepted whatever happened. The Panthers instilled in black people a pride of fighting back and standing up for your rights. 115. One major change in American society has been the acceptance of many of the programs of the Black Panther Party. The free breakfast and lunch programs were adopted later by the Forsyth County/Winston-Salem School Board. The attitude of public service that the Panthers promoted has also been adopted by many cities in hopes of improving the lives of poor people. But the most important Panther idea to receive wide support is community policing. The Panthers were originally organized to monitor police activity in hopes of preventing brutality. Blacks had long complained about the police, and many saw the police as an agent of repression. The Panthers called for an end to outside control of black communities and demanded that police live in the community in which they served. Today the same idea has been welcomed by many large cities as a technique to minimize problems between the police and the community and as a better way of reducing crime. If a police officer knows the people in the community personally, he is more likely to be in a position to know who the criminals are. He is also less likely to harass or beat people because of his personal relationship with them. The Panther legacy, however, is not all positive. The early years of the party were marked by violence. Most of the events described above were incidents involving armed conflict with police. The party attempted to be disciplined about its use of firearms, routinely conducting firearm safety seminars, but the party did not have control of the use of firearms by those outside the organization. The use of the gun as a symbol of liberation is double-edged. The improper use of firearms was directly responsible for undermining the Charlotte Group's attempt to secure a charter. The Winston-Salem branch's evolution from a poorly organized, somewhat adventuristic group into a force for community action and political change is in direct contrast to the path taken by some of the other Panther chapters. Of all the Panther branches in the South, the Winston-Salem branch was arguably the most effective at implementing the community service approach as outlined by the National Office and using it to expand their influence in local affairs. For a brief period, it was the model of what the national organization wanted and envisioned. The Black Panther Party should be seen as a training ground for black leaders. The members, while clearly fascinated by the image of the gun-toting Panther during the early months of the party, quickly became effective community servants. Little's and Malloy's hard work and dedication as Panthers directly led to their success as politicians. Black Panther Party membership demanded courage and sacrifice, important traits of the successful politician, and it introduced its members to the most strenuous and difficult arena of politics/revolution. It is no accident that some former Panthers have become successful politicians and leaders. 3. Panthers set up shop in Cleveland. Ryan Nissim Sabat. T. History of the Black Panther Party, BPP, in Cleveland, Ohio, cannot be fully understood unless one has knowledge of the conditions under which blacks lived during the preceding decades. It was the specific cultural and economic climate of Cleveland that provided the impetus for black militancy during the late 1960s. A significant portion of Cleveland's black population was imprisoned in dehumanizing conditions, ranging from rat-infested housing in overcrowded black neighborhoods to inadequate educational facilities and opportunities for black children. Blacks in Cleveland additionally found themselves either disproportionately unemployed or working in the most undesirable and lowest-paying jobs. Yet these conditions also had a role in the development of the black community's consciousness. Individuals are not disconnected from the social and economic relations that produce the context of their existence. Since the creation of the Americas, blacks have symbolically represented the conceptual other as white people have defined themselves as the standard human. Through these role allocations, society has legitimated the brutality it has imposed on blacks, categorizing them as inferior rather than as part of the larger human species. The documentation below will demonstrate the ways in which the dominant order was actualized within Cleveland's black community. Furthermore, these social and institutional circumstances provided the foundation for militant resistance, namely the Black Panthers, who moved to confront the social order and reallocate the city's material resources. Cleveland's black community during the 20th century. Cleveland's growth as an industrial stronghold attracted scores of European immigrants during the early 20th century and led to the designation of the city as the melting pot of nationalities. Cleveland was the world's leader in the lighting industry, second in the production of machine tools, and a forerunner in the production of paints and varnishes, motor fuel, trucks and buses, electrical goods, and metal products. Its position as a leader in industrial production crossed into other fields of labor as well, including copper, aluminum, brass, hardware, household appliances, and clothing, to name a few. As William G. Rose notes, Cleveland was tapped as the best location in the nation in terms of industrial overlapping. 1 Yet the distinction as the best location seemingly only panned out for members of the white community. Even with a bustling economy at the turn of the century, specifically the expanding steel industry, only a handful of laborers were black. 2. However, some historians have argued that Cleveland was a liberal city in regard to race relations. These scholars point to the 1910 election of Thomas W. Fleming to the city council, the first black to hold such a position in a major northern city, as a reflection of Cleveland's tolerance and liberalism. 3 Others highlight the successes of numerous blacks who held early positions as judges and state legislators. But such achievements among an elite group of blacks within Cleveland did not translate into progress for the larger black population. Of the 8,448 black people living in Cleveland at that time, 60% resided in the central area, west of East 55th Street and north of Woodland and Cedar Avenue. 5 The early formation of what Kenneth L. Kusmer calls a black enclave set the boundaries and zones for the location of African Americans. 6 This physical isolation transcended into the social and economic sphere as well. Typically employed in the unskilled or service sectors and denied access to the influential power of the labor unions, blacks in Cleveland continually found themselves on the bottom of the economic totem pole. Even as theaters segregated the black population and hotels refused to accommodate blacks, Cleveland was still often perceived as one of the best places for the Negro 7. Trickle-down equality hardly resulted in economic or social parity for the black masses. As the few digested petty rewards from the power structure, the vast majority of black Clevelanders endured deplorable conditions. Furthermore, the advances and rewards of the few reinforced the dominant paradigm of the Protestant work ethic, which argued that anybody could rise above social discrimination and obtain elite status. Aside from the economic disparity, blacks, who constituted a mere 1.5% of the population in 1910,8 were not seen as a threat to the resources controlled by white people. But as the black community grew, the city's elite attempted to further safeguard their own social and cultural standing, as well as their own economic possessions. As such, the numerical increase in the black community was met with a clearer articulation of the position that blacks were to assume within the hierarchical order. In other words, the growth in population was used to justify high rates of black unemployment, increased rents for deteriorating housing in an already overpopulated East Side, and unequal educational facilities. The exodus of Southern blacks to northern industrial centers was fueled by a combination of factors, most notably a need for cheap labor, low wages down south, untenable land, and Southern white repression. From 1915 to 1919, a sharp drop in European immigrants affected industrial employers who depended on their cheap labor. 9 Thus, during and after World War I, the Great Migration of blacks from the South cashed in on the opportunity to fill vacant job openings, mostly in unskilled labor. 10 As the North highlighted an ostensibly liberal social and political environment, blacks had few misgivings about leaving the South in search of both employment and an escape from white supremacist brutality. In addition, Southern mechanization of human labor required black workers to find other means of subsistence. The transformation in the South of cotton farming from a labor-intensive economy to a capitalist, machine-oriented economy, a movement initiated and subsidized by political coalitions between organized farm operators and the federal government, eliminated the need for cheap black labor. 11 Finally, migration by Southern blacks was instigated by natural disasters such as the boll weevil plague and the floods of 1910 to 1915, which paralyzed the Southern agricultural economy. Rose summarizes the movement of blacks to the North, and specifically Cleveland, with a quote from State Senator Harry E. Davis, a lone black legislator in the Ohio House in 1920. War industries induced a mass movement of colored workers into Cleveland which almost completely submerged the older elements of the colored population. Industry sent agents into the South to recruit labor, and they were brought to Cleveland in carloads. Many of them came with only the clothing they were wearing, with no preparation for housing, and with little idea of the problems they must inevitably encounter. 12. There were few social institutions or organizations established to support newly arrived blacks, and the government fulfilled its role by squeezing the black population into smaller colonies. Following World War II, Cleveland, like other northern cities, saw another influx of blacks migrating from the South. In 1930, the black population was 72,469 people, 8%. By 1940, the black population had risen to 147,847 residents, 16%, and the percentage continued to increase as whites fled to the suburbs. 13 Although blacks spread into new domains, by 1950 the housing shortage remained a problem, and school construction in black neighborhoods lagged behind the growing number of children. During the 1960s, the movement of blacks within the city challenged the territorial possession of whites. The 1960 census reported that Cuyahoga County's black population increased from 87,145 in 1940 to 255,310 in 1960. As the white population continued to move to the suburbs, Cleveland's black population was centralized within the inner city, largely around East Cleveland and the Ludlow area of Shaker Heights. In fact, 90% of blacks in Cleveland resided in the eastern side of the city. 14 Blacks increasingly began to migrate northeast along St. Clair Avenue toward East Cleveland, and southeast down Lee, Miles, Harvard, and Kinsman toward the city limits. The movement away from the dense inner city was an attempt by blacks to obtain better housing and schooling for their children. The black middle class had the means to make the first move, migrating to Glenville, then to Mt. Pleasant, and farther into Leesville and Lee Harvard. The small group of blacks who left the inner city were middle-aged and rarely had children under 15 years of age. 15. By 1960, Cleveland was the eighth largest city in the United States with 250,818 black residents, 29% of the total population in Cleveland. 16. The Urban League reported that between 1950 and 1960, the city's white population declined from 765,300 to 622,900, that is, lost one-fifth of its 1950 total. From 1960 to 1963, an estimated 44,500 white residents left the city. 17 Furthermore, Cleveland's black population became more youthful as the white population grew older. Cleveland's black population found itself increasingly segregated into the restricted areas of the East Side. In what looked like an American apartheid city, 98.2% of all black people lived within East Cleveland, which follows the pattern set in April of 1910, when 97.6% of black Clevelanders lived in the inner city. 18 The Urban League reported that in 1963, an estimated 277,600 out of 287,000 Negro County residents lived in the eastern third of the central city in contiguous census tracts covering about 15 square miles. 19 Segregated within St. Clair Avenue, Broadway, Corlett, Lee Road, Harvard, Miles, and the eastern suburbs, blacks were relegated to a specific location, both physically and ideologically. As one black man facetiously remarked, it was as if we are liable to contaminate someone. 20. The areas of Central, Hoff, Glenville, Mt. Pleasant, and Kinsman contained 90% of Cleveland's black population. Lost within these figures, however, is why these areas were the enclaves, the ghettos. Consistent with the dominant order, black people were relegated to the oldest and most dilapidated sections of the city. For instance, the Hoff community's development is representative of the larger situation in Cleveland's black neighborhoods. In 1950, only 3.9% of the Hoff population was black. By 1960, as buildings wore down, the black population of Hoff increased to 73%. 21 As the population increased in the black community, so did the demand for work. Employment and unemployment. Whether employed in the most dehumanizing jobs or not employed at all, blacks were rarely given any breaks. As discussed above, the industrial expansion associated with defense spending in World War II created increased job openings in northern cities. With no other choice, employers turned to the newly arriving southern blacks for jobs. As Russell Davis notes, many employers look to the Urban League for advice on integrating blacks into the organizational structure. Yet Davis again misses the philosophical stance of white employers when he states, "To be sure the black worker was first assigned the simple tasks of machine operation, but the ice was broken and he had entry into a field that heretofore had been denied to him." 22 In actuality, black workers were assigned those jobs because they were the least desirable and white employers needed a new pool of labor to exploit. This ice-breaking ceremony was not an attempt to be kind to blacks, it was done out of economic necessity. Furthermore, the fact that blacks were relegated to the most demeaning forms of labor reaffirms the conceptual notion of the dominant order, which defined blacks as lesser human beings. In addition, Davis fails to take into consideration the employer's interest in creating worker dissension rather than worker solidarity. Blacks who moved into the labor force were quickly depicted as invaders of white work as they took less pay for the same jobs, and white workers thus directed their frustration toward black workers rather than toward their white employers. Kusmer discusses the earlier use of black laborers as strike breakers, hiring them on a temporary basis and paying them less. 23 The perpetuation of this division within the surplus labor pool has been fundamental to the white property owners' maintenance of the cultural and economic order. Furthermore, the unions in Cleveland rarely represented black people. For example, in 1966, statistics were given to the Civil Rights Commission in Cleveland on the numbers of journeymen and apprentices in each union. 24 Collectively, the unions had 7,122 journeymen who were white and 51 who were black. Of the apprentices, 609 were white and only 4 were black. 25 As noted above, black workers predominantly occupied the unskilled and undesirable labor ranks. Whereas whites often worked as managers with salaries, blacks always found themselves in the worst-paying jobs. 26 In addition, Herman Stein noted that OF employed Negro women in 1965, 56% hold menial service jobs, of which half are in private households. 27 The Urban League confirmed the predicament, stating that as a rule, Negroes are given jobs in the lowest occupational categories. 28 Even as blacks began to make headway into industrial positions, technological advances in manufacturing quickly eliminated them from the payrolls. As the Urban League reported, since 1953, manufacturing industries have declined in the total number of workers employed. Some 80,000 factory blue-collar jobs, mainly in heavy industry, steel mill, foundry, machinery, have disappeared from the Cleveland area, while, at the same time, some 30,000 non-factory white-collar jobs were making an appearance on the labor market. Following World War II, the black labor force found itself the most affected by the downsizing in the industrial employment sector. The Urban League stated, in 1960, nearly two-thirds of the Negro-employed labor force worked as semi-skilled operatives, 26% mostly in manufacturing, service workers, 26%, and laborers, 12%. 29 Furthermore, as increases in technological automation eliminated the need for the lowest skilled workers, blacks found themselves in the unemployment lines. Although Davis remarks on the advances of labor-saving machinery and the rise in unemployment in 1960, he neglects to mention who was hardest hit by such measures. 30 As construction and manufacturing jobs evaporated with the advancement of technological automation, so did employment for blacks. 31 Employment downsizing normally meant that blacks, as the unskilled laborers, lost their jobs first. The corollary to blacks having the worst jobs is that blacks would also be paid the least. The income of blacks was considerably less than that of whites. 56% of the black population was receiving an income of less than $3,000, compared to only 40.2% of the white population. 32 Income limitations meant limited choices in housing for members of the black community and, in turn, affected the quality of schools for black children. Yet with no income, these choices were almost non-existent. In December 1963, blacks constituted over a third of the unemployed, or 11,900 out of a total of 34,000. Within the black community, 10.5% of the population was unemployed, as opposed to 3.2% of the white population. 33 Housing conditions. Velma Jean Woods and her husband moved into the Clevelander apartments on East 93rd in June 1957. The Woodses were only the second black family to move into the 7-story, 72-unit apartment complex. As the Cleveland black population expanded and entered into new territories, white people first resisted, then eventually fled. Some white families departed as quickly as the Woodses moved in, others were forced out as rent escalated with the new black tenants. Whereas the elder white tenants had a fixed rent which rarely fluctuated, the arrival of black tenants provided the impetus for landlords to maximize profits. As elder white occupants disappeared, so did decent landlord service. By 1964, the Clevelander had deteriorated as rents continued to escalate. The elevator had not worked in 2 years, roaches and rats made daily appearances, and maintenance workers rarely showed their faces. 34 Mrs. Woods' story was similar to the experiences of many black people in Cleveland. Overcrowding, high rents, and shoddy maintenance were typical of the dwellings located in the black community. Davis notes that in one census tract of the black community, 99% of the approximately 1,200 dwellings had serious deficiencies in 1950. He continues, a choosing 50 or more years old, was occupied by a succession of families of poorer and poorer circumstances and by absentee owners. 35 White landlords ignored the situation and refused to upgrade living facilities. The response from the city of Cleveland was to invoke programs of slum clearance. Lawrence Brisker notes that as families were forced out of one neighborhood, they would double up with relatives or friends in another community, contributing to its increasing deterioration. 36 In addition, homeowners eagerly converted family homes into smaller apartments and profited off black residents who had been forced out of overcrowded slum areas. With little choice of where to live, blacks were usually segregated into central Cleveland and East Cleveland, which in turn created immense overpopulation. However, like the situation at the Clevelander apartments, as blacks moved into the city, whites flocked to the suburbs. This provided some working-class black families the opportunity to purchase decent housing in areas such as Glenville and Mount Pleasant during the later 1950s. In time, the black population would swell to where neighborhood expansion was inevitable, regardless of white resistance. The shortage of low-income housing for the majority of blacks initiated public housing construction by the Cleveland Metropolitan Housing Authority in 1944. Projects such as Carver Park and Outwait Homes alleviated some of the shortage, but had little effect on the overall density problem. 37. In 1957, the government constructed the Longwood apartment complex between East 33rd and East 40th Streets, with 836 units. In addition, along 79th Street south of Kinsman in the central area, the government built the Garden Valley Public Housing Project. 38 Davis argues that the surroundings of these public housing projects, notably poor schools and slums, led to rapid turnover of residents. 39 Furthermore, the establishment of public housing units contributed to an escalating frustration and hopelessness as blacks were partitioned into specific segments of the city. In combination with the social issues previously mentioned, the poorer sections of Black Cleveland were waiting for an organization to confront the resource allocation of the dominant order and challenge the inferior status of blacks. Overcrowding within Cleveland's residential black communities overshadowed the increase in black home ownership during the 1950s, as the Urban League reported a home ownership jump from 8,782 to 19,621.40. Far from being dispersed throughout the black community, this growth was restricted to the older segments of the black community, who most often only moved to the outer boundaries of the original Black Cleveland. As middle-class blacks attempted to move outside of Glenville, Hoff, and Mt. Pleasant, white property owners were not hospitable. Protests erupted in the Lee Harvard area in 1953 as white residents stoned and smeared paint on a house being pursued by a black buyer. Likewise, one home constructed for a black family in the Ludlow area was bombed in 1956. But not all white residents shared this hostility. Whites and blacks united and formed the Ludlow Community Association in 1957 in support of an integrated neighborhood. 41. In general, the housing situation in Cleveland was deplorable. An official for the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights testified that housing conditions have not changed substantially since the 1960 census, and at that time 9,000 Negro families in the city lived in substandard dwellings, over 13,000 were in overcrowded houses, and among renters nearly 24,000 paid a quarter or more of their total income for rent. 42 In 1960, 28.2% of all housing occupied by blacks was below the minimum standard, either dilapidated or deteriorating, compared to only 7.4% of white people's housing. 43. Effects of de facto segregation in the public school system. Glenville's Patrick Henry Junior High was a typical public school in Cleveland's black community. The facilities were inadequate to accommodate its 2,100 students. Overcrowding burdened teachers and inhibited the learning potential of the students. Mrs. Percy Cunningham, a science teacher at Patrick Henry, explained, "I teach in a science room that is in the basement. There is very little, if any, as far as facilities, as far as pictures on the wall and microscopes and equipment that can be used." 44 To no surprise, she continued to say that most of the students' achievement was lower than it should have been. For blacks, the experience in the Cleveland public school system was no different from the experiences in employment and housing. The racial polarization noted earlier in the population figures created two different educational systems in Cleveland, one for blacks and one for whites. As the Urban League reported, 60% of all public elementary schools in the Cleveland School District were either all white or all Negro. Likewise, they documented that 40% of public junior high schools and 58% of public senior high schools in the city were completely segregated. 45 But these figures are extremely conservative when compared to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights document Staff Report, Education, Cleveland, Ohio. 46 Testifying on behalf of the Commission, Richard Bellman stated that in the 169 schools considered, it was found that 82.6% of the children are attending schools with a population either 95 to 100% white or 95 to 100% Negro. White teachers predominantly taught at white schools and black teachers were assigned to all black schools. 47 Furthermore, the expenditure per child was less in the inner city than in white school districts, and the ratio of teacher to student was also considerably different, 60 per 1,000 students in the white community, 39 per 1,000 in the black community. 48 Integrationists organized around the public school arrangement to confront the institutionalized white racism. Murray Hill, Cleveland's Little Italy, and Collinwood were the settings for confrontation over the schooling of black children in Cleveland during the early part of the 1960s. In the summer of 1963, a new coalition was born called the United Freedom Movement, UFM, uniting black ministers, Jewish leaders, traditional black leaders, and the new militants of Cleveland. 49 The UFM was formed to protest the deployment of black children to overcrowded black schools while white schools had vacant spaces. The UFM also criticized the construction of 2 new schools within Cleveland's rundown black enclaves, seeing them as steps that inhibited integration. At a planned protest in Murray Hill in January 1964, black demonstrators and passers-by were beaten by a mob of white residents, with little police intervention. After Mayor Ralph Locker refused to intervene, he quickly became the target of a sit-in in February. 50 Police forcibly removed black ministers and community activists who were occupying the Board of Education building, and the images of community members being dragged out by the police remained in the consciousness of the black community. The situation of children in public schools mirrored the larger situation of the black community in Cleveland. In 1964, the report by the Cleveland Urban League stated that if the disparities between blacks and whites were not rectified, the city would be on the verge of destruction. 2 years later, on July 18, 1966, Cleveland erupted. The rise of black militancy and political power. As the student sit-ins began in the South, the Cleveland National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, followed with a persistent picketing of white companies in the early 1960s to protest against unfair hiring practices. Out of this protest, Lewis Robinson and the demonstrators formed the Freedom Fighters, first to monetarily assist students and communities of black sharecroppers in the South, then focusing on discriminatory practices within Cleveland. 51 Through the support of the NAACP, the Freedom Fighters pushed the Cleveland civil rights agenda during the early part of the 1960s, targeting the practices of Cleveland's banks, department stores, and public offices to deny certain privileges to black people. As Robinson described in his memoirs, THs were freedom fighters. A group of factory workers, not peoples with degrees, not the bourgeois, but hungry ex-Southerners like me who came north looking for equality and brotherhood and discovered that you had to fight even harder than in the South. 52 Robinson and the Freedom Fighters laid the groundwork for a new militancy within the black community. During the early months of 1966, hostility between white and black youths escalated to a boiling point. Roving gangs of white youths provoked blacks walking by Cleveland's Little Italy. 53 As the police made excuses for their inability to charge the perpetrators, militant organizations like Robinson's New JFK House began to mobilize opposition. Following a series of meetings with black youths, Robinson and fellow black nationalist Harlell Jones attempted to contain the general youth frustration with the police's inadequate response and the behavior of the white youths. Meetings, however, could not calm the response following the shooting of a black woman on a bus in a white neighborhood. On July 18, 1966, tensions escalated and finally boiled over at the 79ers Cafe on East 79th Street and Hoff Avenue, when the white owner refused to serve a drink to a black customer and then placed a sign outside reading "No water for niggers." 54 The crowd that had gathered in front of the cafe became furious, hurling rocks and initiating 4 nights of rebellion in Hoff that left 4 dead and 10 wounded. Cleveland's political establishment was unable to recuperate in the aftermath of the rebellion. Thus, Hoff set the stage for Cleveland's most tumultuous political change. As the incumbent Democratic mayor Ralph Locker lost support from his political power base, the door opened for a new political machine. After defeating Locker in the Democratic primary, Carl B. Stokes became the first black mayor of a major industrial city as he squeaked out a victory over the Republican Seth Taft in the 1967 election. 55 Some considered the victory a gift from the white establishment, which hoped Stokes would contain the hostility of the black youth. As City Council member Leo Jackson stated, the business community was purchasing security when they elected a black mayor in 1967.56. With Stokes in office, sectors of the black community looked for answers to their lack of employment, substandard housing, and inadequate education. In response, Stokes initiated his Cleveland Now campaign to confront the conditions of the city's poor. The government mobilized businesses and foundations to donate more than $5.5 million toward community projects such as daycare and recreation centers, drug treatment centers, and expansions of public housing facilities. 57 In advocating the increased expenditure of federal programs, however, Stokes perpetuated the flawed liberal ideology that government and profit-oriented enterprise could bring an end to poverty. Without seriously deconstructing the cultural system which allows for the existence of poverty, or the structure of economic production and exchange, Stokes had no chance of arriving at the solution. William Nelson further argues that Stokes refused to confront Cleveland's economic structure and thus could not alleviate the poverty imposed on unemployed black workers. 58 The election of Stokes did, however, open the door for members of the black middle class, who flowed into positions of government authority. Stokes prided himself on uniting black militants and accommodating white conservatives. His relationship with Afro-Set leader Harlel Jones was often noted in the criticism of his administration's support of militants. 59 Yet Stokes was only in support of militancy or black power when it directly benefited him and his base of power. If Jones could keep the black nationalists in line, then Stokes had room for him in his circle of friends. In addition, Stokes relied heavily on the funding of the white establishment and couldn't afford to do anything to aggravate the white voters. 60 Thus, when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. visited Cleveland in 1967, Stokes informed him that if you come here with those marches and whatnot, you can see what the reaction will be. You're going to create problems that we do not have now and may not be able to handle. I would rather that you not stay. 61 Stokes had no intention of being criticized by the nation's leading civil rights leader. As noted earlier, the situation in Cleveland had reached a boiling point during the mid-1960s with the Hoff Rebellion. Likewise, as the promises of a black mayor faded, segments of Cleveland's black community again geared up for resistance. Black nationalists expressed their concerns to deaf ears as the police continued to harass political activists. Police were often perceived as an occupying army in the black community, and they harassed black residents with no repercussions. Suffice to say that the police department was never seen as an ally of black residents. The situation that unfolded in Glenville established the tone of black militancy and of Stokes's position. On July 23, 1968, an abandoned Cadillac on Beulah Avenue was scheduled to be towed by the Cleveland Police Department. As two civilians dressed as police officers, William McMillan and Roy Bensley, began removing the Cadillac, shots rang out from the bushes and from the area in front of the car, the first shots in a rebellion supposedly initiated by Fred Ahmed Evans. McMillan later recounted, the snipers set up the ambush and used the tow truck as a decoy to bring the police in. They had their crossfire all planned. We were sitting ducks. The ambush theory was widely accepted throughout Cleveland, but Louis Masotti and Jerome Corsi, in their government-commissioned investigation, cast doubt on the theory after gathering additional information from individuals who had spoken with Evans that evening. 62. On the night of the shootout, Ahmed Evans had Councilman George Forbes and others at his house. 63 The Cleveland Police Department had given Forbes and other Cleveland officials information from the FBI that Evans and his organization, the Black Nationalists of New Libya, were planning an attack on July 24 in conjunction with organized riots in Akron and Canton. 64 Furthermore, the Masotti and Corsi report listed Stokes, Councilman Leo Jackson, William Walker, publisher of the Black newspaper. The Call and Post, community activist Baxter Hill, and patrolman James Payne as assassination targets. With shaky information from the informants, police decided to institute a mobile surveillance of Evans's apartment with black police officers. However, when Forbes arrived at Evans's apartment, 2 cars full of whites were stationed in front of the building. 65. During Forbes's stay, Evans expressed concern about the potential of seemingly harmless police surveillance. He had just witnessed a police raid on a black nationalist headquarters in Akron, where police had tear-gassed and clubbed the organization's members. Forbes, however, was unsuccessful in removing the police vehicle stationed across the street from Evans's residence, and he soon left the premises. Shortly after, shots rang out and the Glenville Rebellion began. The following hour, from 8:30 to 9:30 p.m., 22 people were either killed or injured. 66 Masadi reconstructs the events to show that the police officers who were on surveillance became targets only after Evans became threatened. Rather than a planned ambush, Evans and his organization claimed to have acted in self-defense. Stokes's decision to take all the white members of the National Guard, police force, and non-residents out of the Glenville area created a situation in which black people finally had community control. The shooting halted after Stokes placed black community leaders and police officers directly in the community. Stokes, however, was not interested in the grievances of the black community who were caught in the gunfire of the Glenville Rebellion. 67 His primary concern was establishing law and order in the Glenville area. The prominence of black nationalism and the election of Stokes in 1967 sparked an elevation in consciousness. Members of Cleveland's black community whose political awareness was developing began to join a variety of black nationalist organizations. Others who were not content with the ideological direction of black nationalism made plans to establish a local chapter of the Black Panther Party. The beginnings of the Cleveland Black Panthers. As gunshots rang out in Glenville on the evening of July 23, 1968, the murder trial of BPP leader Huey P. Newton, who was being tried for the alleged murder of Officer John Frey in Oakland the previous year, was only 1 week old. Just as Newton's trial was galvanizing the consciousness of blacks on the West Coast, the Summer Rebellion in Glenville elevated the consciousness of Cleveland's black communities, spurring greater political activity and black militancy. The timing of the Glenville riots and the Free Huey campaign represents not only a symbolic convergence, but also a practical one that set the stage for the growth of the BPP into a national movement. The initial appearance of the Panthers in Cleveland came by way of 2 avenues, first through the activities of unofficial, self-declared Panthers, and second through the activities of criminals who were labeled Black Panthers by the state. The first sightings of Panthers surfaced in late September 1968, when the Young Socialist Alliance at Case Western Reserve University, CWRU, organized a meeting with a group that called itself the Black Panthers. Dressed in full Panther regalia, the self-appointed Panther Marvin Wolf-Bay and 5 others addressed the crowd of 140, most of them students, with the standard Panther rhetoric. Wolf-Bay recited the BPP 10-point program and demanded justice for Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton, stating that Panthers will protect other blacks by any means necessary. 68 Over the course of that year, numerous newspaper articles declared Wolf-Bay the leader of the Black Panthers in Cleveland and listed their headquarters as East 78th Street and Hoff Avenue. The Cleveland Press reported, for example, that the Black Panthers, formerly an unrecognized group here, last week were officially chartered as a member of the National Black Panther Party. 69 Yet the national BPP leadership continually denied the existence of an official branch of the party in Cleveland until the winter of 1970. In the meantime, Wolf-Bay's tenure as a self-styled Panther ended behind prison bars. In July 1970, he pled guilty to both the murder of James Ferguson Jr. and to shooting at firefighters. 70. Even though the national BPP never recognized Wolf-Bay as a Black Panther, Cleveland law enforcement seized the opportunity to connect him with officially recognized Black Panthers. Assistant County Prosecutor Charles Laurie remarked, for example, That Wolf Bay's plea was significant because it was the first time Black Panthers admitted shooting at Safety Forces 71. The state's labeling of criminals as Black Panthers proved to be effective in influencing popular sentiment, and the media's negative depiction of the Panthers also influenced the public's perception of the party. For example, the alleged shootout between the Afro Set, the largest black militant outfit in Cleveland, and Black Panthers was publicized as a war between the two organizations. 72 Although the individuals involved were never official members of the Black Panther Party, the Cleveland media followed the story circulated by the police and stigmatized the image of the BPP before its local inception. Other Black Panthers made headlines in the Cleveland papers, primarily for murder or other violent crimes. 73 While these criminal activities reinforce the dominant representation of the BPP, it is also quite possible that the self-appointed Panthers saw themselves as real party members after they dressed in the black garb and tossed on a beret. They may have even thought that killing an alleged CIA agent was a revolutionary act. 74 Cleveland during this time was flooded with cultural and political organizations, and the identity of a Black Panther commanded respect and prestige, with or without official approval from national headquarters. These youths were the brothers on the block whom Newton and Bobby Seale hoped to organize for political action. 75 The BPP attempted to funnel the collective frustration of the inner city into the workings of a revolutionary political machine. Yet without a local political organization in Cleveland to coordinate the activities of black youths, revolutionary criminal activities were sure to be met with state violence. Lindsay Maddox proclaimed to head a separate group that identified itself as the Cleveland Black Panther Party. In the summer of 1969, Maddox announced that the group had organized during the summer and had established an office at 7809 Superior Avenue with about 500 members or applicants at one time. 76 After continual harassment from white vigilantes and the police, their funds were drained on bail, and by December the group had disintegrated. According to Maddox, the group had applied to national headquarters for a charter but disbanded before hearing back from the BPP leadership. According to the Black Panther newspaper, there was no official chapter or branch of the BPP in Cleveland through 1969.77. As will be discussed, every visit by the National Party leadership to Cleveland resulted in a denunciation by the leadership of the self-styled Panther activity in Cleveland. Furthermore, as most branches of the party reported on their community programs or police repression in the weekly issues of the Black Panther, the alleged Panthers in Cleveland never had an article published through 1969.78. The real Cleveland Panthers, the early years. The emergence of the official Cleveland Panthers came after the BPP leadership established a strong alliance with leaders of Cleveland's anti-war movement, the Mother Country Radicals, as Newton labeled them. 79 Donald Freed, a playwright who organized a group called Friends of the Panthers in Los Angeles to raise funds for the party, connected the Panther leadership with white liberals in Cleveland. 80 The BPP utilized the contacts with the progressive white movement in Cleveland to speak out on the unauthorized local Panther activities as well as to publicize the national activities and repression of the party. One of Freed's friends in Cleveland was Dr. Paul Zilsell, a professor at CWRU and head of the United Front for Political Defense. In association with Wilbur Grattan, Minister of State and Foreign Affairs for the Republic of New Africa, they organized a series of speakers in May 1969 to focus on the state of American political prisoners. 81 Among the featured speakers was Messiah Hewitt, the Minister of Education for the BPP, who made it clear that there were no legitimate BPP chapters in Cleveland. 82 Another progressive white was Sidney Peck, a sociology professor at CWRU, who was instrumental in organizing two visits by David Hilliard in October and December 1969. 83 During Hilliard's first visit to Cleveland, a radio interviewer informed him about a lot of misinformation about the party in Cleveland. 84 Hilliard took advantage of the opportunity to counteract the bad atmosphere caused by lies and to reiterate that there was no official branch of the party in Cleveland. 85 In addition to denouncing the activities of unofficial Panthers, Hilliard used his speaking engagements to establish connections with local black radicals who could possibly carry out a plan to mobilize segments of the Cleveland community around the tenets of the party. One of those individuals was Ernest Watts, who was selling issues of the BPP newspaper, the Black Panther, with a small, integrated leadership corps that included Robert Jackson, Wolf Raymer, and Wolf's wife, Debbie. 86 In December, Hilliard promised Watts he would send some organizers from Oakland or Detroit to coordinate the framework for a Panther operation in Cleveland. 87. In July 1969, the BPP held a national conference from which emerged a new organizing bureau of the party called the National Committee to Combat Fascism, NCCF. 88 The following year, individuals interested in establishing a BPP branch were told that the only operations being authorized were NCCF branches. 89 So Hilliard's promise to coordinate a Panther operation in Cleveland took the form of an NCCF branch in 1970. As the literature from the Cleveland Panther office later stated, the NCCF Ohio chapter is a social and political organization of the Black Panther Party. Our goals are to educate the masses of people in Cleveland as to the correct ideology of the party. 90 In addition to these goals, the NCCF offices were used to incorporate white people into the BPP. For practical purposes, however, there was no difference between the two. The NCCF followed the Panther doctrine and instituted the same community programs as BPP branches and chapters. 91. The Panthers in Cleveland were originally given the status of an NCCF branch for two possible reasons. First, the BPP closed ranks in 1969 in order to cleanse all agents provocateurs who had infiltrated the local branches and chapters. 92 New Panther operations were first given the title of NCCF as a method of screening potential Panthers. Once they proved their worthiness to the party, national headquarters granted a branch or chapter. A second reason was because Hilliard was aware that Watts had connections with whites from the West Side. Although these individuals had actually left Cleveland before the spring of 1970, when the Cleveland Panthers began to make headway, it's likely that Hilliard and the BPP assumed that this leadership corps was still an integrated coalition. In any event, the distinction between the NCCF and the BPP branches was not always maintained, particularly in the minds of local members. One Cleveland NCCF member stated, "Regardless of what we were called, I always considered myself a Black Panther." 93 Given this fact, the title Cleveland Panthers will be used throughout this chapter to signify all official Panther activities in Cleveland, including both the early Cleveland NCCF and the later Cleveland branch of the BPP. 94. Despite their status as the Cleveland NCCF, the early Cleveland Panthers started on rocky terrain. Early on, dissension had crept into the small core of organizers, which included Watts, the Raymers, Jackson, and Jerry Lindsay. 95 Lindsay had initiated the strife in January 1970 when he phoned the national headquarters. He was adamant about banning white people, including the Raymers, from participating on the steering committee. Messiah Hewitt's response to Lindsay was unsupportive, however, and Hewitt went so far as to state that we control the NCCF from Oakland, and if we can't control it, we will shut it down. 96. Lindsay's antics continued to frustrate the BPP leadership. 97 Locally, Watts and the other core members were fed up with Lindsay as well. They too had contacted the national headquarters and informed them that Lindsay had solicited funds in the party's name for personal use and had stolen party literature. The BPP leadership found these observations to be credible, and Lindsay was soon purged from the party. 98. Following the elimination of Lindsay, the Cleveland Panthers began to move in a more stable direction. Like other inexperienced Panther organizers, Watts visited the national headquarters in Oakland for a short time to become familiar with the BPP 10-point program and the party's organizational structure. 99 He returned to Cleveland and continued to sell the Black Panther in front of City Hall and Public Square. The paper proved to be a valuable organizing tool. In addition to serving as the party's primary instrument of information, it gave local Panthers the opportunity to recruit new members. 100 During the late winter months of 1970, Ron Robinson, a former black nationalist, approached Watts and stated that he was interested in instituting some of the Panthers' community programs. Soon after, Robinson introduced Watts to Norman Peary, and the three began to organize a series of community meetings to solidify the direction of the party in Cleveland. 101. Initially, the group began meeting at the Friendly Inn Settlement House, and later at the Garden Valley Neighborhood Community Center. Although the Panthers eventually obtained office space of their own, working in these venues provided the opportunity to interact with various other community institutions. In particular, Rev. Herman Graham, director of the Garden Valley Neighborhood Community Center, was impressed with the Panthers and their early organizing techniques. He stated, "We gave the NCCF office space because we looked on them as a community service agency. It didn't take long to realize they were doing something we couldn't do, reaching people we couldn't reach." 102. By spring 1971, a collection of Panthers, including Robinson, Peary, and Watts, became attracted to the idea of establishing an office in the Lower Kinsman neighborhood, where Robinson had grown up. It was important to establish the Panther office in a black neighborhood, and according to Peary, the area was ideal because there were no established organizations and plenty of work to be done. The Afro set had dominated the political activity in Hoff, and the remnants of Ahmed Evans's black nationalists of New Libya controlled Glenville. This left Lower Kinsman wide open. 103. Moreover, 79th Street was a main thoroughfare and would provide the Panthers with plenty of traffic. By June, the Cleveland Panthers core group of 15, a number significantly smaller than the 75 that the FBI credited the Panthers with having, had moved their office to the corner of 79th and Rawlings. 104. Years of growth. The new recruits for the Cleveland Panthers came primarily from three camps: 1. Committed and experienced black radical activists, 2. College students, and 3. Neighborhood high school teenagers. 105. As mentioned earlier, the political consciousness of Cleveland's black community was heightened after the rebellions in Hoff and Glenville. A number of organizations mobilized around the strong sentiments of black nationalism, and from these organizations emerged a core group of committed radicals. However, not all politically conscious insurgents were satisfied with the ideological tenets of the popular resistance movement in Cleveland. The maturation of the Black Panthers in Cleveland largely came as a result of this frustration, as a small cadre of black radicals searched for a new avenue to confront the conditions in the black community. Peary was among this cadre. He had attended some Afro-Set meetings before he committed himself to the Panther vision of self-defense. 106. Uninterested in the cultural nationalist foundation of the Afro-Set, Peary explained that he especially liked the fact that the Panthers were willing to pick up the gun and organize to defend themselves and their community. 107. The BPP's revolutionary assertiveness gave frustrated black radicals a different approach to confronting the social order. In addition, the BPP stimulated a new form of insurgency by blending the principles of armed self-defense with the establishment of community institutions that address the material needs of local blacks. Essex Smith, who joined the Cleveland Panthers after graduating from Kennedy High School, was also influenced by the alternative vision of the party. He stated, "I was disillusioned with the black nationalists and I was looking for an organization that was more progressive, that was doing some education and some teaching and also had social programs, which the Panthers did." 108. Likewise, Robinson was a former black nationalist who was frustrated with the limited philosophy of the movement. The BPP provided him the opportunity to dig into the works of international thinkers. 109. Complementing the discontented black radicals who joined the Cleveland Panthers, the party also drew heavily from the various local college campuses. Panthers such as Al Hayes, Fred Clark, Richard Mike Dowell, and Curtis Johnson were taking classes at Cuyahoga Community College, Tri-C, as they participated in the daily operations of the party. 110. Some of these students were involved in political activities before they joined the BPP. Cleveland Panther Bill Davis, for example, was active in organizing the Black Student Union at Cleveland State University and joined the Panthers after he witnessed Bobby Seale shackled and gagged in the Chicago 7 trial. 111 other students were recruited into the organization from the audience after the leadership of the Cleveland Panthers made speeches at the campus meetings of black organizations. 112 A particularly effective member in this effort was James Rock Todd, the deputy chairman of the Cleveland Panthers. One Cleveland Panther recalls, "I remember hearing Rock talk. I was so impressed with him. He could get up and rap the party line. He was saying things I had never heard." 113. As the Cleveland Panthers recruited students from college campuses, they simultaneously mobilized the final component of their core, the teenage youth in the Kinsman and Central areas. The new Panther office quickly enticed neighborhood high school students like Alan Red Gaines, Danny Solomon, Daryl Mad Dog Harris, and the Hall brothers. 114 Initially attracted to the confidence surrounding the Panther image, these youths were organized by the party into a social and political force in the community. The teens actively participated in political education classes and worked in the community programs. As Robinson recalls, the teens were taught that this is part of what it means to be a part of the Black Panther Party. You didn't become a Panther to wear a beret and a jacket. You came to work in the community to help people with the problems they had daily. 115. Older Panthers like Bill Davis stressed the importance of the Kinsman youth in the success of the Cleveland Panthers. They were willing to work. They had the energy. They were willing to organize, go downtown, and stand on the corner for 8 hours a day selling papers. 116 Likewise, when the Panthers moved locations and opened the free breakfast program, it was the youths who were instrumental in these transitions. 117 The Cleveland Panthers utilized the new recruits in the Kinsman neighborhood in a variety of community political institutions, including the free breakfast program, a reading program, and basic political education classes for party members and for the community as well. 118 In addition, the Cleveland Panthers carried out the first phase of their community health program, going door to door with volunteer doctors and doing routine health checks and blood tests. As the Cleveland Panthers expanded and became more effective in the surrounding community, local and federal law enforcement took notice and initiated their campaign to eliminate the party's local operations. In late June 1970, the Cleveland Panthers caught the attention of the popular media and residents outside the Kinsman area after a shootout with police at their office. The incident defined the context of hostility between the Cleveland Panthers and the black political establishment, namely Mayor Stokes and his public safety director, Gen. Benjamin Davis Jr. As the Panthers were categorized as a threat to the established order, they swiftly became legitimate targets to be eliminated. The repression of the Cleveland Panthers. Clashes with local law enforcement. When the BPP picked up the gun in October 1966, the leaders of the social order moved swiftly to label them as the primary enemy. The Panthers were stigmatized as the prophets of hate, brainwashing children, and seeking to off the pigs. With these public descriptions, police and federal officials could justify the force they used to squash the party. Just as the FBI's campaign worked nationally to intimidate leaders of the party, Cleveland officials attempted to fuel confrontations between the Panthers and other black nationalist organizations in Cleveland as well as between blacks and the police. To no one's surprise, in July 1968, Cleveland erupted again. This time, Fred Ahmed Evans and the black nationalists of New Libya were involved in a shootout with Cleveland police officers. After 5 days of rebellion in Glenville, 7 were dead and 15 others were wounded. What resulted from this insurgency was a more repressive environment where organizations like the Panthers were subject to intensified harassment and hostility. Stokes took full advantage of the opportunity and set the stage for the eventual elimination of the Cleveland Panthers. The Black Panthers in Cleveland never had any lofty ideas about the direction of the black community during the mayorship of Stokes. Public speaking appearances by Cleveland Panthers usually contained fiery criticism of Stokes and his political machine. 120 They accused him of serving the interests of the white establishment and withholding support for organizations in the poor black communities. 121 In Panther terms, Stokes was a traditional white-endorsed, black-faced candidate. 122 In response, Stokes simply ignored the Panthers and attempted to create the illusion that they never existed in Cleveland. 123 This tactic disappeared, however, in January 1970, when Mayor Stokes appointed General Benjamin Davis Jr. as the city's new safety director. Davis immediately began a campaign against crime and enemies of law enforcement. The Cleveland Panthers proved to be an easy target. In the early afternoon of June 29, 1970, Cleveland Panthers Fred Clark, Mike Dowell, and Curtis Johnson were driving to the Panther office on 79th and Rawlings from the Cuyahoga Community College campus. Clark recalls being nervous the whole ride over, a sense that something just didn't feel right. After the three arrived at the Panther office, Clark went upstairs in the front room and sat down at the typewriter to finish some paperwork. Johnson and Dowell were downstairs and the rest of the office was empty. Clark peered out the window and saw a few white cars pass in front, but thought nothing of it. Minutes later, both sides of the street were filled with police officers and federal law enforcement officials. Clark heard one shot. Then a barrage of bullets flooded the room he was in. One ricocheted and struck him in the back of the head, and Clark fell to the floor. Partially dazed, he wandered into the hallway, only to be shot again in the abdomen. Police stormed the office and dragged him outside, half-conscious with blood flowing everywhere. 124. The raid on the Cleveland Panther headquarters was officially to serve warrants that had been requested by Thomas Avery, the owner of Avery's Pharmacy, located across the street from the Panther office. Avery contended that Cleveland Panthers had threatened his life and demanded money from him. 125 He contacted the police, who jumped at the chance to instigate a confrontation. Between 50 and 75 police officers from the Cleveland Tactical Squad arrived at Panther headquarters that afternoon to serve peace warrants on Johnson and Robert Hall. 126 The squad was dressed in full battle gear, dark steel helmets, bulletproof vests, carbines with plastic grips, and no badges. As the Panthers later stated, these are familiar sights in the black communities across the country of Babylon. 127 The police alleged that they were greeted with gunfire upon their arrival and had returned shots. Clark was the only Panther wounded. Officer Heinrich Ortag was shot in the jaw and a resident in the area, Mary Smith, was injured when an officer struck her in the foot with the butt of his rifle. 128. The Cleveland Panthers denied demanding money from Avery and accused the police of using the feud as an excuse to execute a military assault on the party. Consistent with the declaration of the BPP in the Black Panther, EACH raid that has been pulled on all of our offices and homes has been, to kill and slash or jail as many Panthers as possible. 129 The police walked away with Clark, Dowell, and Johnson in handcuffs, arrested for allegedly shooting with the intent to kill a police officer. In addition, the tactical squad illegally confiscated tape recorders, cameras, office machines, and files from the Panther office, even though these items were not listed on the warrants. 130. In support of the Panthers, neighborhood residents retaliated and looted Avery's store that evening, forcing him to move out the following week. They spray-painted "Avery killed Fred" and avenged Fred's death on his storefront after seeing Clark carried away on a stretcher with blood flowing from his head. 131 In addition, a coalition of white clergy, peace groups, and college groups denounced the tactics of the Cleveland police, stating, "The police raid on the Panthers is consistent with the police practice in the city for the past 5 or 6 years. It is also consistent with the national wave of violent political repression that is sweeping this country with National Guard and police bullets." 132. In a similar and surprising tone, Cleveland's black newspaper, Call and Post, criticized Davis and the police tactics, stating that SOMEO needs to answer whether or not it has become Cleveland police policy to resort to massive show of force when seeking to apprehend suspects in the black community. 133. The force exhibited in the raid was just the beginning of a police harassment campaign against the Cleveland Panthers. Panthers and residents of the central area complained that police drove by day and night with their guns pointed at the Panther office. 134 The director of the Legal Aid Society's Kinsman office, Ramon Basie, had an office a half block away from the Panthers. He asked police on numerous occasions to avoid bringing guns in the area and pointing them at the Panthers. 135 As soon as the Panthers set up shop, he said there was an increased police presence in the area. I heard from neighborhood youths of weekend visits by policemen, 40 strong and pointing guns at people. 136 Moreover, Basie noted that this was an area that normally got delayed or inadequate responses from the police when their assistance was requested. Following the raid, the Cleveland Panthers were quick to demand Davis's resignation. They also rallied protesters for the indictment hearings of Clark, Dowell, and Johnson at the Criminal Courts Building on July 21, 1970. 137 Similar to the Panther tactics at the trial of Huey P. Newton, the Cleveland Panthers distributed flyers stating that they would pack the courtroom hearing and picket the building. 138 However, the hearing was cancelled after Clark, Dowell, and Johnson were indicted by a county grand jury earlier in the morning. 139 A month later, as the Cleveland Panthers organized again for the preliminary hearings, Common Pleas Judge Frank Gorman cancelled the session, stating that undercover city detectives informed us that friends of the defendants had been conducting a widespread campaign to pack the courtroom with the Black Panthers. There might have been trouble. In response, Cleveland Panthers lawyer Frederick Farrell informed the judge that they would plead not guilty and have their day in court. 140. The trial against the three Panthers did not start until June of the following year, and Clark remained imprisoned the entire time. 141 During the trial, Farrell argued that police had harassed the party in the weeks before the incident and had used the peace warrants to launch a military assault on the office. The state presented no evidence that any of the 5 weapons in the Panther office had been fired, and in particular never presented a clear case that the bullet in Ortag's jaw came from a Panther gun. Still, a 12-person jury, consisting of 10 whites, convicted all 3 Panthers. 142. Although the trial was successful in the eyes of Stokes and other establishment figures, the coalition of black leaders in City Hall was not as solid as it appeared. A month after the raid on the Panther headquarters at 79th Street, General Davis resigned as safety director, citing Mayor Stokes's inadequate support for his programs. In particular, Davis stated that Stokes was supporting certain enemies of law enforcement, including the Cleveland Council of Churches, the Call and Post, and the Friendly in Settlement House. 143 For the most part, the accusations were ludicrous, and the mayor made Davis look foolish in front of the press. Stokes, however, agreed with Davis on the lawlessness of one organization, the Friendly Inn. The issue was not so much the house as it was the individuals who were using it, namely the Cleveland Panthers. As Stokes said, I share General Davis's dismay at the Friendly Inn settlement houses being used as the meeting place of the National Committee to Combat Fascism. After Stokes was repeatedly criticized in the Panthers' literature, he saw no problem in declaring the Panthers an enemy and taking measures to eliminate them. 144. The most disturbing plan Stokes and Davis initiated involved dum-dum bullets. Following the raid on the Panthers, General Davis placed an order for 30,000 hollow-point cartridges, or dum-dums, which expand after they hit a target and cause serious damage to internal organs. When the issue went public, Stokes presented himself as the virtuous one. He quoted the Geneva Conventions that outlawed the bullets and quickly demanded that Davis withdraw the bid. Yet the meetings Stokes had behind closed doors on the issue connect him with a larger campaign, one that uncovers his abhorrence of the Cleveland Panthers. Although Stokes had publicly decried the use of any hollow-point cartridges, he appeared to have one exception. 145 During an internal meeting, Stokes jotted notes down about both the ammunition and the existence of the Black Panthers in Cleveland, implying that the bullets would be justifiable for groups such as the Panthers. Days after publicly rejecting Davis's idea of the police carrying dum-dum bullets, he wrote Use Supervel hollow point, right above his notes on establishing a fund for informers to infiltrate the Cleveland Panthers. 146 The threat presented by the Panthers was great enough for him to consider violating the same laws he was elected to uphold. Stokes and Davis, however, were not alone in their hatred of the Panthers. Frank J. Schaefer, president of the Fraternal Order of Police in Cleveland, stated that the Panthers need to be wiped out in the public interest. Thus, despite Davis's resignation, the harassment of the Cleveland Panthers continued. 25 members were arrested and charged with 40 felonies during a 3-month time span in 1997-0147 in an obvious attempt to limit the group's effectiveness. As the organization devoted time and resources to court hearings, numerous bail bonds, and defense strategies, the community service operations of the party suffered. Among the many arrested were Panther leaders Tommy Carr, Danny Solomon, and Essex Smith, who were put on trial for allegedly inciting a riot. 148 After they wrote down badge numbers and questioned plainclothes officers, the three were arrested under a new law aimed at curbing riots. As Carr recalled the incident, "I started hollering to the people of the neighborhood to look out their windows and see what the police were doing. It looked like they were headed for our office." 149 He didn't want a replay of the shooting that had occurred only 3 months earlier. Prior to the officers' arrival, the Panthers medical unit was upstairs conducting laboratory tests following a week of blood sampling from the community. As the police approached armed with machine guns, the team quickly exited the building and neighboring residents ran for cover. One bystander called the incident a combination of Keystone Cops and Hitler's Gestapo. 150 The trial of the three Panthers was again delayed for a year. After a mistrial, Smith was finally acquitted at a second trial, only to be convicted on charges stemming from another incident with police. 151 The jury could not reach a verdict on Carr during the second trial, and he finally skipped town before the start of the third trial. The establishment's tactics of tying Panthers down in long court battles was successful in neutralizing them. 152 In another set of arrests, Panthers Smith and Darrell Harris were charged with the abduction, armed robbery, rape, and attempted murder of a Cleveland State University couple. The Cleveland Panthers set up the N.C.C.F Political Prisoners Defense and Bail Bonds Committee in the hope of freeing their comrades, who each had their bail set at $100,153. After common pleas Judge John T. Patton read the guilty verdict, Smith stated, "I feel I was not tried by a jury of my peers. There is no justice in America for a black man." 154 During the proceedings, the Rev. Dewey Fagerberg of the East Cleveland Congregational Church, or the People's Church, attempted to submit the deed of the church as collateral for the excessive bail bonds of the defendants. 155 In bringing forth the deed, Fagerberg said that his church supported black militants as a matter of policy. The court, however, refused to accept the deed as bail. Smith and Harris were eventually convicted after they were tried 3 times. 156 Clashes with federal law enforcement. In addition to repression at the hands of local law enforcement, the Cleveland Panthers also faced federal persecution. As the federal campaign against the BPP thrived nationally, federal agents in Cleveland jumped on the bandwagon to institute Hoover's mandate to expose, disrupt, discredit, or otherwise neutralize black nationalist groups and their leadership. 157 One of COINTELPRO's priorities was the disruption and elimination of the Panthers newspaper, which was the financial bread and butter of the party. The FBI kept detailed records of the paper's distribution schedule, how many issues were to be shipped where and when, and whose responsibility it was to pick up the shipment. A memo from FBI headquarters to field offices in May 1970 stated, "The Black Panther Party newspaper is one of the most effective propaganda operations of the BPP. Distribution of this newspaper is increasing at a regular rate, thereby influencing a greater number of individuals in the United States along the black extremist lines. Each recipient submit by June 5, 70 proposed counterintelligence measures which will hinder the vicious propaganda being spread by the BPP. It is the voice of the BPP, and if it could be effectively hindered, it would result in helping to cripple the BPP. 158 In line with these orders, papers either disappeared or were consistently delivered around the country wet, soiled, or late. 159 The delivery of papers to Cleveland was no exception. For example, on March 3, 1970, the papers arrived 27 hours late. The following month, on April 17, 2 boxes were lost and the rest of the shipment was 12 hours late. 160 Keeping in mind Hoover's request for imaginative and hard-hitting counterintelligence measures, the Cleveland FBI field office came up with a proposal to send an imposter for Norman Peary, the Cleveland Panther who picked up papers at the airport. 161 The memo from Cleveland to FBI National Headquarters states: the Cleveland office proposes the following plan which the office believes will disrupt the Ohio chapter of NCCF at Cleveland, Ohio, and which plan might also be suitable for use against the Toledo chapter of NCCF. The plan would consist of the use of a Negro agent in the interception of the delivery of the Black Panther newspaper to the Ohio chapter. Prior investigation has shown that the Panthers receive their newspapers via air freight through TWA, UAL, or American Airlines, and that the Cleveland office had advance information concerning the arrival of the newspapers. Cleveland proposes that when such advance information concerning the arrival of the newspapers is received, a Negro agent proceed to the appropriate airline freight office with sufficient other agent personnel in the area to assure his security and impersonate Norman Peary of the NCCF, who has usually picked these papers up in the past. Investigation at the airline terminals has reflected that the freight clerks are not familiar with Peary and would not in all likelihood recognize the Negro agent as an imposter. This agent would then sign Peary's name to the air bill. It is felt that the above tactic will disrupt the Ohio chapter because of prior complaints by this chapter of not receiving newspapers and of recent arguments between national headquarters and this chapter regarding the payment for these papers. 162. Other methods used by the FBI to destroy the Black Panthers included the distribution of false information on the activities of local Panther leaders. A popular tactic among local FBI field offices was to send anonymous letters to Panther leadership to create dissension within the party. Ward Churchill describes the process of snitch jacketing or bad jacketing, which refers to the practice of creating suspicion through the spreading of rumors, manufacture of evidence, etc., that bona fide organizational members, usually in key positions, are FBI/police informers, guilty of such offenses as skimming organizational funds and the like. 163 In Cleveland, these tactics were used to disrupt the relationship between the Cleveland Panther leadership and the Central Committee in Oakland. For example, in March of 1971, June Hilliard, brother of Chief of Staff David Hilliard, received a phone call from Cleveland Panther Tommy Carr concerning the upcoming speaking engagement of Huey Newton in Cleveland. Hilliard informed Carr that his brother had received a letter, unsigned, accusing Carr of being a defector. 164 which forced Carr to defend his allegiance to the party and the legitimacy of the Cleveland Panthers. The dissemination of false information by the FBI was to plant seeds of suspicion and create tension and distrust so that the national leadership would be skeptical about the Cleveland Panthers. COINTELPRO extended its activities beyond the inner workings of the party and worked to incite violence between Panthers and other organizations. The most widely known case of FBI instigation involved pitting the Panthers against Maulana Karenga's organization US. Similarly, in Cleveland there were attempts to divide the Panthers and popular black nationalists. The largest black nationalist organization in Cleveland at the time was the Afro Set, founded by Harlell Jones in 1968. 165 The animosity that existed between black nationalists and Black Panthers in Los Angeles was similar to the relationship between the two differing ideologies in Cleveland. The Cleveland Panthers found early resentment from Afro Set members because they were the new organization in the community. After the Panthers had moved north to 79th and Central Avenue, Afro Set members driving over from Hoff started to harass them, asking if they had permission to be in the area. 166 Indeed, FBI documents reveal that the leaders of the Federation of Black Nationalists held a meeting on June 10, 1970, at which members of the Afro Set introduced the matter of how to mitigate the BPP's attempts to organize. The turf mentality and competitive atmosphere was also fueled by the Panthers, who resented the fact that Jones and the Afro set were working so closely with Stokes and the political power structure. The cozy relationship between the two instigated suspicions that the Afro set was being used to eliminate the Panthers. Panther Essex Smith remarked, Stokes was trying to keep the Panthers out of Cleveland because he didn't want to have any problems. 167 The Cleveland Panthers considered themselves the outcasts, whereas the Afro set and other black nationalists seemed to have a direct line of communication with the city administration. Confrontations with the Afro set eventually escalated to the point where the Panthers felt they were fighting two battles, one with the government and the other with the nationalist community. 168 However, the confrontations never descended into a war, to the chagrin of the FBI. News of a power struggle between the Afro set and the Panthers was noted in the press, which often received its information from police sources. For example, in early June 1969, each of Cleveland's newspapers labeled an alleged shootout between Panther and Afro set members as a war between the organizations. 169 In response to these false and misleading stories, the two groups were forced to organize a joint press conference to explain that the incident was apparently nothing more than a botched robbery and, most importantly, that none of the individuals involved were members of either organization. Nonetheless, the illusion created by the media of an all-out war had its effects on the two groups. This incident demonstrates how it was necessary for agents of the social order to represent a disunified black militancy with trigger-happy, renegade members. This of course had a twofold purpose: 1, it reduced the possibility of widespread popular support for the groups, and, 2, it was used to justify the state's methods of repression. Despite these intentions, however, there were examples of unity among the black militant groups in Cleveland. For instance, the Panthers marched in solidarity with a spectrum of black nationalists in July 1970, which marked the second anniversary of the Glenville Rebellion. Since many of the Cleveland Panthers had come from the various organizations within the black nationalist community, organizational contacts had already been established. 170. In some rare cases, the divide and conquer strategies even backfired. One example of this occurred on August 18, 1971, when the Panthers' new and expanded free health clinic was bombed. Well trained by the media, the public's eyes immediately turned to the Afro set, who seemed just as upset by the incident as the Panthers. In the end, the bombing brought the two groups together. Afro set gathered in solidarity with the Cleveland Panthers, and Omar Majid, minister of Afro set, declared a new coalition between the two organizations to combat the persistent harassment of law enforcement officials. Majid stated that he Afro set is black and we look out at a Panther and he is black. We have different ways of coming to a solution, but we can work together. Along with the Nation of Islam and several other black nationalist organizations, the BPP and the Afro set spearheaded a fundraiser picnic, with the Afro set donating a portion of the proceeds to the rebuilding of the People's Free Health Center. 171 Assistance also came from a local glass company, which offered to replace the broken windows in the building. The tactics used by local and federal law enforcement in Cleveland fit squarely within the national COINTELPRO campaign to eliminate the Panthers, a project that was legitimate when the Panthers were relegated to the status of trigger-happy criminals. As the BPP was conceptualized as the primary enemy of the state and symbolically representative of society's other, agents of the social order could move quickly to plot their destruction. The Panthers' alternative institutions. In the current literature on the Panthers, the confrontations between armed Panthers and law enforcement are often invoked as evidence of the party's revolutionary struggle. However, what is missing from these works is a focus on the Panthers' revolutionary struggle to improve the material conditions of black people. As the Panthers articulated the problems inherent in the American system of order, they also moved toward the establishment and control of just institutions that transformed the consciousness of their local communities and exposed the contradictions of the state. To borrow from Lenin, the Panthers wanted to establish a structure of dual power, in which their community programs competed with the institutions of the dominant power structure. 172 Newton wrote, You have to set up a program of practical application and be a model for the community to follow and appreciate. 173 The BPP was interested in overthrowing the dominant superstructure of the social order and replacing it with their own forms of community institutions. As Seal described, the Panthers wanted to establish a broad, massive, people's type of political machinery that served the needs of their respective communities. 174. The Black Panther, funding programs and distributing the message. Despite the state repression that inhibited the development of the BPP's community programs, the party was successful in raising money and soliciting donations to support their agenda. Cleveland's community programs were far-ranging and successful. Panthers there instituted a free breakfast program for children, handed out free clothing, provided free medical care, organized free trips to prisons for relatives of inmates, and conducted political education classes in the community. The cornerstone of the Panthers' financial stability came through the distribution and sales of the Black Panther, an organ which lumpen proletarian brothers and sisters produced. 175 Initiated after the April 1967 police murder of Denzel Dowell in Northern California, the weekly paper expanded and had an average distribution of 100,000 in Panther branches and chapters across the country between 1968 and 1972. 176 In addition to providing the financial bedrock for the party's community programs, the paper served two additional roles. 1. It allowed Panthers to organize and recruit during their selling shifts, and 2. It educated community members about both the practices and philosophy of the party, and the experiences of black people throughout the country. Although vital to the funding of programs, a relatively small number of papers were delivered to the Cleveland Panthers in comparison to other Panther operations in Ohio. For instance, testimony by an investigator with the Committee on Internal Security reported that in 1970, Cleveland received an average of 1,500 papers a week, whereas Toledo was shipped 2,400 and Dayton 2,250. 177 The Cleveland Panthers reached their peak in July 1971 when they had more than 2,350 papers delivered. 178 Regardless of the number of papers received in Cleveland, it was of utmost importance to sell the entire stock to provide funding for local community programs or legal defense. At 25 cents a copy, the paper brought the Cleveland Panthers a decent weekly income which contributed directly to the advancement of the BPP's revolutionary agenda. Beyond the financial importance of the paper, the BPP used the instrument to mobilize support for the party. As Lenin argued, the role of the paper is not confined solely to spreading of ideas, to political education and to procuring political allies. A paper is not merely a collective propagandist and collective agitator. It is also a collective organizer. 179 The youthfulness of the Cleveland Panthers, like most branches in the party, provided an easy avenue for organizational activities on college campuses. Al Hayes and Billy Brock, Cleveland Panthers, and students at Cuyahoga Community College and Cleveland State University, respectively, sold papers on campus and enticed students to attend a Panther political education class. 180 Other Cleveland Panthers took the Black Panther downtown to generate support from the older generation. 181 Cleveland Panther Essex Smith stayed in the Kinsman neighborhood where the Panther office was located and hawked the paper in the middle of 79th Street. 182 The sales of the paper downtown or on campuses fueled the local growth of the party. In addition to utilizing the Black Panther to organize community members, the BPP also used it as an instrument for their own discourse and communication. As Emory Douglas, Minister of Culture, stated, "The party needed to have a newspaper so we could tell our own story." 183 Complementing the regular flow of information from the national level to the local branches, there were also communications moving in the other direction. Local branches and chapters throughout the country took advantage of the opportunity to write about the conditions in their specific communities or to report on the developments of their community programs. As Seal stated, the people who get the Black Panther Party newspaper can read about what is really happening, about the thousands of black brothers and sisters who are murdered, shot, and brutalized in the black communities and the wretched ghettos throughout the country. 184 Among the regular contributors were the information officers of the Cleveland Panthers, who consistently published articles about the impoverished conditions of black people in their community, including inadequate housing and improper health conditions, as well as issues of police brutality. 185. The Cleveland Panthers also tapped into the skills of their rank and file to publish their own local newsletter called the People's Community News, which they inserted into the weekly issues of the Black Panther. 186 Complementing the newsletter, the Cleveland Panthers also had a small radio transmitter which they used to broadcast messages throughout a 2-block radius around the Panther office. Davis and Smith remember how Panthers would talk all day, even though it was heard only around the block. 187 The Cleveland Panthers recognized the importance of having the story of the black community told from their own perspective. This emphasis could also be seen in the development of political education classes, which were conducted within the party as well as in the larger community. Political education classes and the Liberation School. Panthers who hawked the newspaper were proud of the party and the image it represented. The pictures of bold black youths confronting the agents of the dominant social order and instituting programs that addressed the needs of the black community meant a great deal. There had never been a national organization of black people who were so assertive in promoting a particular program. The BPP developed, nourished, and transformed the raw energy of black youth through their political education classes. An internal institution that addressed the inadequacies of the state's educational system, the weekly sessions were required of every Panther. Panthers engaged the thoughts of Malcolm X, Frantz Fanon, Mao Zedong, Che Guevara, and Robert Williams, as well as the party leaders' weekly theoretical pieces, in the Black Panther. The political education classes instituted by the Cleveland Panthers were similar in structure to those of other branches. Each Panther was required to read 2 hours a day and be familiar with the current issue of the Black Panther. 188 The political education classes were attractive to college students and local teens because they provided an alternative base of knowledge, separate from the hegemonic educational system. These guys never would have picked up a book if it hadn't been for us, remembers Peary. 189 For those younger than 14, the Cleveland Panthers organized a liberation school in the summer months of 1970, using the facilities at the Friendly Inn and the League Park Center. 190 In addition to providing food for more than 25 children, they conducted 10 hours of instruction during 4 separate classes per week. 191 In accordance with Point 5 of the Panthers' 10-point program, the Cleveland Panthers instituted an education that teaches us our true history and our role in the present-day society. 192. The external component of the political education classes was the general community meetings, held one night a week at the Friendly Inn and the Garden Valley Neighborhood Community Center, only to later move to the office on 79th and Rawlings. As Jonina Abram states, Tea Party's community political education classes were the educational counterpart for adults. In addition to listening to lectures about the party's ideology, goals, and activities, community adults were taught basic reading and writing skills. 193 Articulate Panther leaders, such as Smith or Rock Todd, led the weekly discussions and mobilized the participants around the BPP 10-point program. The early programs had a quick effect on the surrounding community. Rev. Herman Graham, director of the Garden Valley Neighborhood Community Center, stated with less resources and in a shorter time, the Panthers have done more for the black community than we have. 194. Complementing the general community political education classes, the BPP also had community members organize smaller sessions at their homes. Frank Stutz, a member of the St. Adalbert Church and chair of the Cleveland Black Lay Catholic Caucus, regularly gathered a small group of community residents at his home to hear Tommy Carr discuss the politics of the party and its local community programs. As Stutz explained, it allowed them to understand the Panthers through the voice of the Panther leadership rather than through the sensationalism of the popular media. 195 He recalls how militants and organizations like the BPP first intimidated him and other members. We didn't know enough about them. All we knew was what we read in the papers and watched on TV. They were all painted as violent and vicious groups. but really, when you got to know something about their philosophy, they really weren't. They were doing some good things locally for people. 196. This was no surprise. As Essex Smith observed, everybody associated the Panthers with guns, but they never associated the Panthers with all the community programs. 197. The establishment of alternative institutions and political education classes was successful in confronting the negative representations of the party as well as in mobilizing the community around a political agenda. Through the combination of community discussion and active programming, the Panthers envisioned the eventual removal of the dominant institutions and agents in power. The Community Health Program. In 1969, Chairman Seal issued a directive for local Panther operations to begin the construction of free health clinics. The first institution, the Bobby Hutton Community Clinic, opened its doors in Kansas City in August 1969. 198 Other Panther chapters followed the example, providing sickle cell anemia testing, prenatal care, and a variety of other health services. The particular community needs drove the composition of the Panthers' alternative institutions generally, and the health programs were no exception. 199 Likewise, the Cleveland Panthers responded to the city's closure of its health facilities in the black neighborhoods on the east side by devising their own institutions to meet the medical needs of the affected residents. During the early summer of 1970, the Cleveland Panthers sent a delegation to Chicago to meet with Ronald Doc Satchel, the Minister of Health for the Chicago chapter of the BPP, and to observe the functioning of the People's Free Medical Care Center. 200 Emphasizing the idea of an oppositional institution, Satchel explained that the health clinic served as an alternative to the existing health care system. 201 Armed with the knowledge and skills to run a fully operational clinic, the Cleveland Panthers soon organized the community health program in the Kinsman neighborhood surrounding their office on East 79th and Rawlings. During the late summer of 1970, with the assistance of Richard Wright, a medical student in his first year of residency at the Cleveland Metropolitan Hospital, the Cleveland Panthers compiled a team of medical students, nurses, and doctors from both the hospital and the Medical Council for Human Rights. The Panthers' health program thus started simply, with the Panthers and medical volunteers going door to door to inquire about the health of neighborhood residents. They quickly learned that relatively few people had ever seen a doctor. 202 Austin Jones, coordinator for the Cleveland Panthers health program, stated that for this society to deny a person medical care because he doesn't have enough money is to deny that person the right to live, and that too is violence. 203 By responding to the needs of their community, the Cleveland Panthers had extended the revolutionary concept of self-defense to include health care. As Newton stated, when we used the word self-defense, it also meant defending ourselves against poor medical care, against unemployment, against poor housing and all other things that poor and oppressed people of the world suffer. 204. 3 nights a week, the Panther Health Team tested residents for medical conditions such as tuberculosis, diabetes, high blood pressure, and sickle cell anemia. Following the free tests, the volunteers checked the samples at their respective laboratories and the Panthers reported the results to the residents. If a further visit was necessary, the Panthers either had an additional doctor visit the home or they arranged for transportation and accompanied the person to a nearby clinic. In the summer of 1970 alone, the Panthers treated close to 450 people. 205 Yet the programs organized by the BPP were not only intended to provide for members of the community, but also to organize politically. Elaine Brown, former chair of the BPP, discussed the importance of the community programs in the revolutionary process. We had to elevate our survival programs to models for alternative institutions, as the Mozambicans had. Samora Machel had emphasized that the mass of their people had been inspired and educated and ultimately, incorporated in their armed liberation struggle primarily because of Frelimo's establishment of schools and hospitals. We had to do everything possible to embrace more and more of our people, if we were to become a serious revolutionary force in the world. 206. The Cleveland Panthers utilized their community programs to meet and speak with members of the neighborhood and to educate them about the philosophy of the BPP. Following the positive feedback from the community, the Cleveland Panthers planned to expand their health program into the People's Free Health Center during the summer of 1971. Despite the incessant arrests and imprisonment of the local leadership, Wright continued his recruitment of medical students and doctors, amassing 20 volunteers and several physicians to operate the clinic. In addition, the Panthers continued to obtain in-kind gifts such as laboratory equipment. 207 The Cleveland Panthers reported that it was the community that provided the labor and much-needed donations and materials in order to build the clinic. 208 Community volunteers assisted in painting and plastering the upstairs of the Panther office in hopes of opening the clinic on August 23, 1971. But in the early morning hours of August 18, 2 sticks of dynamite exploded, leaving the People's Free Health Center in disrepair and nearly killing Panthers Willie Slater and Alton Delmore. The Panthers were quick to accuse the government, noting that the police had arrived on the scene too quickly. 209 Beyond this observation, however, they had no evidence to support their claim. As explained earlier, the Afro Set came to the aid of the Cleveland Panthers after the bombing. A group of 50 Afro Set members and leaders of the Federation of Black Nationalists marched to the site of the ravaged clinic and made a cash donation to assist the Panthers in their repairs. 210 The Cleveland Panthers continued their vision of opening a free health clinic. 3 weeks following the explosion, they organized a public picnic to provide funds to repair and reschedule the health center services for the poor, said Davis. 211 The Afro Set again assisted the Panthers, directing the event's traffic at the Midway Lake Park. 212 Coalition efforts such as this, rare as they may have been, were the product of a general consensus about the treatment of black revolutionaries by the state. As Carr stated, the greater the repression, the greater the unity. 213 Although the Cleveland Panthers dissolved before the clinic was instituted, their efforts exemplified the party's program of addressing community needs. Breakfast and clothing programs, community resources at work. One of the Panthers' most publicized and effective programs was the Free Breakfast Program, first instituted in 1968 in the Bay Area. 214 Feeding hungry children early in the morning drew widespread community support and provided another opportunity for Panthers to establish local alliances. The government, however, took a different perspective, asserting that the Panthers use the free breakfast time as an opportunity to indoctrinate the youngsters with their philosophy of hate. 215 The initial free breakfast program in Cleveland began during the early summer months of 1970 at the Friendly Inn Settlement House and on the roof of the Panthers office at 79th and Rawlings. By November, they had expanded their operation and were serving breakfast 5 days a week. 216 Panthers like Gail Walters, Jimmy Slater, and Estella Smith awoke each morning before dawn to prepare the youngsters' meals. Walters, a program coordinator, said, "We serve the hot meals so the children will get the nutrition they need to learn without the distraction of an empty stomach." The breakfast program was feeding meals of eggs, grits, and ham to an average of 50 children a day. 217 Like other Panther endeavors, the level of community support for the breakfast program fueled its expansion. 218 As the community health program used the expertise of medical volunteers, the breakfast program depended on the facilities of the churches in Cleveland's black community. According to Slater, the Cleveland Panthers had the best relationship with the churches of any Panthers that I have been around, any place. 219 One afternoon Carr, who was attempting to mobilize churches to assist in the various Panther programs, contacted Father Gene Wilson, pastor of the St. Adalbert Church, only a few blocks west of the Panther office. 220 From the start, Father Wilson supported the free breakfast program and assisted in the development of the Panthers programs by providing space and support. 221 Frank Stitz, a member of the church, reaffirmed the necessity of the Panthers program. "When I look around our community, where the Panthers were feeding kids, there was a great need, and they meet the need. Yet Panthers were not the only community workers meeting the need. In fact, they encouraged and recruited members of the community to become involved in the maintenance and development of their alternative institutions. These interactions between community residents and the super militants, as Stitz called the Panthers, allowed for a breakdown of the demonic image depicted by the media and agents of the social order. 222 The sharing of resources between the Panthers and local organizations, such as the Cleveland churches, ensured the success of the community programs. 223 Likewise, the party was dependent upon local businesses to donate food for the breakfast program. Among his other duties, Luke McCoy was responsible for the food collection. He would empty the trunk of his own car and visit numerous local businesses that the Panthers considered potential allies. The markets on both the east and west sides provided eggs, grits, cheeses, meats, and other breakfast items. Some businesses, like the meat packaging warehouses on the predominantly white west side, provided boxes of food each week, whereas others were sporadic in their donations. 224 Sometimes, the Cleveland Panthers experienced good fortune. Bill Davis, the Cleveland Panther information officer, remembers when another Panther, Danny Solomon, obtained some food for the breakfast program. Danny pulled up to the office one time and said, "I got a whole truck of potatoes that won't chip." So we called WABQ and WJMO and they announced it on the radio. A whole truck. A great big 40-footer full of potatoes. 225 As the Panthers distributed the potatoes for free, they also educated the community about the party and its programs. Similar to the use of the Black Panther to mobilize the community, the Cleveland Panthers organized the community through their programs. Following the thoughts of Newton, the Cleveland Panthers recognized that in order to bring the people to the level of consciousness where they would seize the time, it would be necessary to serve their interests in survival by developing programs which would help them meet their daily needs. 226 Whether it was serving food at the free breakfast program or distributing sweaters at the free clothing program, the Cleveland Panthers used the alternative institutions to educate and organize politically. The implementation of the free clothing program was less consistent, but it was still supported through the efforts of members of the Kinsman community. The Panthers again utilized the facilities of the St. Adalbert Church and distributed clothes and shoes to all who asked for them, said Carr. Since some of the clothing for the program was second-hand, the Cleveland Panthers made efforts to provide newer items. McCoy, for instance, made contacts with a business on 55th and Superior that was manufacturing sweaters. After he described the merits of the program, they gave him boxes of brand new sweaters and knit dresses. 227 Likewise, Slater and his brothers Frank and Willie would visit the department stores in Cleveland and collect discontinued lines of clothing. Merchants and community residents donated clothes and local dry cleaners assisted in the cleaning. As Carr stated, the program intended to show people how successfully a so-called small organization could come up with the necessities of life while the city, state, and federal governments failed. 228 The Panthers intensified their creation of community institutions to challenge the ideology and organization of the state apparatus. Busing to prisons, exposing the state and uniting families. The community programs discussed thus far have been grounded in the BPP's models of alternative institutions. In addition to cultivating the consciousness of the people directly served, these programs were designed to transform the social order and embody the principles embedded in the Panthers' 10-point program. The free busing to prisons program added an additional feature to this design by exposing one of the state's internal mechanisms that perpetuated the dehumanization of poor people. Abron states that the BPP's busing to prisons program was first established by the Seattle branch in July 1970. 229 Shortly thereafter, the Cleveland Panthers organized a free busing program of their own and on December 27, 1970, made the first trip to the Ohio Penitentiary with relatives and friends of inmates, in hopes of easing the financial and transportation difficulties. 230 Cleveland Panther Jimmy Slater discussed the development of the program. After so many comrades and black nationalists and people we knew were in prison, we knew we had to organize something to get families out, to see their loved ones. And so the busing program sort of stemmed from so many of us going to jail, really. 231. As Slater suggests, the demand for the Panthers program grew as the incarceration of black men increased. In 3 months, the Panthers expanded to the Chillicothe, Marion, and Mansfield state reformatories. 232 A collection of primarily elderly gray-haired mothers and younger women with their children loaded onto a borrowed church bus or minivan each Saturday and made the trek to see imprisoned friends and family members. Within half a year, Carr reported that the Panthers had transported more than 1,000 people since the inauguration of the program. 233. Like the other community programs launched by the Cleveland Panthers, the busing program was dependent on the donations of local organizations and businesses. Luke McCoy, the initial program coordinator, stressed the importance and variety of the contributions from the community. The churches used to give us their buses because they thought it was a great idea. The gas station gave us gas and food. All we had to do was remember to bring copies of the Black Panther so that we could read articles on the way back from the prison. Other community members who did not consider themselves super militant also had the opportunity to participate in the Panthers programs. Volunteers, usually brothers or cousins of imprisoned inmates, drove the bus back and forth to the prisons and became an integral part of the Panthers' alternative institution. It was really a community-oriented program, McCoy recalls. 234. Again, the Cleveland Panthers used their programs to educate the community about the BPP and to attract new members. For instance, McCoy was assisted in his efforts by Cecile McBride, a co-worker from his earlier days at the Hoff Federal Credit Union. After McBride's husband was incarcerated, she took advantage of the opportunity to work with the Panthers and to visit him. 235. In addition, the party got new recruits from groups of inmates freshly released from prison. With so many Cleveland Panthers imprisoned, it was inevitable that new recruits would find their ways from the cells to the party. While he was in jail, Cleveland Panther Essex Smith remembers organizing cellmates and having classes on the BPP and then getting word out to the party when a brother was released. His dedication inside the state's penal institutions was only possible because of the support he received from the party. The Busing to Prisons program was organized not only for community members to see their families, but also for Panthers to visit imprisoned comrades. Every visiting day, Smith and fellow Panther Darrell Harris spoke with Panthers. "I couldn't have asked for anything more," Smith said. Even the younger Panthers like Alton Delmore, who were juveniles and could not visit the county jail, wrote weekly letters to Panthers on the inside. In addition, the Cleveland Panthers made sure that Smith and Harris always had money and the latest edition of the Black Panther. 236. The descent of the Panthers in Cleveland, which will be further addressed later, can be attributed to two factors: the continual imprisonment of local members and the national movement to consolidate operations in Oakland. In 1972, Newton envisioned a Panther City, with members throughout the country closing their local offices and moving to Oakland to assist in the election of Seal for mayor and Elaine Brown for city council. Members like Jimmy Slater and Bill Davis left Cleveland, but Panther Joanne Bray remained in her hometown. Before the Panthers, Bray was alone in East Cleveland. She was confined to a wheelchair at the age of 15 after contracting rheumatoid arthritis when she was 6. By the time Bray was 25, she lived by herself and had a lot of time to think. Most of her early education was through tutors, until she finally graduated from a predominantly white high school. Her experiences as a youth influenced her feelings toward the black militancy of the late 1960s. Bray despised the rhetoric and tactics of the Black Liberation Movement, and the images of Black Panthers made her sick. 237. In the early part of 1971, however, Bray began to engage some political texts. She started with the autobiography of Malcolm X, then Eldridge Cleaver's Soul on Ice, and finally the history of the BPP in Seal Seize the Time. After thinking about her situation and the conditions within her community, she wrote a letter to Newton in August 1971, saying she wanted to take advantage of her mind and donate her skills to awaken the black community. She wanted Newton to write her back for inspiration and guidance, but most importantly, she wanted to be a Black Panther and recruit in East Cleveland. 238. A month later, Bray received a letter from Huey's assistant, suggesting that she contact the Black Panthers in Cleveland and become active in the community programs. However, Bray had already become engaged in political action. After the execution of Panther George Jackson at the Soledad prison, she wrote a letter to the editor of the Call and Post stating that Jackson's death is just a carbon copy of what happens to any black that refuses to compromise his integrity. 239 Bray wrote Newton again 3 weeks later to inform him that she had taken his advice and had begun to work with the Cleveland Panthers free busing to prisons program. 240 She initially organized the passenger list and made reservations with the appropriate prisons, while McCoy picked up the buses and food for the visits. Once McCoy left Cleveland and the local Panthers disbanded, Bray took over full operation of the program. 241. Without the financial resources of the Cleveland Panthers, Bray found it difficult at first to operate the busing program. Out of necessity, Bray changed the name to the People's Busing Program and began to charge passengers for the weekly visits. 242 She still had the support of local organizations such as the Inner City Protestant House and League Park, but without the income from the sales of the Black Panther, Bray was forced to make changes, such as renting vans for liability reasons instead of using church buses. Ironically, Bray's home was robbed while she visited the Chillicothe Correctional Institution in October 1972, and she lost more than $1,000 worth of personal possessions. The community responded to her misfortune and donated a television, records, and clothes to replace the stolen items. Yet the most inspirational donation came from prisoners at Lucasville, who sent cash to assist Bray and the busing program. 243. Bray continued to provide busing services to prisons around the state, and she joined with prison rehabilitation groups and became a member of the Ohio Ministers' Penal Task Force. 244 Bray expanded trips to the Ohio Reformatory for Women at Marysville and in 1975 acquired a $16,000 grant from the Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, which enabled her to obtain an additional minibus. 245 Prison visits were expanded even further to include the correctional facilities in Lucasville, as well as Ohio's juvenile detention centers in Lancaster and Columbus. This increased the number of monthly riders to 300 people traveling to 9 penitentiaries. 246 This tremendous expansion, which occurred over a span of 5 years, was eventually threatened in May 1976. For the first time since Bray had taken over the busing program, she was forced to cancel trips after being unable to meet the payments for a new insurance policy. 247 Nevertheless, Bray's maintenance of the free busing program, long after the Panthers dissolved in Cleveland, is a testament to both her dedication and the effectiveness of the Panthers' alternative institutions. The Cleveland Panthers' strong community programs depended upon durable community alliances, committed leaders, and a framework for revolutionary change. Final thoughts on the invisibility of Panther programs. The BPP organized their political action around the 10-point program, and as Elaine Brown said, the party was underwritten by the gun. It is undeniable that the initial program of the Panthers was carrying weapons and patrolling the police. Likewise, the image of the Panther as a revolutionary who stood against the agents of the white power structure was highly influential in mobilizing scores of young black men and women in the party. This study does not refute the importance of the Panthers' original purpose and the importance of their group identity construction. The problem evolves when the discussion on the party ends with these militaristic aspects. As Newton stated, the image of blacks armed for self-defense against police brutality catapulted the party nationally into the public consciousness and gave an erroneous impression that it advocated armed confrontation. 248 Rather than furthering the assessment of the Panthers, the literature on the BPP has simply reflected the narrow categorization of the party as mere thugs. Yet the Panthers had a larger goal, the destruction of the American social order and the rebuilding of a society to address the needs of its citizens. To that end, the Panthers initiated community programs to compensate for the inadequate institutions of the state and to raise the consciousness of people in their local communities. Newton stated, these programs were aimed at one goal, complete control of the institutions in the community. 249 The Cleveland Panthers were an important local contribution in the revolutionary movement of the party. Through their programs, the Cleveland Panthers developed strong community alliances and permanently changed the consciousness of those who participated in the party's development. Their labor, like the work of all the other Panther operations, is too often placed on the back burner in favor of the symbolic representation of the Panthers as a violent organization. Unless that representation is challenged, it will become the paradigm that will doom future revolutionaries to suffer the same fate. The demise of the Cleveland Panthers and future implications. The demise of the Cleveland Panthers was triggered during the later months of 1971, as the leadership began to thin and rank and file members increasingly found themselves behind bars. Although enjoying some contact with party members, imprisoned Panthers were disconnected from the party's daily community programs, and their Panther experiences quickly became distant memories. Others refused to sit in the state's penal institutions. Sensing a lack of support from the BPP national headquarters, Carr jumped bond and left the party during his third trial on charges of inciting a riot. 250 He never resurfaced, and the Cleveland Panthers suffered through organizational changes and instability. As the leadership thinned, the fate of the Cleveland Panthers ultimately rested in the hands of the BPP Central Committee. In 1972, the party decided to gradually close all its chapters and branches and consolidate party activities in Oakland, the base of the next stage of the revolution. 251 The new direction of the BPP was initiated by Newton, who envisioned political control in Oakland as a feasible step in the process of self-determination. This divergence from the BPP roots obviously changed the party's revolutionary framework, as the Panthers entered the social order's political arena rather than continuing their direction of organizing alternative institutions with the community programs. Several members of the Central Committee initially resisted the plan, objecting to the removal of Panthers from their local communities and changing the political activities of the party. 252. Newton won, however, and Panthers from around the country descended upon Oakland and began to organize around the mayoral campaign of Bobby Seale and the city council campaign of Elaine Brown. The eventual defeats in both races demoralized the party. With so much invested in the two elections, many Panthers were left physically and mentally drained. As Professor Ollie A. Johnson III argues, the decision to invest almost all of its political and material resources in the 1973 elections proved to be a critical strategic mistake by the party leadership. 253 Cleveland Panthers who made the trip, like Bill Davis and Jimmy Slater, had mixed feelings on the experience. On one level, the opportunity to work with so many Panthers from various geographical locations was invigorating and educational. Yet it was also difficult to work in an alien community with a different political context. 254. The example of the Cleveland Panthers' demise is most likely applicable to other branches who had established strong roots in their community. The successful local community programs were simply ended or taken out of the party's name after Newton directed all Panthers to cease their operations. Thus, the labor that went into the development of strong community alliances and programs was simply eliminated. Local Panthers had struggled to find their niche in the community, and the unfortunate consequence of being connected to a hierarchical organization was that local experiences were second to the decisions made at the upper levels of leadership. Party impact on the community and on local members. Despite the elimination of the local community programs initiated by the Cleveland Panthers, the spirit of the Panthers existed long after they disbanded. As was discussed earlier, Joe N. Bray continued the free busing program until 1976. Likewise, members of the St. Adalbert Church continued to distribute free clothes to the community with no strings attached, directly influenced by the initial free clothing program of the Cleveland Panthers. 255 As Frank Stitt stated, one of the important things is their continuing influence. There are Panthers out there who need to know that what they did back in the 60s is still influencing people today, 30-odd years later. The effects of the BPP extended beyond the particular local community, it also impacted the members involved. Bill Davis takes the same message of the Panthers to a different platform with a new philosophy. As a minister, he preaches in prisons and keeps the church's commitment to the outside community strong. A lot of the same principles and all, I'm still doing those, as an ordained minister, says Davis. 256 Other Cleveland Panthers remain active in the Cleveland community today, carrying on the principles of the BPP. The experiences in the party are ones that will not be forgotten, as they created an idea of a better society and a vision to keep on struggling. In sum, the selective documentation on the national leaders and larger chapters has silenced the experiences of rank-and-file Panthers and the development of local Panther operations. To ignore those experiences is to give an incomplete account of the party. The story of the Black Panther Party extended beyond the confines of Oakland, New York, or Chicago, and had a tremendous impact on local communities and individuals. As Cleveland Panther Luke McCoy said, "The ideas that we got as a Panther will be with us all of our lives." 257. 4. Naptown awakens to find a menacing Panther. Okay, maybe not so menacing. Judson L. Jeffries and Ty M. Morris. The Indianapolis Black Panthers have been as mischaracterized, misread, and rigorously understudied as the organization itself. The Indy Panthers were part of the political fabric of Indianapolis, if only fleetingly. Yet in books about Indiana in general and Indianapolis specifically, the Panthers have received scant attention. In the past 10 years both the state of Indiana and the city of Indianapolis have been the subject of numerous theses and dissertations. Moreover, since 2000 at least 2 scholarly books have been published on African Americans in Indiana. Of the 2, only Emmylou Thornborough's Indiana Blacks in the 20th Century devotes more than 1 page to the Panthers. 1 In Polite Protest, The Political Economy of Race in Indianapolis 1920 to 1970, the more recent of the 2 books, historian Richard Pierce devotes less than 1 full sentence to the Indianapolis branch. 2. On those occasions when the Panthers are mentioned in the literature, the statements are more often than not inaccurate, puzzling, and unsubstantiated. For example, news articles in the Indianapolis Star repeatedly referred to Panther leader Fred Crawford as a California native when in fact he was born and raised in Indianapolis. Most scholarly as well as quasi-scholarly works are equally unpolished. In Bitter Grain, Michael Newton makes the dubious statement that some observers have called the Indianapolis chapter the most successful Panther organization east of Oakland. However, the author does not provide a citation, hence it is difficult to ascertain the identity of those observers. 3 paragraphs later Newton claims that the key to the Indy Panthers' success lay in their ability to avoid the financial shortages which plagued other party units. 3 former Indy Panthers recall that while the chapter did receive a one-time gift of $3,000, donations were on the whole small and sporadic. In other words, the Panthers' coffers were not as impressive as Newton suggests. Most Panther branches and chapters operated on a shoestring budget. To say the same of the Indy office would be too generous a characterization. Although the Indy Panthers were in no way, shape, or form the most effective branch east of California or among the better financed, they also were not among the least effective offices as Pierce insinuates. In his dissertation, later expanded into a book, Pierce implies that the Indy branch was not very political, that the branch was a Panther office in name only. As proof he submits that the Indianapolis Panthers never had an article published in the Black Panther newspaper during their existence. Our examination of the Black Panther reveals something very different. At least 10 articles written by Panthers in Indianapolis were found in the Black Panther in 1968 and 1969 alone. This type of carelessness does little to elicit the kind of interest and serious inquiry into the Panther organization that is necessary in order to gain an accurate, substantive, and nuanced understanding of this multifaceted, community-oriented organization. In fact, the Indianapolis branch of the Black Panther Party, BPP, was very political and quite active, the lengths to which law enforcement went to neutralize the branch and the fact that both the local police department and certain federal agencies felt compelled to act within 6 months of the branch's formation are suggestive of that. For instance, FBI documents reveal that on December 18, 1968, Indianapolis police officers, accompanied by agents from the Internal Revenue Service's Alcohol and Tobacco Tax Unit, arrived at Black Panther Party headquarters with a federal warrant to search for unregistered automatic weapons under the new U.S. Gun Control Act. In some respects the raid mirrored the proposition rejected by Mayor Wes Ullman in Seattle, with the FBI standing in for IRS agents. Point 4 According to the FBI, based upon information gathered by the Indianapolis Police Department, the Bureau had reason to believe that the Panthers had been stockpiling machine guns at their local office. Security officers on duty that day, Michael Cannon and Dan Gins, refused to permit the agents to enter without seeing the warrant. As a result, the office was tear-gassed and Cannon and Gins were subsequently arrested. Lawrence Roberts, who was called to the headquarters during the incident, was arrested as well and charged with interfering with a federal officer. To the dismay of the authorities, the search failed to turn up any weapons. America's heartland, once considered a bedrock of ultra-conservatism, did not seem a likely host to a Panther office, but the black militants put down stakes there all the same. And like every other chapter and branch of the Black Panther Party, the Indianapolis Panthers could not escape police repression. Even though, according to Deputy Minister of Information Robert Obanon, they were the most nonviolent chapter in the country, Indianapolis Panthers endured their fair share of harassment. Point 5 Opened in the summer of 1968 by Deputy Chairman Fred Crawford, the Indianapolis office would expand the organization's Midwest base, claiming members in the capital city as well as in Bloomington and Muncie. The Panthers' arrival brought a contrasting political view to the conservative Midwestern city for both black and white residents. Given the political and social consciousness of many black Hoosiers, it is a wonder that the Panthers were able to muster enough support for a branch. Early black activism and the state of Black Indiana. Black political activism in Indianapolis prior to the Panthers can be characterized as genteel. Although Indiana was by no means considered an epicenter of civil rights activity, black Hoosiers did participate in the nationwide activism that made up the civil rights movement. National organizations made their way into Indianapolis's communities, allowing the city to mimic movement trends. For example, black youth sat in at their local Woolworth stores. Furthermore, the establishment of these various organizations allowed for the implementation of a wide array of civil rights tactics, ranging from lobbying for civil rights legislation and voter registration drives to nonviolent direct action. As in many other places, the principal civil rights organization in the city was the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Since its founding in the Circle City in 1913, the NAACP had been at the forefront of measures taken to protect and advance the rights of black Hoosiers. The NAACP was particularly active in the 1920s in response to threats from the Ku Klux Klan. Membership in the Indiana Klan increased dramatically during the post-World War I era, partly in response to the influx of black residents during the Great Migration. During this period, blacks more than quadrupled their numbers in some Midwestern cities. Like cities such as Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland, Indianapolis also experienced a significant increase in its black population. From 1910 to 1920, Indianapolis's black population grew 59%, from 21,816 to 34,678.6 by 1930, this number would rise to 43,967. Other cities throughout the state, such as Gary, East Chicago, South Bend, and Fort Wayne, would experience even more dramatic changes, with Gary's black population increasing by 1,283%. Despite such increases throughout the state, Indianapolis retained the largest number of black residents. The proliferation of blacks magnified racial tensions. Job competition and increased housing needs put some whites in greater contact with blacks, and as blacks sought political representation in these areas, many whites resisted. Securing a stronghold in city and state politics, largely by dominating the Republican Party, the Klan instigated racial tensions through such efforts as forced segregation in the school system. 7 In this political predicament, the NAACP became a primary organizing force for the Independent Voters League, which was established to defeat Klan-backed candidates. 8 Moreover, blacks drifted away from the party of Lincoln for the Democratic Party, a relationship that would be strengthened by the New Deal policies of Franklin D. Roosevelt. From efforts in the 1920s to resist Klan intimidation to the 1930s Don't Buy Where You Can't Work campaigns and school segregation in the 1940s and 1950s, the NAACP was instrumental in raising awareness and spurring both blacks and whites to action. During the 1960s, a solid network of civil rights organizations was being established. Leading the fight for black equality, the local NAACP maintained the organization's traditional approach to civil rights activity, filing lawsuits, and lobbying for civil rights legislation. Other civil rights organizations in Indianapolis included an affiliate of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, and Operation Breadbasket, established by Rev. Andrew Brown, pastor of St. John's Missionary Baptist Church, after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s visit to the state capitol in 1958-59. In 1963, Rev. Brown founded the Social Action Council. This organization was designed to be the action arm of the NAACP, engaging forcefully in voter registration efforts that would yield positive results, such as producing the city's largest black voter turnout for the November 1963 elections. 9 Additionally, the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, joined the scene in 1964 under the leadership of John Torreon. Young black Hoosiers welcomed the arrival of CORE, for many of them were less patient with the incremental progress being made by organizations like the NAACP and SCLC. The NAACP and SCLC tended to shy away from direct confrontation. But CORE had a reputation, dating as far back as the 1940s, for being more bullish in its approach to civil rights than the aforementioned groups. Consequently, given the exuberance displayed by many black youths, it is not surprising that many of them gravitated toward CORE. In addition to participating in voter registration, CORE organized a sit-in at the Indianapolis School Board building in the summer of 1964. Civil rights, however, did not concern only African Americans. In 1965, prominent blacks and whites joined forces to launch a chapter of the National Urban League. The Urban League had been an important vehicle for social change in other Indiana cities, promoting positive race relations and providing necessary social services to black residents, particularly new migrants to the city. The formation of an Urban League chapter in Indianapolis came much later than in other Midwestern and northern cities of comparable size. This was due in part to resistance from the prominent black and white leaders who ran the Flanner House. Established in 1898 by Frank Flanner, a white Indianapolis mortician, the Flanner Guild, later House, began as a segregated component of a local settlement house. 10 With the support of both white and black philanthropists, it grew to become the most important social service center for blacks in Indianapolis. Governed by a biracial board and guided by a philosophy of self-help, the Flanner House comprised 3 divisions: social service, vocational aid, and self-help services. 11 Similar to settlement houses characteristic of the Progressive era, services included training classes, nursery schools, extracurricular activities through Boys and Girls Clubs, and a music department, as well as medical services. Unable to escape the racial bias of the time, however, and with limited financial recourses, training classes were often focused on preparing blacks for the few jobs that were open to them, such as domestic service for women. According to the 1960 census, more than half of black women in the workforce were employed as domestic servants of some kind. Although not challenging the status quo, the Flanner House did assist these women in finding employment and also sought to ensure that they received an adequate wage and fair treatment. Those securing employment through the Flanner House in the 1920s, for example, could expect to receive wages of $2 or $2.35 per 8-hour day, depending on one's work experience, significantly more than the typical domestic who earned a mere $4 or $5 a week. 12. Over the years, the Flanner House experienced continual development and expansion of its services. In 1908, the Flanner Guild Rescue Home was established to care for unmarried mothers and their children. In 1918 the Children's Development Center opened, and in the 1950s Flanner House began its sweat equity housing program, similar to Habitat for Humanity, to increase black home ownership. 13 Thus, some perceived the Urban League's emphasis on similar issues such as labor, education, housing, and improving race relations to be in direct competition with the Flanner House. Board members worried that the Urban League might tap into financial sectors of the community that had historically supported the Flanner House. In fact, Henry J. Richardson, the driving force behind the establishment of the Indianapolis Urban League, was critical of the Flanner House's housing program. He argued that Flanner House homes merely facilitated housing segregation by pacifying the black community with homes for a few African Americans but did not directly challenge housing discrimination. As a result, the Urban League would immediately become involved in the push for open housing and would be another viable resource for black Hoosiers in their struggle for equality. In 1959, the Nation of Islam, NOI, opened a temple in Indianapolis, bringing a new level of activism to this sleepy town. By and large, the temple was not well received by the black community, let alone by the white community. Had the Muslims arrived a year or two earlier, they might have been able to win over some segments of the black community, but unfortunately for them their arrival in Indy occurred the same year as CBS correspondent Mike Wallace's story on the Nation of Islam titled The Hate That Hate produced. Millions of viewers tuned in, and both blacks and whites were floored by the NOI's rhetoric. To many white viewers, the NOI came off as a black version of the KKK, preaching black supremacy to anyone within earshot. As far as blacks were concerned, the NOI was a bunch of crazy NI__ERS. Some even thought the NOI was a cult. Suffice to say, the Nation of Islam was unable to generate the kind of support in Indy that existed in cities such as Chicago, Detroit, and Cleveland. This resistance to radicalism by the black community would be witnessed again with the lack of response to the assassination of Malcolm X. As reported in the Indianapolis Star, some black leaders were not only critical of Malcolm X's extremism, but, in a gross underestimation of the extent of white racism, believed that had he followed King's philosophy he would still be alive. 14 Preferring King's viewpoint over Malcolm X's, the majority of black Hoosiers were simply not ready for radical, black nationalist politics. Furthermore, incremental political gains undermined any potential for black radicalism. As the civil rights movement gained momentum throughout the 1960s, Indiana began to undergo changes in its political landscape. Black political participation increased, and white politicians recognized the practicality of encouraging dialogue on civil rights matters and undertook efforts to improve race relations. In the 1960 governor's race, both candidates, Democrat Matthew E. Welsh and Republican Lieutenant Governor Crawford Parker, promised to support civil rights. 15 The platforms of high-profile statewide candidates always included civil rights planks on general principle, but most voters understood that civil rights rhetoric was just that, a ploy to avoid turning black voters off rather than a harbinger of one's legislative agenda. The 1960 race was a lively one. Welsh's campaign, which centered on creating a more efficient and involved state government, was highly critical of the incumbent administration of Harold W. Handley. During a speech at the annual meeting of the Indiana Democratic Editorial Association in August 1960, Welsh questioned Handley's character and accused the incumbent of being a caretaker. Furthermore, Welsh said the Republicans lacked the leadership to address the needs of the people and had demonstrated a complete inability to get the job done. 16. Welsh's platform included eliminating government financial excesses and waste, a fairer tax system, improved schools, and better job security, especially for government employees. Regarding civil rights, Welsh admitted that while it was not a central campaign issue, it merited some attention. At a Democratic rally held at the historic Madam Walker Theater, Welsh appealed to his black constituency by calling for equal employment through a strong Fair Employment Practices Act, an end to housing discrimination, improved education, and equal access to public accommodations. Furthermore, he asserted that he would be the leading force behind such initiatives. He wrapped up his speech by saying, "Your Indiana government must set the moral tone with bold, imaginative action under the leadership of a governor who is indignant enough about the present conditions to do something about them." 17 Parker, on the other hand, who was nominated without opposition and with the support of the incumbent governor, was less vocal about civil rights. Sure, he pledged to back civil rights legislation if elected, but, interestingly, no significant piece of civil rights legislation was passed during his tenure as lieutenant governor. Therefore, few people expected him to be an advocate of civil rights if elected governor.